An image painted on a lightly striped mustard-yellow background is shown. Cracks run throughout the image. 5 people are shown sitting on horses, and a small, thin, brown dog is shown in the right foreground corner looking at the people. At the left, a figure on a light black horse looks up at the sky, aiming a bow and arrow up. He wears a light blue long robe over a red long-sleeved shirt and red stockings. His shoes are red, and a beige and brown decorated arrow sheath hangs at his left side, as well as a light brown sword sheath. His hair is pulled into a tight ponytail at the top of his head and encased in a red cloth. In the middle, 3 figures sit on horses looking at the figure at the left. The first figure wears a long beige robe with brown and beige boots, and a white cap with red projections on 3 sides and a red topper. He holds a white flag rolled up on a pole and holds the reins of the horse tightly. He has a white beard, thick cheeks, a black and blue sheath of arrows at his right side, and sits atop a brown horse with its teeth baring. The figure in the middle of this group wears a long, thick white coat with black wavy dashes all over, and a thick black collar and black trim over a maroon highly decorated robe. He has a round face, tiny facial features that are barely visible, wears a red and white cap, and sits atop a black horse with a decorated blue saddle. The third figure in this group has a very pale face, tiny black eyes and red lips, and black hair in pigtails under a brown flat hat. They wear a white robe and sit atop a brown horse with decorative blue reins and red heart tassels on their snout and hanging from the reins. A figure in the right corner is a large, dark-skinned person sitting atop a gray and white horse. The horse looks down while the figure holds on to the reins. He is dressed in a gold-decorated red robe, green undershirt, red boots, and red and beige hat. His face shows thick cheeks, white eyes, and a large nose. He holds a whip in his right hand in the air. Figure 14. 1 Kublai Khan. This image is from a silk scroll painting made in 1280 CE by Liu Guandao, known as Zhangxian, an artist of Kublai Khan's court. It depicts Kublai center in a white fur coat, with his wife and others on a traditional hunt, demonstrating the value the Mongols continued to place on their origins, even after their empire spread far from their ancestral steppe lands. Credit: modification of work Kublai Khan on a hunting expedition, painted on a silk handscroll fragment, by Cambridge Illustrated History of China, 1999, by Patricia B. Ebry / National Palace Museum / Wikimedia Commons, public domain. Chapter outline. 14. 1 Song China and the Steppe Peoples. 14. 2 Chinggis Khan and the Early Mongol Empire. 14. 3 The Mongol Empire Fragments. 14. 4 Christianity and Islam outside Central Asia. The years between 1000 and 1350 CE were a time of extreme highs and lows for the people living in the Eurasian land mass. China came close to industrializing and creating a Confucian meritocracy. An increasing percentage of Eurasia's population converted to Islam, even as Christian military forces pushed Islamic civilization to the southern tip of Iberia and tried to wrest the eastern Mediterranean, the territory viewed by Jews, Christians, and Muslims as the Holy Land, from Muslim rule. Europeans grappled with creating governments strong enough to protect the population, but with robust enough checks on centralized authority to keep at least the elites from being abused. Enslaved people revolted and began to rule in the Nile Delta and Indian subcontinent. Nowhere, however, was change more dramatic and consequential than among the scattered semi-nomadic people of the inner Asian steppe. One of their number, written off and enslaved as a child, emerged to unite and lead a large faction of them into such a potent force that his descendants, who included Kublai Khan, figure 14. 1. Marched as conquerors through the palaces of the Chinese Son of Heaven, the Caliph of God's Messenger, and countless cities. This leader was known to the world as Genghis Khan. Uniting 1 million or so of the world's 400 million people into the Mongol Empire, he not only altered the trajectory of their lives, He also unleashed forces that swept many old ways aside and laid the foundations for the modern world to emerge. A map of the world is shown, land highlighted in white and water in blue. A white line runs through the middle of the map. The middle part of Asia is highlighted orange, including southern Russia, Mongolia, China, North and South Korea, Nepal, India, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, Iran, and parts of Iraq and Syria, as well as a small area at the northeast of Africa and Egypt. Figure 14. 2 Timeline, Pax Mongolica, the steppe empire of the Mongols. Credit 1112. Modification of work Auspicious Cranes by Liaoning Provincial Museum / Wikimedia Commons, public domain. Credit 1198. Modification of work Pope Innocent III wearing a Y-shaped pallium by fresco at the Cloister Sacro Spico / Wikimedia Commons, public domain. Credit 1206-1227. Modification of work Emperor Tezu of Yuan, better known as Genghis Khan by National Palace Museum / Wikimedia Commons, public domain. Credit 1215. Modification of work King John of England signing Magna Carta by the Granger Collection, New York / Wikimedia Commons, public domain. Credit 1236-1240. Modification of work Sultana Razia Begum by Salar Jung Museum, Hyderabad Museums of India, public domain. Credit 1252. Modification of work Pope Innocent IV by the Lives and Times of the Popes by Chevalier Artaud de Montour, New York. The Catholic Publication Society of America, 1911 / Wikimedia Commons, public domain. A map of the world is shown, land highlighted in white and water in blue. A white line runs through the middle of the map. Southern mainland Asia and Egypt are highlighted orange. Figure 14. 3 Locator map, Pax Mongolica, the steppe empire of the Mongols. Credit, modification of work World Map Blank Shorelines by Maciej Jaros / Wikimedia Commons, public domain. Learning objectives. By the end of this section, you will be able to describe the political and economic structures of Song China. Describe the way of life of Song China's northern neighbors. Discuss Chinggis Khan's role as unifier and empire builder. The disintegration of China's Tang dynasty in 907 CE left a chaotic power vacuum in the territory it had ruled. Generals turned the jurisdictions they could control into small, independent sovereign states. More traditional semi-nomadic peoples from the sparsely settled semi-arid grasslands and mountains to the north of China's borders, such as the Khitan Liao and the Xia, seized control of many former Tang domains. As they occupied these areas, some groups switched from migrating periodically for animal grazing and hunting, with the occasional raid on neighbors, to living a more agrarian life with urban centers and formal government, which would become hallmarks of Chinese civilization. The absence of central authority and legitimate succession led to frequent conflicts within and between these groups. Other semi-nomadic people located farther from China, such as the Tatars and Mongols in the west and north, however, continued to live in loosely organized groups that were fluid in composition and unsettled in duration. They built no permanent structures and had only sporadic interaction with those to the south, occasionally exchanging or plundering goods. Meanwhile, in the central and southern parts of what had been Tang China, the Zhao family convinced the fractured political units that they held the mandate of heaven, the favor of the natural order that sustained them but could be lost by those less worthy, thus beginning the Song dynasty in the 960s. The Khitan Liao and Xia, who ruled much of northern China, refused to recognize the Zhao patriarch as the son of heaven, the rightful Chinese ruler. Attempts to force such recognition failed, leaving the Song with a much smaller realm than the Han or Tang. Despite this, Song China was largely stable, with a steadily rising population and standard of living. In the 1120s, military reversals led to the loss of substantial territory and set back economic growth, but the Song were able to recover, only to be faced with the Mongol invasion in the 1230s. Song China to the 13th century. While the Song dynasty ruled over less territory than other major dynasties, it experienced tremendous population and economic growth. Its emperors created a system closer to the ideals and virtues laid out by Confucius and his followers than any of their predecessors had, and for the most part, they lived and ruled by them. Those precepts had limitations, however, especially when it came to securing the territory against the increased power of the semi-nomadic steppe peoples, who were now adopting the technology and lifestyle of their more settled neighbors. Securing the dynasty's rule required replacing local military leaders with imperially appointed mandarins, civilian government officials who could advise, and when necessary, restrain the generals on matters of foreign policy. Mandarins were the key class in the social and political hierarchy during times of stability in the more than 2,000 years of Confucian dominance in China, from the 2nd century BCE to 1911 CE. Starting as allies of the early Han Emperor who oversaw local landed gentry, mandarins were selected by a process that, by the height of the Tang dynasty, had evolved into a system of exams on Confucian texts. The Song made great progress bringing the Confucian ideal of government by scholar officials to fruition, by enacting reforms that made the exam process more merit-based and less subject to nepotism or favoritism. While the system was interrupted by the Mongol Yuan dynasty, the Song reforms became the basis for the way Chinese government officials were selected until the fall of the monarchy in the early 20th century. Mandarins were the top officials in China, and having sons in this class was the primary method of gaining or maintaining social status. Women, even daughters of current officials, were not able to benefit. Although existing Mandarin families had significant advantages in preparing their sons to succeed on the exams, it was not unheard of for a village to recognize talent in a peasant or artisan family's child and support that child's study. Not only would this step elevate that family into a higher social class, it would also give the village better access to government officials. The Song dynasty's founding brothers, Emperors Taizu and Taizong, had both served in the military, yet they structured a government in which the mandarins applied their Confucian pacifism to protect the state by bribing potentially hostile neighbors either not to attack them or to attack hostile neighbors for the Song. This policy stemmed from the belief that the Tang dynasty had fallen, because it expanded into areas populated by non-Chinese peoples who refused to adopt orderly Confucian values. Pacifying those areas took unsustainable amounts of resources. The Song attitude toward the military was summed up in a saying from the era: "Do not waste good iron making nails. Do not waste good men making soldiers." At the same time, Song engineers were the first to develop effective military uses for gunpowder, creating flamethrowers, handheld projectile-launching early guns, and shrapnel-laden bombs, hurled first by catapults and later by rockets. The Song had powerful military technology, but their predisposition toward Confucian pacifism and fear of a strong military that could endanger civilian rule prevented them from effectively using it much of the time. While Tang dynasty China had emphasized increasing wealth through territorial expansion, the Song relied instead on internal economic development. Agriculture focused not on mere subsistence farming, but on creating a food surplus that then supported a considerable expansion in population, and in turn, an increase in urbanization. At the same time, rural farming households had increased purchasing power. Much of this was due to improvements in agricultural technology, which increased both the amount of available cultivatable land as well as crop yields. For example, irrigation made possible by the invention of chain-driven pumps turned unused hillsides into arable land, figure 14. 4. Peasants began planting new strains of rice that ripened quickly enough to yield 2 harvests per year. The Song government aided this economic development by stabilizing agricultural markets and food prices, and taking advantage of new technologies that greatly increased the productivity of irrigation. It also maintained transportation and irrigation systems and spread the seeds of more efficient crops. In short, more land was open to farm, and the result was an increase in harvests and the availability of produce. A photograph is shown of a large expanse of mountains with green trees and bushes, beige roads, and black houses in the middle right. In the main forefront of the image, the hills have steps dug into them and look like tiers on all of the hills. The tiers are green, brown, and off-white and fill the hills on the bottom two-thirds of the image. Figure 14. 4 terraced rice paddies. These terraced rice paddies in Longsheng, China, demonstrate how, with irrigation, hilly land can be cultivated. Credit, Paddy Fields of Longsheng, China by Drolksender/Wikimedia Commons, CC by 30. Link to learning. Machinery to move water uphill was a key part of the irrigation technology that fueled the agricultural revolution in Song, China. Read this brief text about the history of the chain pump and its connections to China to learn more. The resulting increase in China's food supply fueled a huge population boom, freeing labor to work in economic sectors outside agriculture. The first complete Song census showed around 55 million people in the early 11th century. 100 years later, there were around 120 million. At its height, Song China had at least 3 cities with populations of more than 1 million and dozens of cities with more than 100,000 people. In the same period in Europe, no city other than the Byzantine capital of Constantinople even approached these sizes after the fall of the Western Roman Empire. Some scholars contend that by the 12th century, Song China was experiencing an industrial revolution similar to that of 18th century Britain. Surplus labor from the population boom provided significant opportunities for the expansion of the production of industrial goods, and the dynasty saw iron production rise from around 65 million pounds around the year 1000 to more than 250 million pounds by 1100. This was almost double what would be produced in Britain even 700 years later. Large-scale factory production and water-powered textile and paper-making machinery were in use in some larger cities. These developments, along with the construction of better roads and canals, allowed the Song to become a more mobile and interconnected society. The increase in productivity meant that goods could be traded over greater distances, and there was more need and opportunity for merchants and other support workers to interact and move these goods, thus distributing the economic benefits that came with the use of machines. Beyond the book, Urban Society in the Song Period. One of the most famous depictions of urban daily life in Song China is a hand-painted scroll from the first decades of the 12th century, attributed to Chinese painter Zhang Zedun. The title of this scroll is generally translated as Along the River during the Qingming Festival, although some suggest that Qingming refers not to a specific festival, but to a more generic time of peace and order. The Qingming scroll illustrates the prosperity and economic development of the Song period by showing a variety of everyday social and economic activities undertaken by people of all classes in an unspecified Chinese city. Traditional interpretations suggest it is a realistic portrayal of daily life in Beijing, modern Kaifeng, the Song capital from 960 to 1127. More modern critical analysis suggests instead that the scroll dates from a generation or more later and represents a yearning for a more idealized time in the past. For example, specific features of the capital have been omitted, and the images lack the signs of crime, poverty, and homelessness that are generally typical of large cities in any civilization. It is not difficult to understand why well-known landmarks and characteristics of the capital are absent. While the scroll was likely intended to present a realistic visual depiction of the capital, those seeking to portray places of which they are proud often show them in their best light. Thus, the exclusion of the seedier sides of life makes sense. It is a truthful representation of aspects of Song society during this period, but one that does remain dishonest by omission, and a reminder to us as modern historians to carefully analyze and think about the sources from the past on which we rely for information. Whether the scroll was intended to reflect what the artist chose to see in the city in which he lived, or was in homage to an earlier and better time, it does show several aspects of daily urban life and Song dynasty technology. Watch the animated video to learn more. Contrast the types of businesses and modes of transportation depicted in the scroll with those in contemporary U.S. towns and cities. Does the omission of some aspects of Song society mean we should consider the scroll untrustworthy as a historical document for reconstructing the past? Why or why not? The Inner Asian Steppe and Chinese dynastic struggles. Steppe peoples organized themselves under widely varying degrees of centralized authority. At one end were small self-governing nomadic clans with fluctuating membership and modest herds in remote parts of the steppe. At the other extreme were settled societies with fixed capital cities, centralized administrations funded by routine taxation, and a writing system for their language. In between were larger groups of semi-nomadic tribes that were mostly preliterate, with more loosely fixed memberships and territorial ranges than the settled societies. In the wake of the Tang dynasty collapse at the beginning of the 10th century, some semi-nomadic tribes seeking the prosperity and technology of China transitioned to more settled and centralized civilizations. Taking advantage of the power vacuum caused by the collapse of the Tang dynasty, two steppe peoples extended their rule from the Inner Asian steppe into northern China. The Khitan Liao, linguistically a Mongolian people who formed the Liao kingdom, and the Xia, sometimes called the Tangut, linguistically a Tibetan people who formed the Xia kingdom. These kingdoms became a bridge between the long-established, highly centralized and sedentary civilization of China and the nomadic tribes of the steppe, figure 14. 5. A map is shown with land highlighted beige and water highlighted blue. White lines run through the map, visible on the blue water, and blue wavy lines run throughout the beige land. The Aral Sea is labeled on the land in the west. Land fills 2/3 of the image in the northwest, and water is shown along the south and east. The Bay of Bengal, the Gulf of Thailand, the South China Sea, and the Sulu Sea are labeled along the south. The Taiwan Strait, the East China Sea, and the Yellow Sea are labeled in the east, and the Sea of Japan, East Sea, is labeled in the northeast. West of the Sea of Japan and the Yellow Sea is a long oval area highlighted blue and labeled Jurchen. Going south there is a triangle-shaped area highlighted orange with a black dashed line running down it, dividing it into 1/3 at the west and 2/3 at the east. The west is labeled Song, while the east is labeled Southern Song. West of the southern half of the blue Jin area is a small oval highlighted green and labeled Xixia, Western Xia. A black dashed line starts in the northern part of the blue Jin area, heads northwest, then south and then straight west, coming back to the east and ending at the Yellow Sea. It is labeled Liao Khitan. Areas labeled in the beige include Mongols north of the Liao area, Kara Kitai in the west, Uyghurs west of Xixia, Tufan Tibetan, west of Song, Dali west of southern Song, and Goryeo, a peninsula to the southeast of Jin, Jurchen. Figure 14. 5. The collapse of the Tang dynasty. Multiple sovereign political units emerged from the chaos of the Tang dynasty's collapse in the early 10th century. Note the loss of Song territory, which previously occupied much of the blue area in the northeast, as a new dynasty, the Jurchen Jin, expanded southward, displacing the Khitan Liao and taking many Song lands. Attribution. Copyright Rice University, OpenStax, under CC by 40 license. The 8 tribes of the Khitan Liao spent the chaotic years between the Tang and the Song making a transition to life as a settled people with administrative institutions, establishing a permanent capital city in the north in 918. Their leader abandoned the traditional elections in favor of a hereditary monarchy. A dual system of administration was adopted, using traditional tribal practices of governance in areas populated predominantly by steppe people, while a system of exams similar to that used by the Mandarin selected officials in the majority Chinese parts of the kingdom. The processes of centralized administration required a written script, which was finalized in 920. The Liao dynasty also promoted economic development by moving Chinese workers skilled in technologies that steppe people did not practice, like metallurgy, to teach their crafts to those living in the steppe. In 1004, the Song and the Liao agreed to the Treaty of Shanyuan. This pact highlighted the changing relationship between the steppe people and the Chinese, between the Tang and the Song dynasties. In it, both the Song and the Liao emperors were referred to as sons of heaven. The two states were recognized as equals, each having the rights and obligations of border control and extradition, and neither allowed to alter the waterways that flowed between them. Tellingly, however, on the issue of tribute, the Song were obligated to give the Liao an annual payment of 200,000 bolts of silk and 130,000 ounces of silver, worth about $2.7 million in 2020 prices. No reciprocal obligation of the Liao to give tribute to the Song was specified. The Song resented this relationship with the Liao, and in 1120 they bankrolled the revolt of one of Khitan Liao's tributary states, the Jurchen, a steppe people who were themselves transitioning to more centralized, sedentary structures apart from their traditional tribal organization. Once the Liao and the Jurchen were locked in combat, the Song attacked from the south. Exploiting divisions within the Liao kingdom, the Song and the Jurchen were victorious by 1125. The remnants of the Liao royal family fled west with supporters and founded the Kara-Khitan state. The Jurchen assumed rule of the former Liao lands as the Jin dynasty. The Jin were not content to supplant the Liao. The Song had already been paying them a modest tribute of luxury goods, and the Song need for help to defeat the Liao convinced the Jin that, while seemingly rich and prosperous, the Song were militarily weak. Their perception would certainly have been reinforced if they had been aware of the temperament of the Song Emperor Huizong. In power since 1100, Emperor Huizong was more renowned as a Taoist poet and artist than an effective ruler. His most famous work, a poem and painting titled Auspicious Cranes, depicts the sighting of a flock of cranes, a traditional Chinese symbol of greatness and longevity, and one of the links between humanity and the heavens in Taoism. Figure 14. 6. Huizong interpreted the sighting as a sign his reign would be glorious and long. The Jin had other ideas, however, and attacked the Song in 1126. Huizong quickly abdicated in favor of his eldest son, Qinzong, who proved no more adept in military matters than his father. With Jin forces occupying large parts of Song territory north of the Yellow River Valley and laying siege to the capital, Qinzong dispatched a peace mission, led by his half-brother Gaozong. The Jin took the mission hostage and extracted a hefty ransom and annual tribute to release its members and end the hostilities. An image of a painting on a long, thin rectangular yellow highlighted background is shown. At the left, Asian script is shown in black ink with several columns of writing. Two areas are stamped with red shapes. In the middle, more Asian script shows, but faded and in lighter black on a darker yellow background. At the right, an image is painted of 18 white birds with black feet flying in a blue sky, while two birds sit atop a structure in the middle of the image. The structure is wider at the bottom and thinner at the top, showing gray vertical lines inside, with a projection at each end where a bird sits. The ground is sandy-colored and small rectangular gray structures with vertical lines sit in either corner of the forefront. A red and white square stamp sits in the right corner. Figure 14. 6 auspicious cranes. Emperor Huizong's poem and painting from 1112 uses ink and paint on silk to commemorate a good omen, the reported sighting of a flock of cranes on one of the palace buildings. Credit. Modification of work, Auspicious Cranes, by Liaoning Provincial Museum / Wikimedia Commons, public domain. The piece proved short-lived as Qinzong tried to entice the former Liao mandarins, who were now working in service to the Jin, to revolt. They reported Qinzong's clumsy intrigues to the Jin emperor, who launched a more protracted attack. Bent on conquest and revenge this time, the Jin refused to be bought, and in 1127 they took the Song capital and seized the entire imperial household, goods, and people, including Huizong and Qinzong. In what became known as the Jinkang Incident, the Jin went on a 3-week rampage of raping and looting throughout the city. Gaozong, who proved much more politically adept than his father or his brother, had been sent south to lead reinforcements back to the capital. Upon learning of the capital's fall, Gaozong united the military and mandarins behind him, proclaimed himself emperor, and rallied Song forces to halt the Jin advance. This event is considered the beginning of the Southern Song dynasty. War continued to rage until the 1140s, when the two sides agreed to the Treaty of Shaoxing, in which Gaozong ceded all Song territory north of the Huai River to the Jin, acknowledged the Song's tributary status to the Jin, and agreed to pay an annual tribute of 250,000 bolts of silk and 325,000 ounces of silver, more than $6.7 million today. Huizong died in captivity before the treaty was signed. Perhaps as a statement of contempt for his incompetence, Gaozong did not negotiate for his elder half-brother's release, condemning him to live out his remaining 20 years as a Jin captive. Within a dozen years of conquering the Liao Empire, the Jin began embracing the institutions and structures of the Song Confucian state. Landed aristocrats, generally descended from tribal chieftains, were replaced by mandarins selected by Confucian exams. The capital was relocated from the traditional Jurchen homeland in Northeast Asia to Jiangdu, around contemporary Beijing. Confucian texts and Chinese literature were translated into Jurchen to speed the spread of Chinese culture and values, and the Mandarin exams began to be given in Jurchen as well as Proto-Chinese. Jurchen families were bribed or forced to relocate into former Liao and Song areas to mix with the Han population. Meanwhile, despite the huge setbacks and defeats of the second quarter of the 12th century, Gaozong and his immediate successors were able to unite and stabilize the Song dynasty. The long period of warfare allowed many ethnic Chinese to move south as refugees, where government assistance enabled them to find land or employment. By 1200, the southern Song population was roughly the same size as it had been under the last census of the Song, despite encompassing much less land, and the economy seemed to have recovered to pre-war levels. The rise of Chinggis Khan and Mongol unification. While an increasing number of steppe people gathered in settled communities, many still lived as nomads. The clan, a small group of several families that shared an encampment and herded or hunted together, was the basic unit of steppe society. Each clan had a ruling lineage from which leaders were selected, and that intermarried with other lineages to avoid inbreeding. Thus, the ruling lineages formed an aristocracy of sorts. Clans could split apart, creating a ruling lineage for a new clan, so it was possible to move from commoner to aristocrat, although founding and leading a clan was no small feat. Given the high mortality among the steppe peoples, the adoption of children and widows was commonplace. Polygamy was practiced by men who could support multiple wives and the children they would produce, and most households included some enslaved people. Children, wives, enslaved people, and livestock were often obtained by raiding weaker, underprepared clans. Clans joined together to form tribes under a single leader to better protect their herds and households, cooperate on resource management and migration, and engage in united actions like raids on other clans. Eurasian tribes were loosely organized, often multi-ethnic and multilingual, not exclusive to a kinship network, and open to any who were willing to obey the leader. Clans drifted in and out of tribes depending on their needs and wishes. Multiple tribes periodically united around a single skillful or charismatic leader, creating a larger confederation. This unity was very short-lived, rarely lasting beyond a generation or two. Many clans and dozens of tribes occupied the Mongolian grasslands in the late 12th century, figure 14. 7. Settled peoples like the Jin and Song had long incited these nomadic groups against one another, adding to the turmoil of incessant clan raids. In 1161, concerned that a confederation led by Mongolian speakers was growing too powerful, the Jin encouraged and supported a confederation led by Tatars to attack the Mongol-led confederation. Tatar was a Turkish language spoken by many inhabitants of the grasslands north of China. The fluidity of membership in clans, tribes, and confederations makes it problematic to consider a group led by a speaker of one language as truly having a common ethnic heritage or long-standing communal bond such as a modern nation has. Nevertheless, perhaps for the sake of simplicity, scholars tend to refer to confederations of semi-nomads by the primary language of their leader. A map is shown with land highlighted in beige and water in blue. The Angara R, the Anan R, and the Amur R are labeled in the north, and the Herlan R is labeled in the middle of the map. The Huanghe, yellow R, is labeled in the south. In the southwest of the map, an area is highlighted dark pink and labeled Karakitan Dynasty. In the middle south of the map, an area is highlighted orange and labeled Xia Dynasty. In the north of this area is a label for Dunhuang, and in the northeast, a label for Yinchuan is shown. A large area in the east is highlighted green and labeled Jun Dynasty, with a label for Jurchen in the west, and these in the south: Zhongdu, Beijing, Kaifeng, Nanjing, and Hangzhou. In the beige highlighted land, these areas are labeled from west to east: Nayman, Kyrgyz, Warat, Koritumd, Karat, Mongol, Merkit, Barga, Jadaran, Kiyed, Angjarat, Taychud, Jalir, Angut, Tartar, and Saljut. Figure 14. 7 Mongol tribes and the 3 steppe kingdoms. This map shows, in yellow, the areas that various Mongol tribes considered their lands in the late 12th century, and where they were in relation to the 3 settled kingdoms of the Karakitan, Xia, and Jin between the steppe and the southern Song dynasty. Attribution: Copyright Rice University, OpenStax, under CC BY 40 license. The Tatar attack on the Mongol Confederation scattered its clans, forcing them to form new tribes and seek to join other confederations. It was in this context that a son was born to Holan, primary wife of one of the clan leaders of the recently defeated Mongol Confederation in their camp between the Anan and Herlan rivers. The child, born as Temujin, is better known today by the title he acquired later in life, and that history most remembers him by: Chinggis Khan, meaning universal ruler. He completely altered the relationships between the nomadic groups on the Eurasian steppe and radically changed the trajectory of world history. There are no historical records of Temujin before he became known as Chinggis Khan, the powerful ruler of the world's largest empire in his time. A work called The Secret History of the Mongols, likely written after his death, is the most potentially reliable source, though it is suspect because it is based solely on oral history interpreted by non-Mongols. Whereas The Secret History of the Mongols recounts many heroic exploits in Temujin's family's struggle to survive, it paints a bleak picture of their existence on the steppe. Temujin was briefly enslaved by the rival clan until a sympathetic family helped him escape. Not long after Temujin married, raiders from the Merkit Mongol tribe attacked and kidnapped his wife, Bort. Temujin sought help from Ong Khan, leader of the Karat Mongol Confederation, to retrieve her, and she gave birth to a son not long after. The timing made it unclear who the father was. Nevertheless, Temujin accepted the child as his. At some point in the early 1180s, Temujin broke with his friend and clan leader Jamaka and formed a new clan with himself as head. In their own words, Jamaka and Temujin pledge eternal friendship and loyalty. The secret history of the Mongols is silent on how Temujin and his close friend Jamaka became blood brothers when Temujin and his family were roaming clanless on the inner Asian steppe. In the aftermath of the battle in which they fought together to free Temujin's wife, Temujin joined Jamaka's clan. The selection that follows is an account from the secret history of the Mongols describing their pledges of unity and loyalty. As you read, think about how the two depict their relationship and what obligations they pledge to each other. Consider also how they symbolically confirm their new relationship and how they celebrate it. This is how they declared themselves friends by oath for the second time. They said to each other, listening to the pronouncement of the old men of former ages which says, "Sworn friends, the two of them share but a single life. They do not abandon one another. They are each a life's safeguard for the other. We learn that such is the rule by which sworn friends love each other. Now, renewing once more our oath of friendship, we shall love each other." Temujin girdled his sworn friend Jamaka with the golden belt taken as loot from Takta of the Merkit. He also gave sworn friend Jamuka for a mount Takta's yellowish-white mare with a black tail and mane, a mare that had not foaled for several years. Jamuka girdled his sworn friend Temujin with the golden belt taken as loot from Daer Yuzun of the Uz Merkit, and he gave Temujin for a mount the kid-white horse with a horn, also of Daer Yuzun. At the leafy tree on the southern side of the Kuldakar cliff in the Korkanak Valley, they declared themselves sworn friends and loved each other. They enjoyed themselves reveling and feasting, and at night they slept together, the two of them alone under their blanket. Igor de Rashwilt's The Secret History of the Mongols, a Mongolian epic chronicle of the 13th century. What personal values and behaviors in the oath Temujin and Jamaka swear to each other are important to the Mongolian-speaking peoples? What do the gifts they exchange suggest Mongolian speakers greatly value? By 1187, Temujin had such an impressive force and reputation that Ong Khan turned to him when the Jin induced Ong Khan to attack the Tatar Confederation. Ong Khan and Temujin defeated the Tatars and acquired goods more luxurious than Temujin's people had ever seen. This drew even more people to his clan. As the clans allied with Temujin grew, Jamaka expanded his clan to keep up with him. Soon those in the Mongol-speaking part of the steppe were left with the choice of joining Temujin, joining Jamaka, or risking attack by one or the other. Temujin made drastic changes to traditional Mongol practices, in part as a reaction to the hardships he suffered growing up, which laid the groundwork for his creation of a huge multi-ethnic empire. As he engaged in warfare with a wider array of rivals, he considered class differences. He punished those who led any resistance and executed the leaders of rival clans, but he often spared the common people and integrated the men into his army. He ordered his fighters to refrain from looting and raping, and instead to pursue any fleeing warriors to capture or kill them, minimizing future retaliatory raids by those who escaped. Rather than enslaving the captured adult males, he put the members of aristocratic lineages on trial for committing whatever affront he had used to justify the attack. Once found guilty, which was the general outcome, they were executed. Temujin then divided the spoils of the raid equally between the participants and the households of his men killed in the raid. By assuring his soldiers that their widows and orphans would not be at the mercy of whoever took them in, he reduced the incentive to desert. Temujin also divided his warriors into units of 10, each bound to the others by oaths of loyalty, and then units of 100 and 1,000 that chose their own leaders and swore similar oaths. Only at the highest level, 10 units of 1,000 warriors, did he appoint commanders, and he did so on the basis of merit and loyalty to him, not kinship or clan identity. The groups drilled precision moves and learned simple musical chants that identified the formations their commanders desired in the heat of battle. This innovative organization not only forged a deadly, efficient fighting force, it also provided all males with a shared and classless role in society, and unified an increasingly ethnically and linguistically diverse portion of the steppe people, whom Temujin began to call the people of the felt walls in a reference to their fabric-covered homes. Temujin's reforms introduced a new division in steppe civilization that today might be called class warfare. People from aristocratic lineages began to fear Temujin and joined with Jamaka, but commoners sought the protection and rewards of joining the people of the felt walls. The aging Ang Khan disapproved of Temujin's attack on tradition and aristocratic privilege and began favoring Jamaka. After Ang Khan tried to lure him into a trap, Temujin fled to a rendezvous with his top leaders, who swore renewed loyalty to each other in the Baljuna Covenant. The covenant became a rallying point and symbol of Mongol nationalism for future generations. The men who swore to the covenant came from 9 different clans and represented at least 4 religions: Buddhism, Christianity, Islam, and the traditional Mongol worship of Tengri, the eternal blue sky. The glue that held the people of the felt walls together was not kinship, ethnicity, or religion, but devotion to the civil society Temujin had created. Word went out from Baljuna to the scattering people of the felt walls to regroup and to find Temujin and the others in a remote part of the steppe. Ang Khan believed Temujin was hiding out a week's ride away in the east. Temujin and his followers were much closer, however. They surrounded Ang Khan's forces, using the element of surprise to launch an attack that lasted 3 days. Demoralized, many of Ang Khan and Jamaka's followers began to join Temujin. Ang Khan was killed while crossing alone into territory controlled by the Naiman, the last confederation that could oppose Temujin. With Temujin expanding and the Naiman harboring Jamaka and other refugees from Ang Khan, war between the two groups was inevitable. Temujin's discipline and tactical training of his troops paid off, and in 1204 the Naiman collapsed, its leadership dead or in flight. The survivors joined the people of the felt walls. Jamaka was eventually turned in by his followers and executed, along with those who had betrayed him, since Temujin felt their treachery to their lord deserved punishment. Learning objectives. By the end of this section, you will be able to describe the new civilization Chinggis Khan created for the Mongols. Analyze the trajectory and motivations of the conquests made under Chinggis, Ojdeh, and Mongke Khan. Explain the actions Ojdeh Khan took to bring about Chinggis Khan's vision for a Eurasian trading empire. Identify the obstacles the Mongols faced in their efforts to unify and expand their empire. With no remaining rivals to Temujin's rule over the people of the felt walls, nothing stood in the way of his vision of a better world for his followers. Chinggis Khan, or world leader, had truly been born. His vision was twofold. On one hand, Chinggis wanted to end the constant strife and warfare that characterized life on the steppe. Despite being a practitioner of violence and warfare, he also wanted to promote the peaceful acquisition of goods. He spent the rest of his life forcefully promoting those objectives, regardless of whether others desired them, with a bloody ruthlessness that seems at odds with those very same goals. The Yasa in Mongol life. To allow bitter feelings to subside after years of struggle, Chinggis waited until 1206 to call a Kurultai to consolidate and confirm his rule over all Mongols. A Kurultai was a meeting of those loyal to the leader of a semi-nomadic confederation. Convened to confirm acceptance of a major change the leader wanted to make in relations within the group or between the group and others. Attendance signaled acceptance, and not attending meant not just disagreement but possibly withdrawal of loyalty to the leader. Temujin's Kurultai was unprecedented in its scale. The secret history of the Mongols records that nearly all the 1 million or so people of the felt walls attended, setting up encampments that spread for miles. Unlike almost all previous coronations in recorded history, Temujin's was a highly inclusive event, not just for the elites and population of the capital. A shaman proclaimed him Chinggis Khan and confirmed that Tengri, a god revered by many Central Asian peoples, granted him authority and would bless his people with prosperity and good fortune as long as he governed wisely and fairly, an idea similar to the Confucian mandate of heaven. To prevent conflict over succession and maintain the democratic spirit of the Kurultai where members had a say in selection, Chinggis Khan decreed that any future great Khan, that is, any leader over the entirety of what he began to refer to as the Great Mongol Nation, and the superior of all lesser Khans, could be chosen only by a Kurultai and not familial succession alone. Chinggis Khan now filled the role of clan and tribe leader. He put forth rules known as the Yasa to govern relations between households. Later, as the empire grew, he ordered the development of a written script for the Mongol language, based on that used by Uyghur tribes from areas north of China and Mongolia, so the Yasa and records pertaining to it could be recorded. Figure 14. 8. An image is shown in a yellow double frame with Dacre in pale white. Two frames are shown. The one on the left shows an off-white background with 3 long rows of Asian script at the right with 2 shorter columns on either side. The left side of the image is blank. At the right, an image is shown on a gray speckled background. A man with a round face, brown eyes, thin eyebrows, and gray and white vertical lined beard wears a white cap draped behind his head to his shoulders and white robes. He has round earrings and bits of hair show from under his headdress. Figure 14. 8. Chinggis Khan. This oversized portrait of Chinggis Khan was made with paint and ink on silk and comes from a 14th century album of royal portraits that is today held in the National Museum in Taipei, Taiwan. The description on the left page provides brief details about Chinggis, primarily about when he reigned. Credit: Emperor Taizong of Yuan, better known as Genghis Khan by National Palace Museum/Wikimedia Commons, public domain. The Yasa made theft and robbery the objectives of incessant raiding between clans, capital offenses. Enslaving Mongols was outlawed, as were adultery and kidnapping women, and selling them for marriage. No one could kill more animals than their household could use. Hunting was banned during animals' mating seasons, and specified butchering methods ensured that maximum use was made of the animal. The Yasa favored no religion and prohibited discrimination and favoritism on the basis of religion, perhaps the first law code to do so. Chinggis Khan, who continued to worship Tengri, granted tax and labor service exemptions to all religious leaders and holders of church lands. Privileges later extended to those in secular occupations requiring literacy, such as medicine and law. The family was the center of life for a Mongol woman, yet she had little if any say about how her family was formed. Marriages were arranged, and polygamy was common, although a man was not supposed to have more wives than he could support. Adult males in the household could sleep with any of the women in the household, if this did not violate incest taboos, and it is unclear the degree to which a woman's consent was necessary. Because the Yasa defined adultery as occurring only between married people of different households, it codified the potential for sexual assault within households. Mongol women did have some power, however. They were often left to oversee the household when the men went to herd, hunt, and raid. A widow beyond childbearing years was often considered a household head and took her husband's place in the clan's collective decision-making institutions. When Chinggis Khan was away on extended campaigns, his wife Bort was the de facto leader of the civilians of the Mongol Empire, and the wives and mothers of later Mongol rulers could hold significant power over a khanate following this model. Such instances of female leadership were far, far rarer, or entirely unheard of, in most other Afro-Eurasian societies of the same period. The conquest movement of Chinggis Khan. The Yasa and the social military organization put in place by Chinggis Khan removed many sources of strife from the Mongol Empire. But they also prohibited traditional activities, such as raiding other clans that had led to social mobility. Chinggis Khan believed that without new sources of wealth and glory, people might grow restless and reject the peace he tried to create. His life experience had given him no concept of settled economic development or ways to redirect his people's energy to that goal. From the time he joined Ang Khan's attack on the Tatars and saw the luxuries acquired from the Jin and the Song, Chinggis' new settled peoples were a source of wealth ripe for the Mongol Empire to take, and for him as their leader to distribute. In his eyes, conquering these peoples or intimidating them into giving tribute was the next logical step. As word spread of Chinggis Khan's coronation, some warriors in the settled kingdoms between the steppe and Song China left to join the Mongol Empire. The Karakitan, assuming resistance would not go well, offered tribute to Chinggis Khan. After a coup in 1210, the new Zaizia ruler accepted tributary status on terms similar to those of the Karakitan. The Jin, however, were another matter. In 1210, a new Jin emperor demanded Chinggis Khan submit to him and send tribute, so Chinggis marched his smaller but superior army south to invade. Figure 14. 9. A master at exploiting his opponents' weaknesses, he realized that his linguistic cousins, the Khitan, resented the rule of the Jurchen Jin dynasty, so he portrayed his army as a liberating force for them. With their army swelling with Jin defectors, the Mongols were able to lay siege to Jiangdu, the Jin capital, and eventually seize the starving city. Chinggis Khan ordered the city thoroughly looted, tens of thousands enslaved, and untold numbers of others massacred. A map is shown with land highlighted beige and water shown in blue. The Black Sea, the Sea of Marmara, the Dead Sea, and the Caspian Sea are labeled in the west, while the Persian Gulf, Arabian Gulf, Strait of Hormuz, Gulf of Aden, and Arabian Sea are labeled in the southwest. The Sea of Okhotsk is labeled in the northeast, while the Sea of Japan, East Sea, Yellow Sea, and East China Sea are labeled in the east. The Taiwan Strait is labeled in the southeast. In the middle east of the map, a dark green oval area is highlighted indicating the Mongol Empire at the ascension of Genghis Khan, c. 1207. Inside this area, there are labels for these areas from west to east. Naimans, Kyrgyz, Merkits, Karakoram, indicated with a black-bordered white dot, Karates and Tatars. Surrounding this dark green area and heading more east is a light green area indicating the Mongol Empire at the death of Genghis Khan, c. 1227. Inside this area at the west is a label for Jin dynasty and at the south for Karakitan Khanate. In the east of this light green is an area labeled Khwarezmian Empire. This western area, as well as land to the southwest, is highlighted with black dots indicating Khwarezmian Empire. Black arrows fill the image. An arrow begins in the Khwarezmian Empire and heads west under the Caspian Sea and splits off into three, the first heading northwest to an area labeled Georgia south of the Black Sea. The second heads a short distance to the northeast, and a third arrow labeled with 1222 heads north. This arrow splits into two, one heading into the Black Sea just south of an area labeled Kipchaks, and the other heading east under an area labeled Russian Principalities, and into an area labeled Volga, Bulgaria, which is littered with black dots. The arrow in this section is labeled with 1223. The arrow then heads southwest and then southeast to an area by the Aral Sea. An arrow begins just south of Karakoram and heads west toward the Khwarezmian Empire. It is labeled with 1211, 1218. It splits into two, one arrow labeled 1221, heading northwest toward the Caspian Sea, while the other arrow heads southwest and then southeast. It splits into two, and a single very short arrow begins between them and heads southeast. An arrow begins east of the Karakitan Khanate labeled 1225 and ends just east of Karates. 6 arrows begin between Karakoram and Tattars and all head south. 2 are labeled 1207 and 1226-27 toward an area in the southwest labeled Zizia Dynasty. 3 with the labels 1209, 1213, and 1211-1215 head southeast toward the Yellow Sea and an area in the south labeled Southern Song Dynasty. The last one heads east toward an area labeled Korea with the label 1218. An area in the south is labeled Tibet. Figure 14, 9. The Mongol Empire. This map shows the areas conquered by the Mongol Empire under Chinggis Khan's leadership from 1207 to 1227. The black arrows depict the paths his army took, including exploratory campaigns outside the empire's boundaries to the west. In areas of northern China, Chinggis Khan had to invade areas he had already conquered that rebelled. Attribution. Copyright Rice University, OpenStax, under CC by 4. 0 license. Once the spoils from Zhengdu had been gathered, Chinggis Khan and his army headed back to the steppe, leaving the campaign against the Jin mostly in the hands of his Khitan allies. Forces loyal to Chinggis Khan continued to subdue the Yellow River Basin and expanded north into the Jurchen homeland, even venturing to the Korean peninsula. By 1223, these areas were pacified and providing tribute to the Mongol Empire and its allies who occupied them. Ironically, this vast amount of looted goods forced Chinggis Khan to build the first permanent structures on the steppe, a warehouse complex to hold war booty so it could be preserved and distributed or traded over time. The Kara-Khitan kingdom caught Chinggis Khan's attention in 1213, when the son of the Nayman leader he had defeated a decade earlier took control. The Kara-Khitan were already not meeting tribute expectations, and now a once-defeated rival led them. The Mongols quickly triumphed over the Kara-Khitan and absorbed them into the empire. Their conquests were wide, however, and not limited to China and the east. Mongol armies moved westward and likely seemed an unstoppable force to many. The vast amount of wealth seized from the Jin fundamentally changed the mindset of the Mongol leadership, which demanded ever more goods, food, grazing lands, and raw materials. These new needs prompted Chinggis Khan to seek trading and raiding opportunities farther west. The absorption of the Kara-Khitan into the Mongol Empire had provided a direct border with the Islamic world through Khwarezmia, a realm stretching from Persia through Central Asia. Around 1218, Chinggis Khan sent a caravan of a few hundred of his Muslim subjects to the leader of Khwarezmia, Ala al-Din Muhammad, with a letter requesting the establishment of trade relations and a great many valuable goods to show what he could offer. Before the caravan reached the Khwarezmian ruler, however, his governor of Otrar confiscated the goods and killed the traders. In a grave miscalculation, Ala al-Din Muhammad then killed most of the emissaries Chinggis Khan sent to demand compensation, returning only a couple of them, disfigured. This did not just mean war to Chinggis Khan, it meant a war of revenge of the utmost brutality. This included the decimation of the cities of Herat, Merv, and Nishapur, which for centuries had been 3 of the most important and prominent cities of the Eastern Islamic world. By 1223, Ala al-Din Muhammad had been killed while fleeing Mongol troops on an island in the Caspian Sea. Chinggis Khan divided the Khwarezmian state up to be administered by his sons and generals. The past meets the present. World trade. In the present day, the World Trade Organization, WTO, has seen countries from around the world join together with the support of the United Nations to develop and expand trade over long distances. Recognizing that the world is becoming increasingly globalized and that goods are moving across borders and between people more than ever before, the WTO has played a major role in streamlining, regulating, and supporting international commerce since its founding in 1995. But can we view the WTO as a contemporary version of Chinggis Khan's vision for world trade? Chinggis Khan's messages to the ruler of Khwarezmia indicate that he genuinely sought trade, not tribute. In one he notes, "I have no need to covet other dominions. We have an equal interest in fostering trade between our subjects." In a second letter, after the Sultan had responded by sending a trade caravan, Chinggis Khan notes, "Merchants from your country have come among us. We have likewise dispatched to your country in their company a group of merchants in order that they may acquire the wondrous wares of those regions, and that henceforth the abscess of evil thoughts may be lanced by the improvement of relations and agreement between us, and the pus of sedition and rebellion removed." Both Chinggis Khan's messages convey that trade promotes peace among countries and people. While the Sultan did not see it that way, this idea is now the basis for many actions in international relations, where the concept of liberalism, which contends that the way to a peaceful world is to promote economic growth by barrier-free economic exchange between countries, holds great sway. While the WTO works through collaboration rather than by edict, the logic and intent are the same. Allow goods to be exchanged throughout the world with a single set of rules, and people will live in harmony with one another. What benefits might Chinggis Khan have seen in supporting a free flow of trade between his empire and the Khwarezmians, even when they fought one another? Should we consider the formation of an organization like the WTO an innovation of the 20th century, or an outcome directly connected to the trade networks of the past? Why? Reconnaissance for launching surprise attacks against Khwarezmia brought the Mongols into unfamiliar territory. To the south, they discovered India's Delhi Sultanate in one of its rare periods of unity and growth. These Muslims were not part of the Khwarezmian realm, however, so attacking them would have been an unnecessary distraction. Seeking a route to surprise the Khwarezmians from the north, two of Chinggis's most trusted generals, Jebe and Subutai, had crossed through the Georgian kingdom, then the lands of the Rus, Slavic ancestors of modern Russians who had ruled the agricultural lands east of Hungary and Poland. They quickly annihilated the Khwarezmian and Rus forces, forcing both groups to become tributaries to Chinggis Khan. Ojdai Khan's great Mongol nation. Chinggis Khan spent his remaining years reasserting control over his Chinese conquests. The Jin, for example, regained tenuous sovereignty over the areas between Jiangdu and the coast. The Xia refused to send troops to aid the war against the Khwarezmians, an act Chinggis saw as a betrayal. After defeating the Khwarezmians, he invaded the Xia lands to punish them for this disloyalty. He was unable to enjoy the vengeance finally brought upon these uncooperative subjects, however, dying several months before the completion of his conquest, possibly as a result of being thrown from a horse. As was Mongol custom, Chinggis Khan's estate was to be divided between his 4 sons by his primary wife Bort. His estate was a huge chunk of the Eurasian continent with millions of people to rule and a great deal of annual tribute. To preserve this wealth and the harmony the Yasa had created for at least the population of the Mongol Empire, Chinggis had insisted that one of his sons be the next great Khan. This son was to not only run 1/4 of the empire directly, but also command the military, serve as the final court of appeal, and control a central government consisting largely of postal stations for communication and warehouses for spoils and tribute. Link to learning. This web page has a simplified chart of Chinggis Khan's male line of descent through his grandchildren, many of whom are referenced in this chapter. The site uses a different method of transliteration, so some names appear differently. For instance, Kubilai equals Kublai and Kayatai equals Chagatai. The German text reads Mongol Grand Khans. The wife of Ojdai Torjin led the state from 1241 to 1246. Oil Games, the wife of Gayuk, was regent from 1248 to 1251. At a Kurultai of his family and closest advisors years before Chinggis' death, Ojdai was chosen to be this great Khan. That decision was respected, demonstrating just how successful Chinggis had been in uniting the steppe peoples. The division of the empire between Chinggis Khan and Bort's sons also occurred. Ojdai received the conquered lands of the Zaizia and Jin. The heirs of the oldest of Chinggis Khan's sons, Jachai, who had died a few months before his father, were given portions of the Mongol lands in Central Asia, the territory of the Rus in modern Russia, and adjacent areas in northwest Eurasia. Led by Chinggis's oldest grandson, Batu, they became known as the Golden Horde, horde being one of the most common terms used for the tribal organization of the Mongols. The youngest son, Talyui, was granted the Mongol homeland, and the rest went to the second son, Chagatai. Ojdai's coronation as Khan reflected his reputation as a partier, with weeks of celebrations and feasting that involved virtually the entire nation and carefree depletion of the treasury by distributions of generous gifts to attendees. Tribute collections had fallen off, however, especially once word of Chinggis's death spread. After Ojdai's reckless spending, the Mongols were suddenly in financial trouble and unable to satisfy either the population's growing expectations of living standards or their new leader's ostentatious ambitions. Ojdai needed a way to quickly find more money. To intimidate the tributary states, Ojdai attacked and defeated the Jin by 1234. The Jin civilization's wealth flowed into the Mongol treasury, but it was not enough. More than pursuing a life of conquest, Ojdai wanted to siphon off wealth as tribute through control of Eurasia's trade routes. To do that, he needed a capital, which he stored near Chinggis Khan's warehouses in the Mongol heartlands. This was the origin of Karakorum as a city. Funding its construction required yet more tribute, however. In 1235, Ojdai called a Kurultai to decide which lands should be conquered to provide it. After much debate, it was decided to attack both Europe and Song China. The war against the Song was inconclusive. Both sides suffered heavy losses, and peace negotiations began in 1241. The Mongols fared better in the west. They re-established control over areas they had subdued earlier, conquered Kiev in 1240, and essentially wiped out most Christian armies east of the Holy Roman Empire, looting major cities such as Krakow and Buda in modern-day Poland and Hungary. As they entered Bohemia in early 1242, word came that Ojdai had died the previous December. To participate in the expected Kurultai to replace him, the Mongols abruptly retreated before bringing full destruction to Eastern Europe, though leaving devastation in their wake. While Ojdai's reign had mixed success, his extravagance and hedonism reflected the lifestyle the Mongol Empire adopted in the decades of unity brought by Chinggis Khan's Yasa. Ojdai instituted practices that allowed fairly effective extraction of resources and imposed stability and order in the lands he and his father had conquered. The details are generally credited to a Khitan mandarin named Yelu Chukai, whom Chinggis Khan first took notice of in 1215, and whom Ojdai tapped to expand the burgeoning system of taxation and record-keeping for the whole empire. Yelu is credited with convincing Ojdai that an empire can be conquered from horseback, but it cannot be ruled from horseback, setting the stage for the bureaucratization of Mongol rule. Ojdai embraced Yelu's plans of systematic recurring taxation to replace tribute. He saw his empire as the center of world trade and expanded the infrastructure to support that. Primarily for military communication, Chinggis Khan had established a system of horse relay stations called yam on the long-distance roads throughout his realm. These yam were located at one-day intervals from one another and included rest areas and supply depots. Ojdai expanded the system, extending its use to merchants and diplomats and lavishly rewarding traders who brought items he had never encountered before. This hospitality and his spendthrift ways attracted many merchants. In addition, Ojdai created the Pax Mongolica, or Mongol Peace, which united a large part of the world through the exchange of goods and the long-distance travel of people and ideas. This was accomplished through a twofold approach. It was facilitated by the peace and justice imposed by Mongols on those who accepted or embraced their rule, and was funded by the taxation of all producing people. At the same time, it was assured by clear instances of unabashed brutality against any who would dare resist their spread into new lands. Many recognized that resistance was not worth the risk. Ojde had given no thought to succession, however, and almost a decade of infighting occurred after his death, calling forth a great effort to maintain what had already been conquered. A battle between Chinggis Khan's grandsons Gayuk and Badu seemed imminent when the 42-year-old Gayuk mysteriously died. The past meets the present. Chinggis Khan, Mongol national identity, and the Hu. Although several clans and tribes of the Inner Asian steppe spoke a common language, it was not until the reign of Chinggis Khan that they became a unified nation. From that point on, except for roughly 3 generations of Soviet rule in the 20th century, during which symbols and figures with a strong local nationalist focus were often banned, Chinggis Khan has been inexorably linked to Mongol national identity. A recent pop culture example is the breakout Mongolian heavy metal band The Hu. Their 2019 debut album was called Jereg, after the medallions that granted merchants the use of the Mongols' system of rest and supply areas on the roads. The Hu were the first Mongolian band to have a song lead the Billboard Top 100 list. In the fall of 2019, they finished a 23-city European tour, and for their contributions in spreading Mongol culture globally, the Mongolian government gave them the country's highest award, the Order of Chinggis Khan. Almost every song on their album harkens back to the days of the Mongol Empire of the 13th century. The second verse of The Great Chinggis Khan, simply an alternative spelling of Khan, sums up both Chinggis Khan's vision of the world and the way the Mongolian people view him. Here is the official music video of the Who's song, The Great Chinggis Khan. You may want to turn on the closed captioning to read the lyrics in English. Why might the Who have chosen Chinggis Khan as a focus for their first album? What aspects of the status of Chinggis Khan in both contemporary Mongolian society and world history, more generally, do you think explain why this song proved so popular? The last gasp of Mongol expansion. It took until 1251 for majority support to coalesce around Chinggis Khan's grandson Monk. While Monk successfully expanded Mongol domains, his reign would mark the end of continued conquest while also signaling the end of a united Mongol empire. Blending the best elements of Chinggis Khan and Ojde, Monk was poised to recreate the greatness of unified Mongol rule. He stabilized the empire, ordering a census to assess not just taxes, but also the natural and human resources of his domains. To increase the empire's wealth and dissipate potential restless energy that might be turned on him, he undertook multi-directional expansion. His brother Hulagu Khan was asked to subdue the Islamic world, while another brother, Kublai Khan, was sent to Song China. Hulagu was enormously successful. Like his grandfather in northern China, he exploited existing conflicts, which included resentment by the minority Shia Muslims against the Sunni Caliph. Combining this strategy with the Mongols' usual offer to spare from destruction those who would acknowledge Mongol rule and submit tribute without struggle, Hulagu was able to gain control of much of the Caliph's lands, especially Shia areas. By late 1257, his forces had surrounded Baghdad, and the city fell in early 1258, its physical defenses undermined. Tens, possibly hundreds of thousands were massacred, and the Caliph himself was killed. Meanwhile, Kublai was also successful, conquering areas of Tibet and southwestern China. During the campaign, he began to favor Tibetan Buddhism, although not to the point of dismissing or persecuting other faiths. Monk then moved him to administer the former Jin areas that were conquered by his grandfather, while Monk himself, seeing the Song's vulnerability, launched a broader attack against them in 1256. In 1259, As reports reached Monk that Kublai was establishing a power base in northern China, he ordered Kublai to join him in the war against the Song, probably also wanting to keep close watch over him. Before Kublai could reach him, however, Monk died, likely from dysentery. His cousin Arik Bok, another of Chinggis Khan's grandsons and the one who had been left to administer the Mongol homeland, declared himself the new Khan of the Mongol Empire ahead of a Kurultai. Upon hearing this, Kublai, who was returning for the Kurultai, also declared himself the new Khan. While Kublai would prove a powerful and capable ruler, much had begun to change since the days of Chinggis, and the stage was set for the end of a unified Mongol Empire and a single Khan who dominated the entirety of the territories they had conquered. Continued success in conquest had been a major factor in keeping rivals from unnecessarily challenging the rule of the chosen Great Khan or devolving his power. With this period of expansion over, these rivals were presented with new opportunities to claim more power for themselves, especially with the size and diversity of the empire the Mongols now ruled. The last Kurultai of the Mongol Empire failed and led to the permanent splitting of the realm. Hulagu stood with his brother Kublai. The Golden Horde, now led by Batu's younger brother Berk, supported Arik Bok. This left Organa, sister-in-law to Hulagu and granddaughter of Chinggis Khan, in a position to choose which of her cousins would rule the Mongol Empire. Organa, acting as regent for her son who was too young to assume a leadership role, chose neutrality, endorsing neither claimant. The fact that she was making this decision, not advising a man who would make the choice, shows the strides women had made under the Yasa. Kublai ultimately prevailed, since his bonds with the army conquering China and his resource-rich power base in the northeast left him well situated to repulse Arik Bok's attacks. In 1264, Arik Bok rode to Kublai's capital and surrendered. He died under house arrest a couple of years later, probably having been poisoned. Hulagu recognized Kublai as the Great Khan, calling himself Il Khan, Lesser Khan, and his realm the Il Khanate. He and his successors pursued their own policies independently, however, and Kublai's hold on the Chagatai Khanate remained only as strong as the armies he devoted to enforcing it. The Golden Horde was well out of his reach. From this point on, the parts of the once united Mongol Empire were administered separately and evolved differently. Figure 14. 10. Historians refer to them as Khanates, the Khanate of the Golden Horde, Il Khanate, Chagatai Khanate, and the Khanate of the Great Khan, to distinguish them from the prior period of unity. A map of the world is shown, land highlighted in white and water in blue. In the northwest, the Mediterranean Sea, the Aegean Sea, the Black Sea, the Dardanelles, the Sea of Marmara, and the Bosporus are labeled. In the west, the Red Sea, the Dead Sea, the Persian Gulf, Arabian Gulf, the Gulf of Oman, and the Gulf of Aden are labeled. In the south, the Arabian Sea, the Laccadive Sea, the Indian Ocean, the Bay of Bengal, the Andaman Sea, the Gulf of Thailand, the South China Sea, the Sulu Sea, and the Celebes Sea are labeled. In the east, the Pacific Ocean, the Taiwan Strait, the East China Sea, the Yellow Sea, and the Sea of Japan East Sea are labeled. In the northeast, the Sea of Okhotsk is labeled. The north area of the land is labeled Russia, and the southeast is labeled China. An area from the Pacific Ocean in the east, north to Russia, south to the South China Sea, and east to north of the Bay of Bengal is highlighted blue and labeled Khanate of the Great Khan. West of that is a small area highlighted dark pink and labeled Chagatai Khanate. Northwest of that is an area highlighted green labeled Khanate of the Golden Horde. South of this is an orange area that extends south to the Arabian Sea and west to the Black Sea labeled Il Khanate. Figure 14. 10. The four Khanates of the Mongol Empire. This map shows the areas ruled by the four Mongol Khanates after the death of Kublai Khan in 1294. For all intents and purposes, these were separate sovereign states. Hulagu's Il Khanate was the only one to recognize Kublai as Great Khan. Attribution. Copyright Rice University, OpenStax, under CC by 40 license. The struggle for power between Kublai and Erich Boek also reflected a divide between Mongols willing to live as settled people and those who sought to preserve traditional nomadic ways. Kublai and Hulagu represented Mongols willing to adopt some aspects of settled life. Their successors, especially Kublai's, embraced the settled lifestyle even more. Erich Boek embodied the spirit of their traditional nomadic culture, the weaknesses of which had been under attack since Temujin had become Chinggis Khan, and had sought to promote harmony and justice in ways traditional Mongol customs and practices did not. While Mongol armies were a formidable force in open battles on broad plains, it was only with the help of settled people and their technologies that they could take down the world's richest cities and bring their riches to the Mongolian plain, and more importantly, create bureaucratic systems to keep it flowing and distribute it. Learning objectives. By the end of this section, you will be able to analyze the extent to which Chinggis Khan's vision for the future of Eurasia was realized by his grandsons. Explain why Islam was successful in gaining converts in the Mongol Empire. Analyze the degree to which Yuan China was a continuation of traditional Chinese civilization. While the ascension of Mongke Khan in 1251 gave hope for the realization of a Mongol empire overseeing Eurasian trade, it proved only a temporary rebirth, since a lust for power consumed Chinggis Khan's grandsons. The rulers of 3 of the 4 Khanates, the Chagatai Khanate, the Khanate of the Golden Horde, and the Il Khanate, eventually converted to Islam along with many of their people, but having a common religion did not keep them from fighting one another. By the mid-14th century, 2 Khanates had completely fragmented. Sporadic efforts were made to expand against the Delhi Sultanate but failed. Kublai conquered China and established the Yuan dynasty, also known as the Great Khanate of Yuan China, in the 1270s. However, in the 14th century, China too was dealing with serious internal divisions. Islam and the Mongols. While the lands of the Eurasian steppe were always a place of great religious heterogeneity, Islam was the faith of most of the people living there. Except in the Slavic areas of the Golden Horde, the lands west of the Volga River, the endorsement of the ruling Mongol elite added to the attractions of Islam, leading the majority of the population to convert. The other faiths were relegated to small, scattered communities. Figure 14. 11. A map is shown, land highlighted in beige and water in blue. Wavy blue lines indicating rivers are shown throughout the map. In the northwest, the Black Sea, the Dardanelles, the Sea of Marmara, and the Bosporus are labeled. In the west, the Red Sea, the Dead Sea, the Persian Gulf, Arabian Gulf, the Gulf of Oman, and the Gulf of Aden are labeled. In the south, the Arabian Sea, the Laccadive Sea, and the Bay of Bengal are labeled. The Ural Mountains are labeled in the north, and the Himalayas are labeled in the south, north of an area labeled the Delhi Sultanate. The Caucasus Mountains are labeled between the Caspian Sea and the Black Sea. A large area in the north of the map is highlighted yellow and labeled Khanate of the Golden Horde. In the northwest of this area, these cities are labeled Kiev, Moscow, and Vladimir. Outside of this area in the north, the city of Novgorod is labeled. A green highlighted area sits south of the orange area and to the east. The western side is labeled Il Khanate, and the eastern side is labeled Chagatai Khanate. In the west, these cities are labeled Tabriz, Maraghay, and Baghdad. Southwest of the Black Sea, an area is labeled Seljuk Turks, and the city of Constantinople is labeled in the north of this area. The city of Jerusalem is labeled north of the Dead Sea. Figure 14. 11. The Western Mongol Empire. This map shows the Western Mongol Empire after its final fragmentation into 4 parts, which included the Great Khanate of the Yuan in China, not depicted here. The areas west of the Volga River, populated largely by Orthodox Christians, were the only ones that did not see the majority convert to Islam, and they remain so to this day. Attribution. Copyright Rice University, OpenStax, under CC by 40 license. By spreading throughout much of Western and Southern Asia over the centuries since its founding, Islam had often influenced, and been influenced by, local cultures. This exchange could lead to the formation of unique sects of the faith. One such set of beliefs was Sufism, a strain of Islam that emphasized asceticism and meditation as the path to a level of divine understanding that brought a rapturous feeling of love for God. Sufism played an important role in the Islamification of the Mongols and other peoples of the Inner Asian steppe. While Sufis often sought to live lives of spiritual and moral perfection, their ultimate belief was that God was best worshipped through deep thought and reflection. Living a life strictly adhering to Quranic law was not an end in itself, but a means to remove distractions, so that the intense contemplation necessary to know God at the level they sought could occur. Sufis were instructed in the movement's practices by spiritual guides and often formed communities. The disruptions of the Mongol conquests caused many of these communities to scatter into the steppe, where they intermingled with people of the Mongol Empire, and where Sufi spiritual guides seemed similar to the shamans Mongols knew as the guardians of worship of Tengri. The Sufi emphasis on a mystical path of meditation and reflection also allowed Mongols to continue to live under the Yasa and accept Sufi teachings and practices. As Muslims and Mongols interacted and formed families, Sufism made the conversion to Islam seem more of an evolution and less of a dramatic change. The fate of Hulagu's Khanate. Hulagu Khan had to balance several conflicts once civil war broke out after the death of Mongke Khan in 1259. The most serious threat was war with the Golden Horde, led by Batu's younger brother Berke. A convert to Islam, Berke had become deeply disturbed by Hulagu's destruction of Baghdad and the murder of the Caliph. There were also disputes about whether Hulagu or the Horde should receive tribute from areas on which Hulagu had reimposed stability. Not surprisingly, Hulagu and Berke ended up on different sides of the civil war to succeed Monk. Their conflict lasted nearly 4 years, until both men died in 1265, and their successors moved on to other pursuits. For decades, the leaders of the Khanate remained in frequent but intermittent conflict with the Golden Horde and the Mamluks of Egypt, who were sometimes joined by the Seljuks operating out of Anatolia and the Chagatai Khans. Repulsing these attacks consumed most of the Khanate's efforts and resources, a situation compounded by periodic bouts of civil war over succession and making further expansion out of the question. The Khans constantly struggled to hold the Tigris-Euphrates basin, leaving the Nile Delta and lands holy to the Abrahamic religions in the Levant forever beyond their grasp. Most of the population of the Khanate had become Muslim centuries before. The need to concentrate on defense led the Khans to leave most of the work of government in the hands of the religious scholars called the ulama, reinforcing traditional Islamic law and custom. Ghazan Khan, who ruled from 1295 to 1304, firmly favored Islam. His brother Aljatu, who took the Muslim name Qatabande, promoted Shia Islam, further entrenching its presence in what is today eastern Iraq and Iran. Despite this, conflict with its Muslim neighbors continued as the Khanate sought to take more resources for itself at their expense. Overall, the economy was slow to recover from the devastation of Hulagu's attack, especially with frequent warfare continuing to destroy the irrigation and urban infrastructure. There were chronic labor shortages in the first generations after Hulagu's conquest because of wide-scale murder, enslavement and relocation, as well as substantial emigration to neighboring Islamic lands. Ghazan's reign laid the groundwork for a generation of prosperity and cultural flowering relative to the tumultuous periods before and after. This prosperity was centered east of Baghdad and the Tigris-Euphrates basin, around Maragha and Tabriz in modern Iran. The Khanate rulers tried to live up to Chinggis and Ojdai Khan's dream of a world united in trade by negotiating trade deals, most famously with Venice and Genoa on the Italian peninsula. They were also able to maintain secure trade with Mongolian China. This prosperity, however, was not enough to overcome the peril of succession struggles. After the son of Ghazan died without an heir in 1335, the Ilkhanate fell into a civil war from which it never emerged. While several men claimed to be Ilkhan in subsequent years, none exercised control over more than a fraction of the lands Hulagu had conquered. Dueling Voices. European Portraits of Chinggis Khan. Following are depictions of Chinggis Khan by two famous European writers. The first, from Geoffrey Chaucer's Canterbury Tales, was written around 1400 as entertainment and likely reflected popular beliefs about the long-dead Mongol ruler. The second, from Montesquieu's Spirit of the Laws, was written in 1748 as a work of social science aimed at Enlightenment intellectuals. Montesquieu's disdain for absolute authority undoubtedly influenced his view of the great Khan. This noble king was known as Kambinskan, Chinggis Khan, who in his time was of so great renown that there was nowhere in the wide world known so excellent a lord in everything, he lacked in naught belonging to a king. As for the faith to which he had been born, he kept its law to which he had been sworn, and therewith he was hardy, rich, and wise, and merciful and just in all men's eyes, true to his word, benign and honorable, and in his heart like any center stable, young, fresh, and strong, in warfare ambitious, as any bachelor knight of all his house. Of handsome person he was fortunate, and kept always so well his royal state, that there was nowhere such another man. Geoffrey Chaucer, The Canterbury Tales. The Tartars appear to be mild and humane among themselves, and yet they are most cruel conquerors. When they take cities, they put the inhabitants to the sword, and imagine that they act humanely if they only sell the people, or distribute them among their soldiers. They have destroyed Asia, from India even to the Mediterranean, and all the country which forms the east of Persia they have rendered a desert. These people having no towns, all their wars are carried on with eagerness and impetuosity. They fight whenever they hope to conquer, and when they have no such hope, they join the stronger army. With such customs, it is contrary to the law of nations that a city incapable of repelling their attack should stop their progress. They regard not cities as an association of inhabitants, but as places made to bid defiance to their power. Montesquieu, The Spirit of the Laws. Thus the Tartars under Genghis Khan, Chinggis Khan, among whom it was a sin and even a capital crime to put a knife in the fire, to lean against a whip, to strike a horse with his bridle, to break one bone with another, did not believe it to be any sin to break their word, to seize upon another man's goods, to do an injury to a person, or to commit murder. Montesquieu, The Spirit of the Laws. How are these two depictions different and similar? What might account for their differences? What do these excerpts suggest about how Western Europeans saw the East, and the Khanates in particular? The Golden Horde. The areas the Golden Horde ruled, Northwest Asia and the lands of the Rus, were less economically developed. People had a greater diversity of lifestyles and less centralized authority than imposed by the Ilkhans, and they were able to avoid splintering into civil war until outside factors intervened more than a generation after the Ilkhanate fell. Badu and Burke, the foundational leaders of the horde, established a capital for the storage of tribute as their grandfather had done, but they mainly roamed with their armies, raiding neighbors or defending against attacks. The people conquered by the Golden Horde varied from Turkish peoples like the Kipchaks, semi-nomads similar to the Mongols, to settled Slavic peasants in small urban centers. The Mongols ruled over the Turks indirectly, allowing local leaders to enforce the yasa, collect taxes, and conscript labor and soldiers. Mongol officials in the capital received and distributed tribute and heard appeals of local decisions. The Rus and other Slavic peoples were ruled more directly, with Mongol overseers assigned to each local ruler to make sure taxes flowed in and rebellion was kept down. While Berke was the first Mongol ruler and Khan of the Golden Horde to embrace Islam, not all his successors were Muslim. Islam continued to gain adherents among the horde's Mongols, however. In 1313, Uzbek made Islam the official religion of the Golden Horde, but he did not remove the Yasa's tax exemption for other religions. Uzbek's promotion of Islam undoubtedly strengthened the Islamic community throughout the Golden Horde's lands. At the same time, the Horde's rule strengthened the Orthodox Christian Church in its Slavic regions. The Church came to represent Ru's national identity as people turned to Christianity to distinguish themselves from, and perhaps subversively resist, the Mongols. The tax and service exemptions the Yasa gave religious institutions, and those running them surpassed those the Church received from Ru's nobles. Church-owned land expanded under the Horde, whether because of donations to help the Church provide increasing amounts of spiritual solace and identity, or because of fraud that enabled elites to live free of Mongol taxation and obligation by donating their land, and then becoming the Church officials in charge of the donation. By the collapse of Mongol rule in the late 15th century, the Russian Orthodox Church's holdings had grown to about one-third of the arable land in the areas formerly ruled by Ru's nobles. The Golden Horde both benefited from and contributed to the prosperity brought about by the Pax Mongolica. Direct European trade was under their control. Whether an import to the Mongol world in the east was produced by the Rus or brought from the continent by Italian merchants, it almost certainly entered through the Golden Horde, which had the first opportunity to buy it. The yam that facilitated the movement of goods throughout the empire was maintained for hundreds of years after Mongol rule had dissipated. The troubled Chagatai Khanate lay in the middle of Mongol lands. Conflict with the other Mongol Khanates and Kublai's Yuan dynasty was inevitable. At various times, separately or in combination with each other, the other Mongol states supported usurpers against the Chagatai Khans. While most had no long-term success, they kept the Khanate in turmoil until it splintered into small states in the mid-14th century. In addition to fighting other Mongols, some Chagatai Khans raided, and on a couple of occasions tried to conquer the Delhi Sultanate. These efforts proved futile and weakened the regime, inviting more challenges and instability. The most important long-term impact of the Chagatai Khanate was its solidification of Islam's hold over Western Central Asia. Central Asia had always been a place of religious diversity, given that merchants of different faiths traversed its trade routes. It was a major factor in spreading Buddhism from India and Islam beyond the borders of the Caliphate. Asian versions of Christianity, different from the Catholic and Orthodox traditions in Europe, thrived there as well. The last ruler to have governed the unified Chagatai Khanate, Tarmashiran, instituted policies that favored the displacement of other faiths by Islam and replaced the Yasa with the more restrictive Sharia, or Islamic religious law. While this change provoked resentment among the non-Muslim populations, Islamic law continued to be in force in lands given to the Chagatai after that Khanate collapsed into small states that were in constant conflict. Yuan China. In Yuan China, even as Kublai Khan was lining up forces against Arik Bok, he demanded the Song emperor recognize him as the Son of Heaven in exchange for autonomy over the Han Chinese people. Not unexpectedly, the Song Son of Heaven declined to submit to vassalage under a man he considered a barbarian, and war broke out. Eventually, Kublai's forces were victorious, prompting him to declare that the mandate of heaven had shifted to him, and the Yuan dynasty was proclaimed. As might be expected for the champion of Mongols adapting to a settled lifestyle, Kublai set up a capital city close to the old Jin capital of Jiangdu, both part of modern Beijing. China proved very difficult to govern, however. By the 1330s, the Yuan dynasty was in decline. The conquest of Song China. Although Kublai attempted to subdue the Song while fighting Arik Bok, he did not begin serious efforts to conquer them until 1265. It took over a dozen years, but by 1279, the Song military was broken, and its royal family dead or in hiding. The Mongols, with allied peoples from North China and other parts of the steppe, dominated the Song on land. The Song military never developed good cavalry, perhaps hoping their fiery and explosive weapons would intimidate enemy horses and render their opponents' cavalry useless. Retreating to the cities was not an option, because the Mongols were extremely adept at siege warfare. One area in which the Mongols were almost completely inexperienced, however, was naval warfare. The long and expansive river systems in southern China posed serious obstacles to the Mongols' ability to completely conquer the Song. Through the 1270s, the Song still tried to function as a working, mobile government, moving up and down river systems until finally pushed out to sea, whereupon they moved from port to port with a huge fleet of ships. A combination of the geography of the region, previous developments in hydraulic and irrigation technology, and Song's seafaring skills allowed them to resist the arrival of the Mongols for many years. Tens of thousands of civilians loyal to the Song traveled with them. In a great irony of history, the increasingly settled Yuan Mongols had turned the Song into aquatic semi-nomads. The Mongols adapted to naval warfare by relying on loyal non-Mongol experts. They controlled the labor of skilled craftspeople who built warships and had sailors who could maneuver them. In the year 1279, many Song loyalists, approximately 250,000 people in over 1,000 ocean-capable boats, anchored off a remote bay near modern Yamen, China. There they began building a capital and prepared for a last stand, hoping that if they won, their victory would rally the Chinese to revolt against the Mongols. Mongol forces secured the land behind the Song ships, leaving them dependent on only the supplies they had on board. Within a few days, the Song's supply of fresh water ran out. Weakened by dehydration, they were no match for the Mongols. As a few ships fell to Mongol boarding parties, morale among the Song collapsed, and most of them committed suicide by jumping into the sea. China was united again for the first time in more than 300 years, not by a Han Chinese son of heaven, but by the Mongol Kublai Khan. Politics, economy, and society in Yuan China. Although retaining some Song policies such as the rotation of office holders, the Yuan dynasty operated very differently from the way earlier Chinese dynasties had done. Kublai Khan's most drastic change was to replace the Confucian system of class distinctions based on economic function with one based on ethnicity. At the top of the Yuan class structure were Mongols, followed by non-Chinese people, who were Europeans or previous steppe inhabitants like the Jurchen, Tangut, and Khitan. The bottom two classes were Chinese people, those of Han ethnicity who had been ruled by the Jin in the north, and the remaining Song Chinese who lived in the south. Mongols could not marry people from these bottom two classes. Everyone's place in this new class system was noted in census records for each family, along with each head of household's occupation, which was sometimes assigned if a shortage of certain types of labor occurred. Adopting the Khitan idea of ruling different types of people differently, the Yuan dynasty had separate types of administration for its varied peoples. Even though an increasing number of Mongols were literate, including Kublai, who was the first Mongol Great Khan to read, the Mandarin written exam system fell into disuse. Mongols were subject to the Yasa, as were the next two classes, who were ruled over by administrators appointed by the chief local Mongol administrator or the emperor himself. The Song Chinese, who were at the bottom of the four-class system, were governed by two administrators, one a Chinese person and one a Mongol or non-Chinese person. Both were imperial appointees. The Chinese administrator was under the supervision of and responsible to his counterpart. People in all these positions were rotated periodically, so they could not build up a power base. Some non-Chinese administrators over the Song had not intended to work in the Yuan government. They came seeking some favor, often the right to trade, in exchange for which the emperors required them to perform administrative tasks. Literate Europeans came to know of the riches of Yuan China through one of these bureaucrats, Marco Polo, a young merchant and member of a Venetian trade caravan who, along with several of his family members, ended up spending almost 25 years in Mongol lands, and who wrote a popular account of the merchant's experiences. While the Polos were the most famous of these hostage bureaucrats, serving for about 20 years, most were Muslim traders from other parts of the Mongol Empire. Regardless of how well they did their jobs, such bureaucrats were not likely to bond with the population and create a power base from which to challenge imperial authority. Following Kublai's death in 1294, his system's flaws became apparent. In 1315, his great-grandson Bayantu reinstated the Mandarin exam system, which now reflected the dual nature of the administration. Non-Chinese people took different and shorter exams than the Chinese people, and between 25 and 50% of those who passed had to be non-Chinese people. The effect of this quota was magnified because Song Chinese people made up more than 90% of the population, according to Yuan censuses. Between the differences in the exams and the quota system, it was much easier for Mongols and non-Chinese to pass than for Chinese. Although travelers like Marco Polo, and to a lesser degree the North African Muslim traveler Ibn Battuta, wrote of the impressive wealth of Yuan China, economic growth had at best stagnated, thanks to a decline in consumer purchasing power caused by inflation and heavy taxation. The use of paper currency was a major contributor to inflation. While paper money was theoretically convertible to metal or silk, the Yuan government issued much more of it than it had metal or silk to redeem it with. Kublai decreed that currency must be used in transactions with the government, thus ensuring that paper money featured in at least some economic activity. This meant the population could not escape increasing inflation, however, as successive Yuan governments issued more paper currency to pay their bills and forced the population to obtain such money to pay their taxes. As more paper money entered the system without objects of value to back it up, ever more of it was required to purchase the same amount of goods and labor. Linked to learning. Beyond official histories, we have descriptions of the Mongol Empire recorded by travelers through its domains, most famously Marco Polo and Ibn Battuta. This video contains a comparison of the men's accounts of China and their impacts on their respective civilizations. Note the differences in the purposes of their travel, the content of their accounts, and their impacts. The increasing taxes that partly resulted from inflation were pumped back into the economy through narrow and unproductive sectors, draining wealth from the rest of the economy. The Yuan spent lavishly on grandiose but failed military ventures that bankrupted the government. These were mainly Kublai's projects. Kublai twice tried to conquer what is now Vietnam, and in even more costly ventures, he attempted complex sea invasions, 2 of Japan and 1 of Java. There were also periods of chaos and instability because of succession struggles. After Kublai's appointed successor and grandson died in 1307, 7 emperors reigned over the next 26 years. Resentment, especially among the Song population, seethed beneath the surface as government extraction of resources increased and inflation eroded the standard of living. As if all that was not challenge enough for the Yuan, in 1331 people outside the capital in the Hebei area began to sicken and die in large numbers. Within 3 years, 90% of that area's population was dead from a strange new illness, later known as the Black Death. The Mongol Yuan government, like many of its people, did not survive long. Learning objectives. By the end of this section, you will be able to explain the evolving relationship between the Western Christian Church and the rulers and people of Europe. Identify the factors that led to the strengthening of Muslim control over the Middle East. Discuss the limits of Mongol expansion and the states in North Africa and South Asia that remained independent. largely oblivious to events in the inner Asian steppe. The 13th century followers of the teachings of Jesus and Muhammad continued their struggle for control of the once mighty Roman Empire in Europe and the Middle East. Islamic rule was slowly ending in the Iberian Peninsula, present-day Spain and Portugal, as new Christian kingdoms in the region rose and pushed the remaining Islamic states southward to a small strip around Granada. In the east, Christian forces continued their retreat before the successors of Salah al-Din, known in the west as Saladin, while Catholics of Western Europe dealt near-fatal blows to those who considered themselves to be Rome's true heirs in Byzantium. The Christian Pope and the Papal States. Politically, 13th-century Europe was a series of confederations of warriors who had sworn oaths of vassalage, or loyalty, to one of the titular European kings. There were no real centralized governments, courts, or bureaucracies. The real power of kings rested on the resources they could draw from their own personal lands, and on the willingness of their vassals to provide them with the support they had pledged, which in turn depended on the willingness of lesser nobles who had sworn vassalage to them. The church was more unified, having a multinational bureaucracy ostensibly to meet the spiritual needs of the population, but also to extract society's wealth for church leaders. This gave the church a direct and recurring relationship with the people that few lords had with the vassals on whom they relied for defense and order. Most people saw their parish priest much more often than their feudal lord. In the 1230s, Pope Gregory IX created an office of papal inquisition to centralize the persecution of heresy throughout Western Christendom. Thus began the Inquisition, a centuries-long effort to impose religious homogeneity on Western Europe through torture and execution, if necessary. In 1252, Pope Innocent IV authorized the use of torture on suspected heretics, who had to prove their innocence, confess, or face execution, sometimes by being burned at the stake. The fact that inquisitors could seize the lands and property of the condemned provided an unfortunate incentive to keep the persecution going. Church-state relations. Citing the precedent of Pope Leo III's coronation of Charlemagne, the Church argued that kings held their position because the Pope granted it to them. The kings and their vassals did not see it that way. Some insisted they had the right to appoint and control church officials in their lands. While the Church did not gain total control of the appointment and supervision of its officials, it obtained substantial protection against arbitrary monarchical rule and some leverage over kings in most countries. The Hohenstaufen family ruled both the Holy Roman Empire and the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies, which encompassed much of the southern half of the Italian peninsula and the island of Sicily. Thus, the papal lands in Rome were surrounded by the Hohenstaufens, causing recurring conflict between the two. In 1241, the Hohenstaufens gained the upper hand when two popes died in quick succession, while Hohenstaufen armies were laying siege to Rome. As a result, the papacy remained vacant for 2 years. A new pope incited revolt throughout the Holy Roman Empire, however, and the last Hohenstaufen succumbed to malaria in 1254. Their fall ushered in a long period known as the Great Interregnum, in which no Holy Roman Emperor existed, and Germanic nobles swore oaths of vassalage to rival kings. With such divisions in place, the papacy on occasion intervened, sometimes successfully, sometimes not, in political matters as well. The church-state conflict played out differently in the Two Sicilies, where the monarchy established secular political control through the 1231 Constitutions of Melfi, considered the oldest surviving written constitution in the world. The Constitutions of Melfi increased the power of the monarch by replacing vassals and church officials with royal bureaucrats as local administrators and judges. The bureaucracy was funded by revenue from royal monopolies on essential products like salt, iron, and copper, along with tariffs and tolls. This revenue also allowed the king to build infrastructure, including fortifications in strategic parts of the kingdom staffed, with soldiers paid from the royal coffers. The state created by the constitutions of Melfi resisted church encroachment on its authority better than the Holy Roman Empire had. Tension between the rulers and the ruled. A stronger central government also emerged in France over the 13th century. As in the Two Sicilies, this resulted from a restructuring of local government so that royal bureaucrats replaced vassals and church officials, and the monarchy had sufficient income to pay for their loyalty. Beginning with King Philip II in the late 12th century, French monarchs exploited opportunities to add to their royal holdings by taking land from their nobles. These new lands were managed by salaried royal appointees, not vassals who could pass their holdings to heirs. By the early 14th century, much of France was under direct royal control, greatly enhancing the resources French kings could call upon in conflicts with their vassals and the church. By the reign of Philip IV, which began in 1285, the French crown's relationship with the church had drastically deteriorated. The crisis escalated until 1303, when Philip sent soldiers to Rome to remove Pope Boniface. This act so intimidated church officials that, when it came time to select Boniface's successor in 1305, the cardinals picked a Frenchman allied with Philip, who then moved the papacy from Rome to Avignon, France, where it remained under the watchful eyes of French kings until 1376. England developed differently than other European states. The monarch's power over its vassals and the church was limited from the 13th century onward, and the basic rights of commoners, generally interpreted to mean adult males not bound as servants or apprentices, were protected. After King John was forced to become the Pope's vassal and pay him tribute, John's vassals, emboldened by his capitulation, compelled him in 1215 to reaffirm those rights and expand them in Magna Carta, a document that reiterated existing rights and relationships of vassals. The document confirmed the papal position that the Church was above the state and shall have its rights undiminished and its liberties unimpaired, by our heirs in perpetuity. Among the rights spelled out in Magna Carta, perhaps the most important was that no free man shall be seized or imprisoned, or stripped of his rights or possessions, or outlawed or exiled, or deprived of his standing in any way, nor will we proceed with force against him, or send others to do so, except by the lawful judgment of his equals. This requirement created a precedent for trial by jury, which remains a staple of the judicial system in the West to the present day. The other key development leading towards centralized government with limited and specified powers was the creation of a deliberative body of nobles, clergy, and commoners that replaced the great council of the king's vassals and high clergy. This new body evolved into Parliament, designed to represent the interests of the people. Membership was expanded to representatives elected by the vassals of the king's vassals, and starting in 1265, selected towns could send representatives to speak for the interests of merchants. Parliament had two primary powers. One was to approve all tax increases, to establish uniform rule by the monarch, as opposed to a decentralized set of laws from the nobility and a potentially conflicting set from the church. Edward I asked Parliament to also approve laws. Parliamentary approval made the laws England's laws, not just the king's laws. Even if the king had drafted them, the nobles, clergy, and wealthy commoners had to agree to them. Edward I called his first parliament in 1275, and the body met 46 times during his 35-year reign. In the 13th century, the Iberian Peninsula was split between Christian kingdoms and parts of the Islamic Almohad Caliphate. The Christian kingdoms of Portugal, Leon, Navarre, Castile, and Aragon held about 3/5 of the land. Not only did these kingdoms fight each other and their Islamic rivals, but the same conflicts occurred between vassals and king, and between monarch and church that existed in other Christian kingdoms. The church and vassals joined together to provide the king with revenue they deemed sufficient to keep the kingdom safe and orderly. Further resources had to be agreed upon by a council of vassals, clergy, and merchant representatives called the Cortes. As in England, the church and vassals were able to avoid being bypassed by kings and to assert checks on royal finances and power. The Almohad Caliphate. Since the 1170s, Islamic Iberia had been ruled by the Almohad Caliphate, but they struggled to unify Muslims throughout the region and at times struggled to assert their authority. The Almohads were Imazighin, Berbers, from what is now southern Morocco. Leadership positions and economic advantage disproportionately went to members of the tribe from which the Almohad movement originated, often causing resentment. Support for the Almohads among other Muslims in North Africa and Iberia was broad but not especially strong. Pope Innocent III arranged a truce among the Iberian Christian kingdoms in the early 13th century, convincing them to crusade to restore Christian rule to Iberia. In 1212, the Christian kingdoms devastated the Almohads at the Battle of Las Navas de Tolosa. Within a year, the Almohad Caliph died without an heir, plunging the Muslim states in Iberia into a civil war from which they never recovered. Link to learning. This 4-minute animation depicts the back and forth between Christian and Muslim control of Iberia, from the first Muslim invasion in the early 8th century to the final Christian conquest of Granada in 1492. This final success of the Christians in the peninsula is often called the Reconquista, reconquest, but historians have been moving away from that term because it privileges a Western Christian worldview on the period. Squabbling among Iberia's Christian kings caused their alliance to collapse. Nevertheless, over the next 40 years or so, each kingdom expanded independently into what had been Almohad territory. By the late 1260s, only the area around Granada, about 5% of the peninsula, remained under Muslim control. Even there, however, the rulers swore vassalage to the secular kings of Castile. Iberian Muslims now under Christian rule were generally not driven out and could work and practice Islam. The less fundamentalist Islamic law of pre-Almohad days was brought back for them, though church law called for discriminatory segregation in dealing with non-Christians. To ensure that minimal interaction occurred, for instance, Muslims were required to wear distinctive dress. They also had to pay taxes to the Christian church and observe Sabbath restrictions on Sundays, although they were not compelled to work on their own holy day of Friday. Muslims could work in Christian businesses but not in Christian households. Marriage between Christians and Muslims and Jews was forbidden, as was trying to convert Christians. The later Crusades and the limits of Mongol rule. Although Muslims lost ground to Christians in Iberia in the early 13th century, they were much more successful against them in their heartland. Despite incessant conflicts over which individuals should rule the Levant for Islam, Muslims rebuffed Christian attempts to reassert control of the Holy Land, modern Israel. Meanwhile, Catholic and Orthodox Christians killed each other in the struggle that mortally wounded Byzantium, known as the Fourth Crusade. By mid-century, several more crusades had been defeated, and Muslims seemed well positioned to expel Christians from the Levant and make gains against the dying Byzantine Empire. After the Third Crusade, Crusaders held only Tyre, Acre, and scattered fortifications in the interior of the Holy Land. Pope Innocent III, hoping to regain the Holy Land for Western Christendom, and by virtue of that victory to convince the Eastern churches to accept papal sovereignty, called for a Fourth Crusade soon after assuming the papacy in 1198. The plan was to attack the Muslims through Egypt to seize Jerusalem, as the last two failed crusades had attempted. The Fourth Crusade never made it to Egypt, however, much less the holy lands of the Eastern Mediterranean. The expense of transportation and supplies left the Crusaders in debt to Venetian merchants, who insisted they settle the obligation by reconquering the city of Zadar, in modern Croatia, called Zara by the Venetians for Venice. Pope Innocent was opposed to the idea. Not only was it a distraction from retaking the Holy Land, but Zadar was a Catholic city, Nevertheless, the Crusaders agreed, taking the city in 1202. While wintering in Zadar, the Crusaders were offered the opportunity to make more money and recruit Byzantine soldiers for the crusade if they installed the son of a recently deposed Byzantine emperor on the throne in Constantinople. Perhaps to forestall Innocent's objections, the Byzantines' offer also included subordination of the Orthodox churches to Catholicism, a long-term goal of the Western Crusaders. Pope Innocent ordered the Crusaders to go on to the Holy Land, but they accepted the Byzantines' offer and made their way to Constantinople instead. Figure 14. 12. A map of the world is shown, land highlighted in white and water in blue. The Mediterranean Sea is shown in the southwest, while the Adriatic Sea is labeled in the west and the Black Sea is labeled in the northeast. Asia is labeled in the northeast corner and Europe labeled in the north. An area in the northwest is labeled Holy Roman Empire. A black arrow begins at the city of Venice, labeled at the north of the Adriatic Sea, and heads south, stopping at the city of Zadar on the east coast of the Adriatic, then down to the city of Durazzo and south around islands at the northeast of the Mediterranean. The arrow then heads north to the city of Athens, and then to the city of Constantinople, located on the southwest end of the Black Sea. The city of Rome is labeled at the north of the Mediterranean Sea. An area south of the Black Sea in a backward C shape is highlighted purple and labeled Seljuks of Rum. A small green area inside this purple area is labeled Ayyubid Sultanate. Figure 14. 12. The Fourth Crusade. This map shows the route of the Fourth Crusade in the early 13th century. Distracted by other goals in Zadar and Constantinople, the Crusaders never reached the Holy Land. Attribution. Copyright Rice University, OpenStax, under CC by 40 license. After a great deal of bungling and confusion on both sides, the Crusaders were able to put their young patron on the throne of Byzantium as Alexius IV in the summer of 1203. It turned out, however, that Alexius could come up with only half the promised money, and his attempts to raise the remainder provoked a coup that ended in his death. As they awaited payment from the Byzantines, the Crusaders found their expenses increasing, and getting to Egypt looked increasingly daunting. Defeating the heirs of Salah al-Din would be no easy task. The Byzantine army had already fled before them, and many Crusaders had not seen their homes for almost 3 years. Clergy among them pointed out, however, that bringing a usurper, Salah al-Din, to justice was a holy cause that could fulfill their vows of fighting for causes aligned with Christian principles and God's will, and one that would guarantee their entrance into heaven. However, restoring a legitimate ruler to the Byzantine Empire became the mission of the Fourth Crusade, accomplished in short order in the spring of 1204. This new mission of the Fourth Crusade was radically different from that of the previous Crusades, which had focused on expelling Muslim rulers from formerly Christian lands. The First Crusade, near the end of the 11th century, had been the most successful, re-establishing Christian control over areas of Palestine and Syria, and creating 4 Christian-ruled sovereign states in the Levant. After Muslims reclaimed much of the area, 2 more crusades occurred in the late 12th century. Neither was able to reassert Christian dominance over Jerusalem or other key Christian sites. The Fourth Crusade had sought to complete the mission, but now it shifted to righting the supposed moral wrongs of Byzantium's latest internal intrigues. Once they had stripped Constantinople bare, the Crusaders appointed a new Byzantine emperor and one of their own priests as patriarch of Orthodox Christianity, thus putting the leadership of the Byzantine Church in the hands of someone loyal to the papacy. Within a year, most of them had drifted back to their original homes, taking a share of Byzantium's wealth with them. As they expected, Pope Innocent accepted the reimposition of Catholicism on Eastern Christianity as sufficient for fulfilling a crusader's vows, even if not a single drop of Muslim blood had been shed or an inch of Islamic territory added to Christendom. The Ayyubids and the Crusaders. The land the Crusaders had intended to invade was ruled by the heirs of Salah al-Din and called the Ayyubid dynasty. Although Salah al-Din had directed that his empire be split among his brothers and sons upon his death in 1193, his brother al-Adil I had centralized it under his own control by around 1200. The actual power of any Ayyubid ruler rested on his ability to maintain the loyalty of Mamluk armies. Mamluks were soldiers, generally enslaved men taken from the peoples of the Eurasian steppe as boys or adolescents. They had limited property and marriage rights and could move into high administrative and leadership posts if talented. They had no loyalties to the populations they policed and defended, and they were much less likely to rebel than members of communities that might become unhappy with the caliph's rule. Their position and future completely depended on the continuation of their owner's rule. Many caliphs thus preferred Mamluk armies to civilian ones. With Jerusalem still in Muslim hands after the Fourth Crusade, Pope Innocent called for a Fifth Crusade, dedicating church funds to avoid the financial issues that had lured the Fourth Crusade off course. Reusing the intended strategy of the Fourth Crusade, the Fifth Crusade departed for Egypt in 1217. Taking advantage of the turmoil caused by al-Adil I's death in late 1218 and the ensuing rebellion against his son Al-Kamil, the Crusaders captured Damietta in 1219. With his lands in disarray, Al-Kamil tried to bribe the Crusaders to leave Egypt. He offered them all of what had been the former Crusader state centered around Jerusalem, and a 30-year truce between Muslims and Christians in the Holy Land. Confident they could defeat him, the Crusaders rejected Al-Kamil's offer, a choice that proved unwise. By 1221, Al-Kamil and his brothers had reasserted control over their father's empire and joined together to trap the Crusader army in the Nile Delta. Faced with the threat of death by arms or by drowning, the Crusaders agreed to withdraw from their conquests and return to Europe, ending the Fifth Crusade in yet another failure. To placate the papacy, Hohenstaufen ruler Frederick II agreed to lead a new crusade, but personal misfortune and lack of enthusiasm among Europe's vassals hindered his ability to get underway. The delays were so severe that the exasperated Pope Gregory IX excommunicated him, cutting him off from the church and its sacred rites. Even after Frederick set sail in 1228, Gregory condemned his venture as an unjust war, not a holy crusade. Breaking with the strategy of the 4 previous crusades, Frederick landed in Acre, the main port still in Christian hands. His slow pace allowed word of his excommunication to precede him, causing him to be greeted with suspicion by his fellow Christians. Recognizing the power balance between Christians and the Ayyubids, Frederick fell back on his highly effective diplomatic skills to obtain the Crusade's objectives, concluding the Treaty of Jaffa with Sultan al-Kamil in 1219, figure 14. 13. A faded and worn image is shown inside of red, thick edges. 5 men stand on the left on a bright white background and sandy-colored ground in front of an arched doorway on the right. The men stand in a row, 2 at the left facing to the right while the other 3 face to the left. The man on the far left wears green short armor, black stockings and shoes, wears a gray helmet and holds a yellow shield with an image of a black winged creature on the front. In front of him stands a man wearing a large yellowish crown, blue short robes with a gold-trimmed red cape over his left shoulder, sporting a brown short beard and wearing a knife sheath on his belt. His right hand is extended and is touching the left hand of the man in front of him. This man has a brown longer beard, wears a similar yellowish crown, and wears a red cape over a red long shirt. His feet are blue and faded. The man behind him wears a white turban on his head, has no facial hair, and wears a faded pink long shirt dress. He wears a curved sword sheath at his belt and holds a bow in his left hand. The last man wears a gray helmet with a large, curvy projection at the front. His neck is covered with green armor, and he wears a red shirt dress. He holds a large club in his hand as well as a clover-shaped yellow shield with an emblem of a creature in black on the front. He also has a curved sword at his belt. The black arched opening behind him leads to a brick wall at the right, where a tall domed green building with windows shows from behind. Tall white windowed towers show on both sides of the green dome. Figure 14. 13 Al Camel and Frederick II. This image from a 14th century Italian manuscript depicts the Holy Roman Emperor, Frederick II, second from left, and the Ayyubid Sultan Al Camel, center, signing the Treaty of Jaffa decades earlier in 1229. Although the figures are similar in appearance, note the turban and curved swords that identify the two on the right as Muslims. Credit: Friedrich II. Mit Sultan Al Camel by I Villani Illustrato / Wikimedia Commons, public domain. The agreement allowed Frederick to be the titular king of Jerusalem, though with limited power. Muslims were under the rule of local Islamic scholars, not Christian officials. They could not be expelled or have their wealth confiscated. They could practice Islam, and the Islamic holy sites of the Al-Aqsa Mosque and Dome of the Rock remained under Muslim control. The treaty prohibited Jerusalem's city walls, destroyed in the course of the Crusades, from being rebuilt, leaving the city defenseless if Muslims attacked. A 10-year truce between Muslims and Christians was put in place. The agreement was widely seen as a capitulation by both Muslims and Christians. Frederick's decision to favor negotiation over battle sapped morale among the Crusaders and furthered mistrust of him among the Holy Land's Christians. Nevertheless, a Christian was king of Jerusalem. More Christians were under Christian rule than had been the case for at least 2 generations, and all had been accomplished without spilling a single drop of human blood. By the time the truce expired, Al-Camel's sons were fighting each other and ambitious generals for control. New crusaders arrived sporadically, augmenting Christian forces in the area. They tried to expand Christian territory by playing rival Ayyubid factions against each other, but it was all for naught. Al-Camel's son, Al-Salih, stabilized his rule over the Ayyubid Empire, retook Jerusalem, and pushed the Christians back to a strip of coastal ports by 1244. He owed much of his success to bands of wandering Turks who had been displaced by Mongol expansion into Central Asia, and whom he incorporated into the Ayyubid Mamluk army. While helpful for the moment, however, these additional soldiers entered the status of Mamluk as independent adult refugees, not as adolescents with no life experience to compare Mamluk service to. While Al-Salih consolidated his power, the French King Louis IX called for another crusade to liberate Jerusalem from Islamic rule, hoping to repeat the initial successes of the Fifth Crusade by taking Damietta in Egypt. He succeeded, but while Salih's death in 1249 gave the Crusaders hope, they met the same fate as their predecessors almost 30 years earlier. The Ayyubid Mamluk army, led by Al-Salih's son Turan Shah, trapped the Crusaders in the unfamiliar terrain of the Nile Delta, capturing Louis and much of his army in 1250. Those deemed sick or unworthy of ransom were killed. Louis and the vassals with him were held hostage until Damietta was abandoned by the Crusaders and a ransom of 6.4 million ounces of silver, more than USD $134 million at 2020 prices, was paid in advance, with the Crusaders pledging to pay an equal amount later. This and the later Crusades were often failures for a variety of reasons, which included unfamiliarity with the land and its peoples, and more than a century of distrust that had continued to build between the Crusaders and the indigenous Eastern Christians. The rise of Egypt's Mamluk dynasty. Turan Shah did not live long enough to enjoy the fruits of his success. The wandering Turks turned Mamluks, who were the backbone of his army, were convinced that the ransom money from the Crusaders would be used to replace them with more traditional Mamluks from Africa. To secure their position and gain control of the ransom money for themselves, they overthrew Turan Shah. His stepmother, Al-Salih's surviving widow Shajar al-Dur, briefly assumed the throne, but the Mamluks were not willing to follow a female sultan, so they forced her to marry their leader Is al-Din Aibak and abdicate in his favor. Historians consider the ascension of Aibak to be the end of the Ayyubid dynasty and the beginning of the Egyptian Mamluk dynasty. The Ayyubids left important marks on the history of the Islamic Levant. They restored the primacy of Sunni Islam after over 200 years of Shia Fatimid rule. They built new madrasas, Muslim schools of learning, often with an emphasis on studying the Quran, in Aleppo, Cairo, and Damascus. While Christians and Muslims were fighting each other, Hulagu Khan and his troops were ready to return to expanding Mongol domains. Satisfied with their looting of Baghdad and the security of their supply routes, they moved north to lands more hospitable to the enormous herds the army required. Hulagu decided the Mamluk areas of Syria and Egypt would be his next targets and demanded the Mamluk Sultan become his vassal and pay tribute. The Sultan declined. In 1259, after securing cooperation, or at least non-interference, from Islamic forces in Anatolia and Crusader forces in the area, Hulagu attacked the Mamluks. Initially he had great success, taking Aleppo, which was annihilated as Baghdad had been, and Damascus, which surrendered unconditionally and was largely spared. Hulagu's participation was short-lived, however. In early 1260, he received word that his presence was needed at a Kurultai in Karakoram. Hulagu appears to have underestimated Mamluk military prowess. Despite withdrawing possibly 90% of his forces as he returned to Karakoram, he still ordered Kitbuka, one of his top generals and a Nestorian Christian, to take 20,000 troops to conquer Egypt. Augmenting Kitbuka's forces were Christian Armenians and some of the remaining Crusaders. In the fall of 1260, the Mamluks attacked the invading Mongols at Ain Jalut and soundly defeated them, killing Kitbuka and most of his force. While the loss was relatively small compared with Hulagu's overall force, it was enough to save parts of the unconquered Islamic world from further Mongol attack. Hulagu soon had his hands full defending his territory from his fellow Mongols, especially those of the Golden Horde. Meanwhile, the Mamluks were able to liberate Syria and Palestine from both the Mongols and the remaining Crusaders, and give some support to the Golden Horde in its conflicts with the Ilkhanate. The Delhi Sultanate. There are many parallels between Mamluk Egypt and the Delhi Sultanate in present-day India. The Delhi Sultanate had been created by the inhabitants of what is modern Afghanistan and was led by Muhammad of Ghur, who conquered the Sultanate established by Mahmud of Ghazni in the late 12th century. When the Mongols encountered it, the Sultanate was ruled by a dynasty of former Mamluks whose founder, Qu letter 1e6d al-Din Aibak, had seized power after Muhammad's death in 1206. Perhaps his efforts served as inspiration for the Mamluk general Is al-Din Aibak, who led the overthrow of Egypt's Ayyubid dynasty almost 50 years later. A feature the Delhi Sultanate shared with both its Mongol neighbors and the later Egyptian Mamluk dynasty was frequent bouts of civil war over succession. Aibak died from an injury after falling from a horse in 1210, leaving the task of stabilizing the Sultanate to his son-in-law Iltutmish. Iltutmish did a remarkable job, asserting authority over other commanders of Mamluk armies. After his death in 1236, however, decentralization and turmoil reigned for 60 years. During that time, there were 10 sultans, only one of whom died from natural causes. The population suffered the disruption of economic activity and the destruction of crops, goods, and production centers during these multi-year struggles for leadership. The conflict after the death of Iltutmish foreshadowed the turmoil of the Mamluk seizure of power from the Ayyubids, and the role played in each case by a talented and forceful Muslim woman. Among the Mamluks, this was al-Salih's surviving widow, Shajar al-Dur. In the Delhi Sultanate, it was Razia, Iltutmish's daughter, whom he considered the most capable of his children to rule. a half-brother seized power with help from factions unwilling to accept a female sultan. Razia, who had administered Delhi when her father was away on campaign, outmaneuvered her half-brother by directly appealing to the people of Delhi. When the army saw the public behind her, they deposed her decadent and incompetent brother. Razia ruled as sultana for 4 years and is remembered as a capable administrator, even leading successful military campaigns. Figure 14. 14. Politically shrewd, she came to power despite the objections of nobles primarily because of popular support from her people. Breaking with Islamic convention, she dressed as a man, wore pants and no veil, and kept her hair short. This was too much for some Muslims in the Sultanate. Another half-brother capitalized on their discontent and organized a rebellion of several military units, which drove Razia into hiding. She was, however, cunning. She was eventually captured by one of the generals and married him. Whether the marriage was a romantic alliance or a case of political opportunism is unknown. Ultimately, the couple was defeated and killed. An image of a painting is shown. The frame is thick white with gold leaves and flowers throughout. The top half of the image shows a blue background with an intricately detailed gold, blue, red, and white dome tint top, with thin poles holding it up. In the middle, a woman sits on a richly decorated gold chair with her feet on a short gold stool atop a gold-decorated dark floor. She wears a gold dress with blue, white, and red designs. She has long dark hair and a white face. She wears a tall golden headdress, and a red pillow sits behind her back. In front of her on the left are 2 men in a pink and a green long shirt dress with thick yellow and pink belts with golden tassels at the ends. Both wear turbans on their heads. The one in front of her bows and hands her a white scroll, while the man behind him has his hands folded together in front of his chest. A dark-skinned man stands behind the seated woman with a black mustache, black long hair, wearing a gold-patterned headdress, and a long gold robe with blue dacre. He holds a white cloth in his left hand and a highly decorated fan in his right hand over the seated woman's head. Behind him are 2 men in long brown and yellow shirt dresses with thick yellow and green striped belts with tassels at the ends. Both wear turbans, and the first man holds a richly decorated fan over his shoulder, while the man behind him rests his hands on a thin stick in front of him. Script is shown along the top of the image, and each person has script by their faces. The bottom half of the image is shown on a backdrop of a gold wall with rich blue, black, and white dacre. The floor is brown with gold dacre throughout. In the middle, a man stands facing to the left in a pink long shirt dress with a gold turban and mustache. A shadow of a beard shows on his face, and he holds a black round shield with gold dacre at his left. At the left in front of him, 7 men stand facing to the right in long shirt dresses of yellow, light pink, green, and blue with thick belts with tassels. They wear turbans in various colors and have beards and mustaches in black and white. Behind the figure in the middle are 9 men in similar dress facing to the left. Scripted writing is shown on the clothing of a person at the left and one on the right. Below the image, a white small wall is seen, and a white tiled floor surrounds an area of blue with a small fountain in the middle spraying water. In the right corner of the image is a round seal has Ministry of Culture Government of India written at the top perimeter, and the inside shows a circle with an emblem and other script, and below is stamped Salar-Jung Museum, Hyderabad. Figure 14. 14. Sultana Razia. This 19th century painted miniature depicts Sultana Razia in the center of the top row. Notice that she is the only female in the throne room, including her attendants who appear to her right. Credit, modification of work, Sultana Razia Begum by Salar-Jung Museum, Hyderabad Museums of India, public domain. To keep down rebellion and internal power struggles, the later Delhi sultans developed a series of authoritarian policies. For example, a secret police network was established to watch civilian administrators and military officials. Rules were so strict that these elites were banned from having celebratory gatherings with their peers, because sultans feared coups were planned at such events. Although already prohibited by the Quran, alcohol was officially outlawed, at least in the administrative area of Delhi. Peasants were largely spared in an effort to prevent rebellions, but other classes lost their financial independence and were placed under state control. Land that had been given to soldiers and war widows was confiscated, and bureaucrats' salaries were kept low. Price controls limited merchants' profit potential, and high taxes prevented the accumulation of large amounts of private capital. All these policies deprived subjects of wealth to fund rebellions and gave the Sultan the ability to control people by cutting off their income. Despite frequent internal turmoil, the Delhi Sultanate performed well against external foes and expanded greatly during the 100 years after Iltutmish's rule. When he died in 1236, the Sultanate controlled the area from the Himalayas through the Ganges River Valley to the Nirmada River at the northern edge of the Deccan Plateau. By the end of Muhammad bin Tughlaq's conquests in 1336, it held almost all the subcontinent's land as well, figure 14. 15. This expansion not only enlarged the territory Muslims ruled from Delhi, it also facilitated the conversion to Islam of more of the Indian population. A per-person tax was imposed on Hindus, but it was graduated based on income. Those at the extremes of wealth and poverty, the Brahmins and the pariah, respectively, were largely exempt. Furthermore, no sultan imposed Sharia, which would likely have caused resentment. Those like the pariah and Sudra, who felt caste discrimination, could easily find a home and increase their social standing by converting to Islam, and a good number chose to do so. A map is shown, land highlighted beige and water blue. In the northwest, the Mediterranean Sea, the Aegean Sea, the Black Sea, the Dardanelles, the Sea of Marmara, and the Bosporus are labeled. Just east of the Black Sea, the Caspian Sea and the Aral Sea are labeled. In the west, the Red Sea, the Dead Sea, the Persian Gulf, Arabian Gulf, the Gulf of Oman, and the Gulf of Aden are labeled. In the south, the Arabian Sea, the Laccadive Sea, the Indian Ocean, the Bay of Bengal, the Andaman Sea, the Gulf of Thailand, the South China Sea, the Sulu Sea, and the Celebes Sea are labeled. In the east, the Pacific Ocean, the Taiwan Strait, the East China Sea, the Yellow Sea, and the Sea of Japan East Sea are labeled. In the northeast, the Sea of Okhotsk is labeled. The north area of the land is labeled Russia, and the southeast is labeled China. Southwest of China, an area is highlighted orange indicating Delhi Sultanate growth to 1336 and labeled Delhi Sultanate. The city of Delhi is labeled with a black dot in the north of this area. The north half of this area is also overlaid with blue dots indicating Delhi Sultanate growth from 1236. Figure 14. 15. The growth of the Delhi Sultanate. This map shows the growth of the Delhi Sultanate in the 100 years from 1236 to 1336. Attribution. Copyright Rice University, OpenStax, under CC by 4. 0 license. The Delhi Sultanate was also effective at repulsing Mongol attacks. While Chinggis Khan had bypassed it in his war against the Khwarezmians, both the Il Khanate and the Chagatai Khanate, despite their own domestic turmoil and conflict with neighboring Mongol Khanates, launched periodic raids against it for plunder. It was not until the 1290s that the Chagatai Khan Duwa made the first of several attempts not just to pillage, but to conquer at least parts of the Delhi Sultanate. Duwa never led these efforts himself because he was engaged against the Yuan dynasty for most of this period. At least 6 attempts failed between 1296 and 1306, however, in no small part because Duwa had chosen to attack when the Sultanate had one of its most capable rulers, Alauddin Khilji. Tarmashirin made one last attack on the Delhi Sultanate for the Chagatai Khanate in 1327. Taking advantage of Sultan Tughlaq's moving his capital and the bulk of his forces south to the center of his expanded empire, Tarmashirin, while struggling to assume the Chagatai Khanate throne, laid siege to Delhi. After extorting a great deal of tribute from Sultan Tughlaq, useful in raising an army to complete his own ascension to power back home, Tarmashiran withdrew his forces. Some scholars suggest his subsequent conversion to Islam was an attempt to minimize the possibility of a major retaliatory strike by the Sultanate. Regardless, the fracturing of the Chagatai Khanate after Tarmashiran's death ended any serious efforts by Mongols to conquer the Delhi Sultanate. An image of pages are shown. The background shows 6 vertical panels with highly detailed maps in rich colors showing land, water, and images of people, animals, and locations in a variety of colors and sizes. Overlapping the middle of the panels is a large rectangular beige page, with orange and brown lines crisscrossing the page in all directions that is a larger image of the bottom of the first panel on the left. In the middle of the image, a dark-skinned man is seated cross-legged on a short gold throne with orange pillows. He wears a gold crown, has a black curly beard and short curly black hair, wears an off-white long flowing shirt, holds a pointy scepter in one hand and a round gold ball in the other which he looks at. At the top left and right of this middle panel is scripted writing in black. Above his head is an image of a white house with an orange roof on a brown, short, rounded hill. To the left of the man is a round building with off-white walls and an orange roof. In the middle of the rood, a long, thick pole sticks up with a round ball at the top. Below the building are orange and blue large letters. To the left of the building is a large gray and black trapezoid-type shape, with tick marks on the angled side, and a ledge sticking out the flat side with a gold ball sitting on top. Below that another round off-white and orange structure is seen sitting on a gray stone pedestal with 2 wavy lines above it. A square white building with a tiled roof is located to the left of the man in the middle's feet. Below the building is an oval gray and white wavy image. To the right of the man are 2 off-white and orange structures, one on a green mound and the other sitting along. In the bottom right corner is another off-white and orange structure with 3 towers coming out of the top, and a very tall flagpole with a gold ball at the top, and a black and gray flag shown, partially cut off. This building sits on a brown and black oval mound with wavy gray lines underneath it. Figure 15. 1 Mansa Musa. This composite of images from the 14th century Catalan atlas depicts several pages of maps in the background, with a detail from the leftmost page superimposed on top that shows the Malian king Mansa Musa enthroned, holding a golden scepter and orb, and wearing a gold crown as symbols of his wealth and power. Credit background. Modification of work Catalan Atlas by Bibliothèque Nationale de France / Wikimedia Commons, public domain. Credit Center. Modification of work detail from the Catalan Atlas Sheet 6 showing Mansa Musa by Gallica Digital Library / Wikimedia Commons, public domain. Chapter Outline. 15. 1 Culture and Society in Medieval Africa. 15. 2 Medieval Sub-Saharan Africa. 15. 3 The people of the Sahel. This king is the greatest of the Muslim kings of the Sudan. He rules the most extensive territory, has the most numerous army, is the bravest, richest, the most fortunate, the most victorious over his enemies, and the best able to distribute benefits. So wrote al-Umari of the 14th century Malian king Mansa Musa, an official of the Mamluk Sultanate and Mansa Musa's contemporary. Al-Umari was in a unique position to describe the great Sudanic king of West Africa and his legendary wealth. At this time, Mansa Musa's kingdom was the latest state in the history of West Africa to exploit its strategic location astride the trans-Saharan trade routes. Figure 15.1. A timeline of events from this chapter is shown. 49. Christian community founded in Alexandria, Egypt. 395. Augustine appointed Bishop of Hippo. A faded and worn image of a man in long white robes sitting and reading a large book on a rich background is shown. 642. Muslims conquer North Africa. 650, city of Gao founded. 700, the dinar becomes North African common currency. 1235, Sundiata consolidates control over the Mande. 1300–1400, great enclosure of Zimbabwe constructed. An image of two round stone structures is shown with a sandy ground, broken stones in the forefront, and a tall, large brick wall in the background. 1312–1337, Mansa Musa rules Mali. An image is shown of a man sitting in the middle in a gold crown, holding a scepter and gold ball surrounded by various images of building, script, and orange and brown crisscrossing lines. 1464, Sunni Ali becomes first king of Songhai Empire. Figure 15, two timeline, states and societies in Sub-Saharan Africa. Credit 395. Modification of work, Augustine Lateran by unknown/Wikimedia Commons, public domain. Credit 1312, 1337. Modification of work detail from the Catalan Atlas Sheet 6 showing Mansa Musa by Gallica Digital Library/Wikimedia Commons, public domain. Credit 1300, 1400. Modification of work Great Zimbabwe, main enclosure entrance by Damian Farrell/Flickr, CC by 20. A map of the world is shown, land highlighted in white and water in blue. A white line runs through the middle of the map. The continent of Africa is highlighted yellow along with the country of Madagascar to its southeast. Figure 15. 3 locator map, states and societies in Sub-Saharan Africa. Credit. Modification of work, world map blank shorelines by Maciej Jaros/Wikimedia Commons, public domain. Learning objectives. By the end of this section, you will be able to analyze the relationship between the physical geography of Africa and the migration of peoples like the Bantu. Discuss how Christianity and Islam arrived and spread throughout Western Africa. As the second largest continent on the planet, Africa's vast landmass possesses a great variety of different terrains and climatic regions. In some cases, these regions have inhibited the movement of people, technologies, languages, cultures, and religions. For example, the Sahara stretches from the Atlantic coast of northwest Africa to the Red Sea in Egypt and forms a nearly impassable barrier between the Mediterranean world and sub-Saharan Africa. Only with considerable effort have some groups been able to penetrate this arid zone. For this reason, the people of North Africa have historically had stronger cultural, political, and religious connections to the Mediterranean world than the peoples south of the desert. Other regions like the Sahel, the environmental threshold that is the southern portion of the Sahara, and the tropical woodland savanna are spread across large portions of the continent and have in some ways encouraged the migration of groups. The migrating Bantus, for example, spread their languages and ironworking technology throughout this region. African geography, migrations, and settlement. North of the Sahara is a thin strip of forest and scrubland, hugging the southern shores of the Mediterranean Sea. Like other parts of the Mediterranean world, it has a relatively mild climate with sufficient rainfall, wet winters, and dry summers. For this reason, the arable land there is suitable for growing grains like wheat and barley, originally domesticated in the Fertile Crescent and disseminated around the sea over thousands of years. Likewise, this northern African region has had a long history of cultural contact with other Mediterranean cultures like the Greeks, Phoenicians, and Romans. As a result, the cultural practices, religions, and languages of the larger Mediterranean world have had, and continue to have, a huge impact on this region. South of the Sahara is the Sahel, a semi-arid belt of land that separates the desert in the north from the savanna in the south. The Sahel is a transitional zone that stretches some 3,300 miles across the continent. The farther south, the longer is the rainy season, 4 months on average. The more temperate is the climate, and the greater is the abundance of pasturage and forage plants for livestock, especially cattle and sheep, including grasses, thorny shrubs, and baobab trees. The word Sahel is derived from the Arabic Sahil, meaning shore. This is a reference to the view held by many that the Sahara was a vast sea of sand that could be navigated only with great difficulty. The Sahara's extremely dry conditions are hostile to both plants and animals, so only small-scale human settlements are possible. These are clustered around the desert's oases, which amount to a fraction of a percentage of its total landmass. During the Middle Ages, these oases were crucial hubs connecting trade routes across the desert, nowhere more so than in West Africa, where medieval kingdoms competed for control over markets and the movement of goods across the region. During the medieval period, the Sahara provided powerful West African kingdoms with a vital commodity: salt. Almost completely unobtainable in the inland regions south of the Sahara, salt was mined from sites such as Tagheza and transported in enormous slabs on the backs of camels in caravans that crossed the desert to West African villages and beyond. Figure 15. 4. Salt became the second most prized good traded across the Sahara, the first being gold. Indeed, salt was such a valuable commodity that the King of Ghana stored it in the royal treasury alongside gold nuggets. A sepia-colored photograph is shown of a dry, sandy desert with simple round huts with rectangle doors in the background. In the front, a line of 9 camels linked together with rope walks with rectangular slabs tied at their sides. 2 figures lead the line dressed in long robes in white and dark colors, with matching cloths tied on their heads. By the 6th camel, 5 figures walk dressed in long robes and cloths on their heads in white and dark colors. The background shows the dry desert and a white sky. Figure 15. 4. A precious commodity: salt. This early 20th century photograph shows a caravan of camels laden with 60-pound slabs of salt crossing the Sahara near Timbuktu. In medieval Africa, salt was second only to gold in value and was transported in much the same way. Credit: Modification of work, Tombouctou Arrivée d'une caravane de sel AOF. By collection Particulier Wikimedia Commons, Public Domain. The southern frontier of the Sahel is marked by the transition to grasslands and tropical woodlands of the savanna. While the Sahara is dry and arid, the savanna is more temperate and wetter, carpeted with grasses and studded by scattered trees. At its extreme end near the West African rainforest stretching from modern-day Sierra Leone to Ghana, the savanna can see as much as 48 inches of rain per year. The rainy season lasts from May to October, which is similar to the average annual rainfall of New York City in the United States. Alongside a greater abundance of vegetation, the savanna is also home to a wider range of wildlife, including cattle, antelope, and giraffes. Endowed with a hospitable environment, climate, and geography, the plains of the savanna have historically been the region with the greatest concentration of human settlement in Africa. Winding through the savanna and Sahel regions of West Africa is the Niger River. Along its fertile banks, people have grown staple crops like sorghum, African rice, and millet for hundreds of years. Approximately 2,500 miles in length, the Niger is West Africa's longest river. It was critical to the development of medieval West African kingdoms, both for its ability to sustain intensive agriculture and as a crucial transport conduit for goods and commodities. Figure 15. 5. It was in the areas drained by the Niger River where West Africa's great empires emerged, profiting from the flows of salt from the north and gold from the south. In this way, these empires grew fabulously wealthy. A map is shown with water highlighted blue and land highlighted beige. The Mediterranean Sea is located to the northeast, the Strait of Gibraltar is located in the northwest, and the Gulf of Guinea is labeled in the south. Lake Chad, the Niger R, the Senegal R, the Benue R, and the Congo R are labeled in Africa. The following countries are labeled in Africa, from north to south: Tunisia, Morocco, Algeria, Libya, Western Sahara, Morocco, Mauritania, Mali, Cabo Verde, Cape Verde, Senegal, Niger, Chad, Gambia, Guinea-Bissau, Guinea, Burkina Faso, Sierra Leone, Liberia, Côte d'Ivoire, Ghana, Togo, Benin, Nigeria, Central Africa Republic, Cameroon, and Equatorial Guinea. The cities of Timbuktu and Gao are labeled with red stars on the Niger R in Mali. Figure 15. 5. The Niger River. From its source in the Guinea highlands, the Niger, the third longest river in Africa after the Nile and the Congo, travels through a great part of the interior of West Africa before emptying into the Atlantic Ocean in southern Nigeria. As the major source of water for both the Western Sahara and Sahel, the Niger was crucial to the establishment and development of trading centers at Gao and Timbuktu. Attribution. Copyright Rice University, OpenStax, under CC by 40 license. To the south of the savanna lies the tropical rainforest, Africa's third major environment alongside the desert and the savanna. Relative to the Sahara, the African rainforest covers a far smaller geographic footprint, some 2 million square miles, or roughly 10% of the continent's total landmass. Nevertheless, the rainforest is rich in biodiversity, including pygmy hippopotamuses, giant forest hogs, canopy monkeys, and chimpanzees, as well as thousands of species of plants. In West Africa, dense stretches of rainforest can be found in Sierra Leone, Liberia, and Côte d'Ivoire. In this area, the Bantu initially encountered the Nok people, from whom they acquired the metallurgical knowledge that enabled them to move into and later emerge from the equatorial rainforest between 500 and 1000 CE. The gradual dispersal of the Bantu throughout much of southern Africa followed. Bantu speakers had been migrating from this area possibly since as early as 3000 BCE. But with the adoption of ironworking technology from the Nok, these ironworking farmers were able to travel throughout much of the eastern, western, and southeastern regions of the subcontinent. Their Iron Age economy was dominated by farming, mostly of sorghum and millet, with some livestock including cattle, pigs, and chickens, although animal husbandry tended to be secondary to farming. Because the regions into which they moved were only thinly populated by roving bands of hunter-gatherers, the Bantu were able to choose the most suitable land for farming. Early Iron Age Bantu settlements tended to be small, typically consisting of a dozen or so round houses encircling a livestock pen of cattle or goats. Larger settlements, sometimes in the range of several hectares, could be found in regions such as Natal, favored by large Bantu kinship groups because of the combination of rich biodiversity and sparse population. Settlements were placed close to iron ore and wood for the smelting of carbon steel. The early Iron Age Bantu economy necessarily focused on self-sufficiency with little potential for trade, although some small-scale trade did take place, particularly of sought-after commodities like copper and salt in regions of the Congo and Tanzania. Until about the 8th century CE, the Bantu developed and exploited the resources of the more favorable areas and adapted the local environments. Throughout, they remained a stateless society organized along kinship lines. Women tended crops, prepared food, and minded the smaller children, while men tended livestock, hunted for meat and for animal skins for clothing, and engaged in trade with other villages. Women leaders were the exception. Archaeological evidence of male dominance is considerable. Authority was decentralized in any case, with no rigidly hierarchical power structure to exercise central authority. From the 10th century, relatively powerful Bantu kingdoms began to appear in the savanna to the south of the Central African rainforest, and in the plateau between the Zambezi and Limpopo rivers in the interior of southern Africa. Their large settlements displaced the region's earlier inhabitants. This revolution in the ancient African political landscape was the combined result of the introduction of Neolithic cultivation and animal husbandry on the one hand, and the adoption of Iron Age technologies, tools, and weapons on the other. The succession of medieval Bantu kingdoms that emerged dominated these regions economically, politically, and culturally. Migrating originally from West Africa, the Bantu would have recognized much of the geography and climate of southern Africa. There is desert, such as the Kalahari and Namib in southwest Africa, and vast savanna. Entire regions of the modern countries of Angola, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Tanzania, and Mozambique are blanketed by grassland, as is a large area that extends from southern Mozambique into northeastern South Africa. Both the vegetation and wildlife of the southern African savanna resemble that of West Africa in many ways. The southern African climate also has much in common with that of West Africa, encompassing everything from semi-arid to temperate zones, with each experiencing varying amounts of rain. Broadly speaking, the eastern area of the region, including Mozambique and eastern South Africa, is wetter than the western area. The west is sapped of moisture, in part by the Atlantic Ocean's cold Benguela Current. The resulting dryness of western South Africa was a key factor in the development of the Kalahari and Namib deserts. Figure 15. 6. An image of a photograph is shown of a wavy, sandy landscape with three patches of green, small bushes, and a bright blue sky with more sand seen in the far-off background. Figure 15. 6. The Kalahari Desert. Parts of the Kalahari Desert are especially dry, making life there quite a challenge. Credit: Modification of work Kalahari by Quinn Norton/Flickr, CC by 2. 0. Throughout the Middle Ages, the river systems of southern Africa were exploited by the large civilizations developing there. For example, the Limpopo River basin spreads across the southern reaches of today's Mozambique and Zimbabwe, the northern extreme of South Africa, and the eastern edge of Botswana. The basin's temperate climate and well-watered landscape encouraged the migration of sand hunter-gatherers from southwestern Africa and the settlement of Bantu peoples. The Bantu, who arrived from the north, brought with them the knowledge of ironworking, farming, and livestock herding they had acquired over generations of migrations throughout Sub-Saharan Africa. From the 10th century onward, they used this knowledge to cultivate farms across extensive field systems along the basin and to accumulate large herds of cattle. As the settlements around the Limpopo River grew, so too did the need to manage the basin's resources and govern the affairs of the people there. As a result, centralized systems of governance emerged among the Bantu peoples in the region, particularly in the Iron Age culture of Leopard's Copy in Zimbabwe. This cattle-keeping culture, whose name derived from the site where it was identified, Copy means small hill, dominated the area for nearly 2 centuries, but by the 13th century it had given way to an even larger and more complex state, Great Zimbabwe. The expansion of Christianity in Africa. Throughout its history, North Africa's fate and fortunes have been connected to the Mediterranean Sea and the peoples who share its borders. Whether economic, political, or spiritual, changes and innovations occurring in this region have had lasting and important consequences for Africa. These changes often went hand in hand. As the Roman Empire grew and expanded, for instance, so did Christianity. Christianity emerged as a distinct religion in the second half of the 1st century and soon spread into communities around the Roman-controlled Mediterranean world. Being part of the Roman Empire, North Africa became home to some of the world's earliest Christian communities. According to Christian tradition, Saint Mark traveled to the Egyptian city of Alexandria and founded the first Christian community in Africa there around the middle of the 1st century. Regardless of whether we accept this tradition as factual or not, it is indisputable that by the 3rd century Alexandria was a major center of Christianity. By that time, the influential school of Alexandria was an important center for theological research, and the bishop of the Church of Alexandria was held by Christians to be as important as the Pope, the Bishop of Rome. It was from Alexandria that Christianity spread south along the Nile, penetrating the reaches of Upper Egypt. The growth of the church in Africa mirrored its expansion across the Mediterranean and drew the attention of Roman officials. In general, the Roman Empire was not interested in persecuting the followers of the many religions practiced around the empire, even members of new religions like Christianity. However, some actions of early Christian communities were seen by Roman officials as disruptive to peace and stability in the empire. For example, Christians refused to participate in the state cults that honored the Roman gods and protected Roman society. Such refusal was interpreted as treason and occasionally punished accordingly, such as under Emperor Nero, who ruled from 54 to 68. But during the reign of Emperor Decius in 250, official empire-wide persecution noticeably increased, reaching its height under Emperor Diocletian in 303. During this time, Rome undertook a series of official persecutions meant to restore the primacy of ancient pagan religious worship and practice throughout the empire. In Africa, these persecutions prompted many Orthodox Christians to flee the relative security of the Nile and seek refuge in the Western Desert. There, some chose to dwell in solitude as hermits while others chose to build monasteries and live as part of communities of the faithful. One of the latter was Antony of the Desert, who, around the year 300, chose to end his life of isolation and welcomed the company of those who wished to live with him and follow his teachings. Soon, numerous religious settlements cropped up throughout the desert. Figure 15:7. A map is shown. Land is highlighted beige and water is highlighted blue. White lines crisscross the map and blue and gray lines are shown on the land. Africa is labeled in the south, Europe in the north, and Asia in the east. The Atlantic Ocean is labeled to the northwest. The Mediterranean Sea is labeled in the middle, and the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden are labeled in the southeast. Green areas labeled on the map indicate Christian area before 325 CE. Areas highlighted green include small areas north and south of the Strait of Gibraltar, small areas all along the coast of the Mediterranean Sea, small areas to the east of the city of Londra as well as south on the coast, small areas in the south of Europe, and small areas north and north-east of the city of Nicaea. Orange areas labeled on the map indicate Christian area by 600 CE. Orange areas labeled on the map include most of Western Europe, Southern Europe, small areas along the northern African coast, and a large area to the east of the Mediterranean Sea on the way to Asia. Black dotted arrows run throughout the map. One arrow begins just southwest of Tipasa in Africa and runs west, then turns north to head through the city of Tingatanum, and then across the Strait of Gibraltar to the city of Corduba in Europe. Another black dotted line with arrows on both ends runs between the city of Ephesus in the northern part of the Mediterranean West, and then north to the city of Londra in northern Europe. It also splits off to the northeast before it hits Londra. Two dotted arrow lines start in the city of Rome, one heads north and one heads south. Three dotted arrowed lines begin in the city of Byzantium. One heads east just north of the city of Nicaea, one heads northwest and one heads north into Europe, splitting into two. A dotted arrowed line begins in Antioch and heads northeast. Three lines begin in Alexandria. One heads south past the city of Memphis and toward Lake Nasser in Africa. One line heads south through the middle of the Red Sea, and one heads east to just south of Jerusalem. Other cities labeled on the map from west to east are Syracuse, Athens, Pergamum, Palmyra, and Damascus. Figure 15:7. The early spread of Christianity. The Christian faith spread widely throughout the Mediterranean world, including in northern Africa from the 1st through the 6th centuries. Attribution. Copyright Rice University, OpenStax, under CC BY 40 license. Within 100 years, three distinctive forms of monasticism had emerged in northeast Africa. Many isolated hermits continued to dwell in northern Egypt. In southern and northwestern Egypt, however, religiously devout men and women preferred to live a communal existence. Monks in southern Egypt gathered together as bands of brothers who lived together and shared their daily work. Another type of monasticism emerged in northwestern Egypt. West of the Nile Delta monasteries were more hierarchical in structure. At the head of the monastery was a man known as the abbot, father. Around him, he gathered other men willing to live according to his directions and his teachings. Religious women also chose to engage in the monastic lifestyle. Like men, some chose to live in communities of the faithful, where they sometimes assumed leadership roles. Others, like Amma, Mother Sarah, preferred a more solitary existence. According to legend, for 60 years Amma Sarah lived a severely ascetic existence in a small dwelling beside a river, probably the Nile, at which she never looked because she was so focused on the state of her soul that little else held interest for her. The way of life pioneered by the devout men and women of North Africa would be imitated by Christians in Europe and elsewhere. Christianity quickly spread beyond Egypt southward to Ethiopia. The eventual rise of the Christian kingdom of Aksum was due in large part to the efforts of the missionary Frumentius. Shipwrecked on the Eritrean coast, Frumentius was brought to the royal court, and in the role of tutor converted King Ezana, then a devout polytheist. Following his baptism, Ezana sent Frumentius to Alexandria to ask that the head of the Christian church in Egypt name a bishop for Ethiopia. The bishop of Alexandria, Athanasius, duly appointed Frumentius, who assumed the name Selama. It was likely Bishop Selama who founded Ethiopia's first Christian monastery. It was also from Egypt that Christianity spread westward in the 2nd and 3rd centuries, along the North African coast to the Maghreb, the region of northwest Africa lying between modern-day Morocco and Libya, and encompassing a vast tract of the Sahara. One of the places in this region where Christianity appears to have flourished was Carthage. Like Christians in Egypt, the community in Carthage was also subject to Roman persecution during the 3rd century. Most of the evidence we have of this community comes to us in the form of martyr stories. One such story, passed down through a diary, tells of the life of Perpetua, a young Christian mother imprisoned along with her infant and her pregnant servant Felicitas, who gave birth while in prison. Perpetua and Felicitas were executed with other Christians in the arena at Carthage. To avoid a similar fate, many Christians in North Africa chose to renounce their faith openly while still practicing it in safety. Often the Roman authorities would be satisfied if church leaders simply handed over their scriptures. While this practice seemed preferable to execution for some Christians, others found the refusal to accept martyrdom for their faith an inexcusable offense. Once the persecution ceased in 313 with the Edict of Milan, which granted religious toleration to Christianity throughout the Roman Empire, many in North Africa refused to recognize those who had renounced their faith as leaders. They further held that any sacramental acts performed by these leaders after they had renounced the faith were invalid, including baptisms, weddings, and even the consecration of clergy. This caused a huge rift in the North African Christian community that became known as the Donatist controversy, named after a Carthaginian bishop named Donatus who led the movement. The problem grew to such proportions that Emperor Constantine had to intervene. Yet even after Donatus was exiled to Gaul, modern France, in 347, the controversy in North Africa continued. The man who ultimately brought an end to the Donatist rift was one of Christianity's most influential thinkers, Augustine of Hippo. Augustine was born to a Roman colonist father and indigenous African mother in Tagaste, Roman Numidia, present-day Souk Ahras, Algeria. At the age of 17, he took up his studies in Carthage and then went on to become a teacher of rhetoric at the imperial court in Milan. During his time in Italy, Augustine read an account of the life of Antony of the Desert, the famous Egyptian hermit, and was inspired to convert to Christianity, figure 15. 8. An image of a worn and faded painting is shown. In the image, a dark-skinned man sits on a large, elaborate white and gold chair, dressed in long white robes with brown trim. He is almost bald, has a white beard, long nose, and shows deep lines across his forehead. He is barefoot and holds a roll of paper in his left hand. His right hand is in the air and held over a book. The book has white pages with brown and gold trim on an obscure table. The background is brown, yellow, and white in abstract waves. Figure 15. 8 St. Augustine, an influential Christian philosopher and theologian who was later made a saint. Augustine was born in Roman Numidia in the 4th century. This image from a 6th century fresco, the earliest known of him, shows him as darker skinned, an acknowledgement of his origins as a Romanized African. Credit Augustine Lateran by unknown/Wikimedia Commons, public domain. Augustine returned to North Africa and was appointed Bishop of Hippo, present-day Annaba, Algeria, in 395. By this time, the Donatist controversy had been roiling North Africa for approximately a century. A fierce critic of the Donatist view, Augustine was determined to wipe it out. He was the chief opponent of the Donatists at the 411 Council of Carthage, assembled by the emperor to finally resolve the thorny issue. As a result of Augustine's efforts, the council ordered the Donatists expelled from the church. Despite this fatal blow, elements of the Donatist sect persisted in North Africa until the 7th century. In addition to his success in combating the Donatists, Augustine left an indelible mark on the early church by writing hundreds of works about Christian doctrine. Perhaps the most influential of these was The City of God, which he wrote in response to the Visigoths' sack of Rome in 410. In this work, Augustine argued that any kingdom created by humans, including Rome, could fall, but the kingdom of God, composed of the people who embraced the Christian faith, would persist forever. In effect, Augustine was reassuring the Christians who had witnessed the near destruction of Rome that it was not the end of the world. The Christian society that had been created over the centuries, the kingdom of God, would carry on. Link to learning. Learn more about Augustine's concept of the two cities, the earthly and the heavenly, by reading excerpts from his early work of Christian philosophy, The City of God. Augustine was a major force in helping Christianity assume a more uniform character across the empire. Also, as the Roman Empire became more Christian, religious persecution by Christians against pagans became more common throughout the empire. One of the most violent acts of Christian persecution occurred in Alexandria. In 415, a mob of Christians set upon Hypatia, a pagan philosopher, as she traveled the streets of the provincial capital in her chariot. Pulled from the cart, she was dragged to a nearby temple where she was tortured, flayed alive with shards of roof tiles, and then dismembered. Her body parts were carried to a nearby site and burned. Hypatia's murder in Roman North Africa was a signal event in the assertion of Christian dominance in the empire, which had witnessed a dramatically violent shift in the tide of persecution throughout the Mediterranean world. So recently pagan, the Christian Roman state now embarked on pogroms and persecutions of pagans and unbelievers, meant to eradicate every semblance of the ancient Roman belief systems. An essential feature of this program was the fact that violence against pagans was both actively and passively tolerated by the central administration and provincial governors, leading to the abuse and murder of pagans and the destruction of their temples, altars, and sanctuaries by Christians across the Roman world. The persecution of pagans in the empire coincided with efforts by the church leadership to reel in aspects of the faith that some considered unorthodox. This process culminated with the Council of Chalcedon in 451 and its decision concerning the nature of Christ. Since the early years of the Church, the faithful had been of two minds about the precise nature of Jesus. Some believed he was both fully divine and fully human, the Diophysite position, while others believed Jesus' humanity was inseparable from his divinity. The Monophysite position. The Monophysite position dominated in Egypt, but the council decreed it heretical, triggering a schism that brought the ejection of monks and church members throughout Egypt. From that point, the Christian church in Egypt followed a more independent path and gradually became more isolated from the wider Christian world. It became known as the Coptic Church, reflecting the acceptance of Coptic as both the major literary language and the language of public worship in Egypt at the time. By the 8th century, following the direction of the Patriarch of Alexandria, the Coptic Church had uniformly adopted Monophysite Christianity and was flourishing in the upper reaches of the Nile Valley. The Christian kingdom of Aksum thrived until its final destruction by the Zagwe Queen Gudit in the 10th century. Queen Gudit and her descendants established the Zagwe kingdom with its capital at Roha. Later, under King Lalibela, who ruled from 1181 to 1221, Roha became a major pilgrimage center for Christians, styled the New Jerusalem. Lalibela renamed the stream flowing through his capital the River Jordan and built new churches by having them carved out of solid rock. By the 13th century, Monophysite Christianity was well established in northeastern Africa. The expansion of Islam in Africa. By the start of the 7th century, Christianity seemed firmly entrenched across Egypt and the Maghreb. But by the end of that century, the situation had changed dramatically as the religion of Islam swept across the region. Founded in the early 7th century, within a few decades, Islam had gathered armies that consolidated control of the Arabian Peninsula and the region of the Levant, and established a bridgehead in Byzantine, Egypt, from which to launch the conquest of North Africa. As Muslim conquerors advanced across the region, they established settlements that eventually developed into the towns and cities that would house the officials of the Islamic Caliphate, the area ruled over by the leader of the Islamic State, the Caliph. Figure 15. 9. A map is shown. Water is highlighted white with no labels and land is highlighted gray and other colors. A triangle-shaped peninsula in the southeastern portion of the map is highlighted brown and labeled Middle East, indicating expansion under Muhammad, 622-632. 6 arrows start in the west and head north, east, and south in all directions from the start within this area. An area highlighted orange is located north and northeast of the brown area as well as to the west, south of the water. It is labeled Near East and indicates expansion during the Patriarchal Caliphate, 632-661. Black arrows run throughout all this area. Areas highlighted yellow at the west of the map are labeled Iberian Peninsula and North Africa, as well as an area east of the orange area in the east of the map, indicating expansion during the Umayyad Caliphate, 660-1750. Black arrows are also seen in these areas. Most of the land south, east, and some north is highlighted gray with black dots, which indicates farthest extension of the spread of Islam, 750-1700. Figure 15. 9. The spread of Islam. This map shows the spread of Islam over time and across North Africa, the Iberian Peninsula, and the Near and Middle East. Credit. Modification of work. Age of the Caliphs version with more surrounding space. By Brian Szymanski / Wikimedia Commons. Public domain. In 661, the Umayyad family of Mecca assumed control of the caliphate and combined the previous conquests into a functioning state with a capital at Damascus in Syria. Under their rule, the position of caliph changed from being a family member or close associate of the Prophet Muhammad into a dynastic, heritable position passed from father to son. The Umayyad dynasty extended the reach of the caliphate through military conquest until it encompassed all of North Africa's Mediterranean coast. With Egypt as its launching pad, the Muslim conquest of Byzantine-controlled territories in the Maghreb region of North Africa proceeded in 3 stages between 642 and 709. The earliest Arab accounts of the conquest date from some 200 years later and are not very detailed, although they serve as the basis of our understanding of these events. After Egypt was conquered, the Islamic advance across North Africa stalled because of the 1,000-plus miles of desert between the Nile Delta and the Byzantine province of Africa centered on Carthage. But by 647, tens of thousands of Muslim soldiers had begun their march to the Maghreb. That same year, they engaged with and defeated the forces of the Byzantine governor at Tripolitania in modern-day Libya. By 665, a second invasion of North Africa was underway. Once again, an army of tens of thousands of Arab soldiers marched from Egypt, this time determined to take Carthage. Reinforced later by 40,000 soldiers from Damascus, the Islamic advance established a beachhead at Kairouan in modern-day Tunisia. Kairouan, which became the capital of the Islamic province of Ifriqiya, was the center of Islamic operations that plunged Arab armies into the heart of North Africa, including Libya, Tunisia, and Algeria. After prolonged campaigns against indigenous tribes and the forces of the Byzantine provincial government, Carthage finally fell to a third Arab invasion in 698. After taking Carthage, Arab armies continued their sweep across North Africa. Along the way, their numbers were swelled by African soldiers. Many were forced to join the Arabs while others volunteered, hoping to share in the spoils that would result from a planned invasion of Spain, which took place in 711. That year, armies of the Umayyad Caliphate sailed across the Strait of Gibraltar and invaded the Iberian Peninsula. A few years later, Islamic forces had occupied all the major towns in the peninsula and advanced as far north as Narbonne, France. In less than a century, Islam went from being a novel religious movement centered on the Arabian Peninsula to an empire that stretched from Iraq in the east to the Atlantic coast of North Africa in the west. Despite its spectacular success, however, the Umayyad dynasty was unable to hold onto power and fell to revolution in 750. That year, the Abbasid family from Mecca seized control of the Islamic Caliphate and relocated its capital from Damascus to Baghdad, where it would remain for 5 centuries. The Islamic military conquest of North Africa might have ended in the 8th century, but the spread of Islam did not. Islam was diffused throughout West, East, and Sub-Saharan Africa primarily by merchants, traders, scholars, and missionaries. Muslim Berbers Amazigh carried the ideas of Islam from North Africa along the many trans-Saharan trade routes they used. In this way, the ideas of the religion penetrated the arid desert and reached West African trading towns like Gao and Kumbai Sale, the capital of the Ghana Empire. Over time and through increased exposure, some ruling sub-Saharan African elites began to adopt it, and in some cases, they blended it with their traditional beliefs. Although the Ghanaian kings themselves did not convert, they recognized the importance of the Muslim-led trans-Saharan trade to their economy and so tolerated Islam. In acknowledgement of this fact, they allocated a second town of their capital to Muslim merchants and traders. This district took on a distinct Islamic character, a fact borne out by the presence of mosques within it. By the 11th century, the broader Islamic world extended across North Africa and the Western Sahara into Ghana and the Western Sudan. However, even by this late date, Islam had made only a limited impact in West Africa, and many Amazigh groups tended to mingle both Islamic traditions and native African religious practices. Some more orthodox Muslims in the region found this less than satisfactory and sought to rectify the problem. What emerged were reformist Islamic kingdoms in West Africa. The earliest was the Almoravid state, which arose in the 11th century. Centered in Morocco and led by a radical Islamic scholar, the Almoravid state grew rapidly through Islamic fervor and military conquests. By the 1070s, The Almoravids controlled a vast portion of West Africa from the Mediterranean coast of Morocco to the edges of the Ghana Empire. In the process, many groups in these areas were more thoroughly Islamized. In this period, Islam truly began to expand among the people of Ghana. By the middle of the 12th century, the religious enthusiasm of the early Almoravid conquests had largely died down. The descendants of the early founders preferred the peace and luxuries of settled life in Morocco to jihad, war on behalf of Islam. This situation was unsettling to some of the Amazigh, who then launched a successful war of religious reform against the Almoravids and established their own reformist West African kingdom, the Almohad Kingdom. The empire forged by the Almohad Caliphate was short-lived, however, and by the 13th century, it had been fatally weakened by internal rebellions. As the geopolitical configuration of the West African kingdoms changed, the center of the regional economy shifted away from Ghana. By the 13th century, the Kingdom of Mali had become the dominant political and economic force in the region. Unlike the rulers of Ghana, the Malian elite, including the Mansa or king, converted to Islam. Mansa Musa, perhaps the most famous ruler of Mali, drew the attention of observers from Arabia to Spain when he went on pilgrimage to Mecca in 1324-1325. Renowned for the wealth of his kingdom, Mansa Musa distributed so much gold during a stopover in Cairo that the Egyptian economy suffered high inflation for more than a decade, according to some reports. On his return to Mali, Mansa Musa brought with him Muslim scholars, architects, and books, all of which helped deepen the Islamic character of Mali. At Timbuktu, for example, the Jingreber Mosque was built, and schools and universities specializing in the study of the Quran were established, cementing that city's growing international status as a place of Islamic scholarship and learning. Figure 15. 10. Two images of photographs are shown. A. This image shows a sandy-colored stone buildings with tall rectangular doors on the left. Triangle-shaped projections come out of the building on the front and left sides shown. The left wall is taller and scalloped at the top. A tower with projections on all sides sits in the middle of the roof. The ground is brown and sandy, and people are seen standing around on the left side in white shorts, long white robes, and white turbans. A wire runs through the image at the top left. B. This image shows a tall pyramid-shaped structure with dark projections sticking out the sides. Adjacent brown sandy buildings are in front of and behind the pyramid structure. They have walls with rounded tops and brown wooden doorways. A cart with two donkeys pulling it is shown in the bottom left corner with three dark-skinned people in shirt and pants shorts standing around it. Figure 15. 10. The Jingreber Mosque. A. B. 14th century Timbuktu was a great center of learning specializing in Islamic law, philosophy, and science. These photos show two views of the famous Jingreber Mosque, built there in 1327. Credita, modification of work Jingreber Mosque, Timbuktu by Upyarnaz/Flickr CC by 20. Credit B. Modification of work Timbuktu Mud Mosque Mali W. Africa by Emilio Labrador/Flickr, CC by 20. By the end of the 14th century, West African rulers from Mali to Hausaland, present-day Nigeria, had adopted Islam and completed the Islamic encirclement of Sub-Saharan Africa. Islam also spread throughout East Africa, although its progress there was checked by entrenched Christianity among the kingdoms of Nubia and the Ethiopian kingdom of Aksum. By the 1200s, however, such resistance had been severely weakened, and many Christian kingdoms had become Muslim. An important exception was the Kingdom of Abyssinia, the Christian successor state of Aksum and Zagwe. Farther east in the African Horn, the Muslim sultanates of Ajuran and eventually Adal rose. Islam faced less competition farther south. In the 8th century, Muslim traders from Arabia and Egypt began to settle in towns and trading centers along the Swahili coast, the part of eastern Africa that stretches along the Indian Ocean. By this time, it was home to countless settled Bantu communities, many of which prospered thanks to their role in connecting regional and burgeoning international trade. The Arab incomers intermingled and mixed with the Bantu peoples, creating a unique blended language and culture in an urban, trade-based society. By the 10th century, the Swahili coast was acknowledged as an important commercial center. Writing in 915, the Arab traveler al-Masudi described the area's vigorous trade, which included exports of everything from ambergris and ivory to gold and leopard skins, and such imports as stone bowls, Islamic pottery, and glass vessels. By the 1200s, a distinct Swahili civilization had emerged, speaking a distinct Arabic Bantu dialect, oriented toward the sea rather than the African interior, dominated by independent city-states that specialized in trade and Islamic in faith. This Swahili language and culture had a powerful influence in the towns of the East African coast. Yet despite Islam's success along the coast during the medieval period, it made virtually no impact on the peoples of the East African interior until many centuries later. The spread of monotheistic belief systems like Christianity and Islam throughout Africa proceeded along many fronts, including military conquest, commercial exchange, and cultural diffusion. At no time was the process straightforward and uncomplicated, and conquerors and merchants alike confronted unique challenges. While people adopted these religions for different reasons, whether a firm belief in a better afterlife or the tangible commercial benefits that accompanied conversion, the medieval period of African history nevertheless witnessed a revolution in the nature of belief. This is not to say that ancient African belief systems were eradicated. Indeed, while Christian missionaries and Muslim teachers had little respect for traditional religious practice in Africa, the adoption of Christianity or Islam was often the product of adaptation to the traditional practices and rituals of African peoples. The Africanization of these faiths was largely circumstantial, of course. For example, whereas Christianity emphasized monogamy, Islam allowed a man to take several wives. Thus, Islam would find a more receptive audience among African societies that already practiced polygamous marriages, which were otherwise forbidden in the Christian tradition. The cross-pollination of religious tradition helped to perpetuate ancient African belief systems in both rural and urban communities. Indeed, the Africanization of Islam among the peoples of the Swahili coast produced a distinctive form of the faith, one that included ancestor worship and the appeasing of spirits, as well as the development of unique grave-marking habits and the placement of traditional offerings in mosques. Learning objectives. By the end of this section, you will be able to discuss the uniqueness of West African civilization in the pre-modern world, explain the source of wealth and power held by Ghana and Mali, describe how Mapungubwe and Great Zimbabwe developed as a result of the Bantu migrations. For nearly 700 years, medieval empires and kingdoms dominated the economies and politics of West Africa and Southern Africa. The wealth of these states and thus their power came from their control of trade in commodities such as gold, ivory, salt, silk, horses, and enslaved people. In West Africa, the empires of Ghana and Mali moved these goods along a sprawling network of trade that stretched across North Africa, eastward into Ethiopia, and southward as far as the grassland savanna, connecting West Africa to the Mediterranean world, Europe, the Near East, Southwest Asia, and beyond. In southern Africa, Mapungubwe and then Great Zimbabwe consolidated their control over local and regional trade and connected their economies with the coastal civilization of the Swahili peoples through a network of waterways that included the Limpopo and Zambezi rivers. In so doing, they linked the southern African interior with the distant and overlapping nodes of oceanic commerce that connected East Africa with Asia and Arabia. The Ghana Empire. By the turn of the 9th century, Arab rulers in Morocco were minting gold coins called dinars on behalf of the Islamic Caliphate. the official currency of the Muslim world since the end of the 7th century. The dinar was an important link connecting the sprawling Arab Empire, then centered on Baghdad. The gold used to mint those coins in Morocco came from a kingdom south of the Sahara known as Ghana, a realm the Arab governor of Morocco attempted and failed to conquer, and not to be confused with the modern nation-state of Ghana. The Ghana Empire dominated the region between western Mali and southeastern Mauritania from the 6th to the 13th centuries. Although ancient trade-based societies had existed in the region for some time, by enriching themselves on the area's lucrative salt and gold, the introduction of the Arabian camel by the Romans between the 3rd and 5th centuries CE, and the consequent regularization of trade between Morocco and the Niger River, allowed larger political entities to emerge. Until then, the development of farming and ironworking technology had supported West African clan-based societies in small, simple villages. Sometime around the 5th century, however, a group of chiefdoms in the Sahel grassland south of the Sahara formed a loosely knit empire. That is, the Empire or Kingdom of Ghana, figure 15. 11. A map is shown with water highlighted blue and land highlighted beige. The Mediterranean Sea is located to the north, the Strait of Gibraltar is located in the northwest, and the Red Sea is labeled in the east. The Suez Canal is labeled in the eastern portion of the Mediterranean. The Nile R, the Blue Nile R, the White Nile R, Lake Tana, Lake Chad, the Niger R, the Senegal R, and the Benue R are labeled in Africa. Asia is labeled in the northeast, Arabia is labeled in the east, and the large land mass shown in the south of the map is labeled Africa. A western area in Africa is labeled Ghana Empire, and an area to the northeast is labeled Egypt. Red dashed lines crisscross Africa connecting the following cities, labeled with black dots from west to east: Marrakesh, Sijilmassa, Zawila, Cairo, Kufra, Oudaghost, Timbuktu, Gao, Agadez, Kanem Bornu, Bilma, Suakin, Jen, and Zila. The city of Zinder is labeled south of Bilma. A black dot is shown northeast of the city of Suakin in Arabia and also connected with a red dashed line. Figure 15. 11. Ghana and the Trans-Saharan trade. The growth and development of Ghana, the first of the great medieval West African empires, were tied to its trade in goods and commodities across North Africa. Attribution. Copyright Rice University, OpenStax, under CC by 40 license. Although the origins of the Ghana Empire are shrouded in mystery, one theory holds that it was founded by Soninke speakers from Senegal who referred to their kingdom as Wagadu, Ghana. The name by which it was known to outsiders was one of the titles of its king. Soninke oral tradition tells us that the kingdom was founded by Diab Sis, a powerful figure whose father Dinga, a nomadic mystic, was said to have conquered a female water genie. Dinga subsequently wed the genie's daughters. Sons resulted from the union of these women and Dinga, and their descendants established important Soninke families. Sis's arrival as a son of Dinga, an outsider, marked a turning point in the history of the region, then subject to the destabilizing effects of nomadic raids. With the drying out of the Sahara, the Sanhaja people of southern Morocco pressed deeper into the Sahel in their search for water and seasonal grazing land. During drought years, their migrations took the form of violent raids on settled agricultural communities, including those of the Soninke. In response, Soninke cavalry commanders turned to Sis. Tradition holds that Sis unified the Soninke in a loose federation to combat the raiders and to expand the kingdom. The early growth of Ghana was a slow process of conquering independent chiefdoms and kingdoms, and then absorbing them into the empire. At the empire's core were 4 central provinces established by Diab Sis when he first unified the Soninke. Conquered vassal chiefdoms and kingdoms occupied the periphery of the kingdom. Some of these vassal states operated fairly independently of the central administration and paid only a small amount of tribute. Other states were controlled to some extent by the capital. As the kingdom expanded, so too did its military. When Ghana reached the apex of its power in the early 11th century CE, its king had some 200,000 soldiers at his command. The Soninke response to nomadic raiders was only one factor that may have stimulated unification during the early period of Ghanaian history. Historians believe Ghana's position with regard to trade was another. Ghana grew powerful, and its kings became wealthy on the strength of the trans-Saharan trade, which the Soninke were ideally placed to exploit. Situated in the western Sahel, they stood halfway between the desert, the principal source of salt, and the territory of Bambuk, where goldfields were located along the upper reaches of the Senegal River. Initially, the Soninke had exchanged their gold surplus for salt harvested by the Tagheza people of the Sahara, but soon cross-desert traffic by camel allowed North Africans access to West African gold. As the trans-Saharan demand for gold increased, the Soninke were able to act as intermediaries, passing Saharan salt to the gold producers of the savanna woodland to their south. Despite stories that celebrate Ghana as a land of gold, its king's control over the Bambuk goldfields was tenuous. Located far to the south, the goldfields were beyond Giyaru, the kingdom's southernmost trading post. The chief of the nearest village had local authority over the mining area, and while Ghanaian rulers were able to enforce a strict monopoly on gold nuggets above an ounce in weight, the difficulties of digging mine shafts up to 60 feet deep and transporting the gold to the capital at Kumbai-Sale, southern Mauritania today, which could take upward of 18 days, made Ghanaian dominance precarious. Yet the empire's wealth was legendary, and its reputation spread throughout North Africa and into Europe and reached Muslim scholars as far away as Baghdad. In their own words, 11th century Islamic eyewitnesses to the Ghana Empire, Arab writers, and Soninke oral tradition emphasize that the Ghana Empire derived much of its power and wealth from gold. Al-Hamdani, a 10th century Arab scholar, described Ghana as having the richest gold mines on earth. Al-Bakri, his near contemporary who spent most of his life in Cordova and Almeria in Islamic Spain, wrote about Ghana after gathering information from merchants and visitors. In the following excerpt from the Book of Roads and Kingdoms, 1067-1068, Al-Bakri describes Kumbai-Sale and the appearance and customs of the king and the court. Ghana consists of two cities situated on a plain. One of these, which is inhabited by Muslims, is large and possesses 12 mosques in which they assemble for the Friday prayer. There are salaried imams prayer leaders and muezzins prayer callers, as well as jurists and scholars. In the environs are wells with fresh water, from which they drink and with which they grow vegetables. The king's town is 6 miles distant from this one. In the king's town, and not far from his court of justice, is a mosque where the Muslims who arrive at his court pray. Around the king's town are domed buildings and groves and thickets where the sorcerers of these people, men in charge of the religious cult, live. In them too are their idols and the tombs of their kings. The king's interpreters, the official in charge of his treasury, and the majority of his ministers are Muslims. Among the people who follow the king's religion, only he and his heir apparent, who is the son of his sister, may wear sewn clothes. All other people wear robes of cotton, silk, or brocade, according to their means. All of them shave their beards, and women shave their heads. The king adorns himself like a woman, wearing necklaces and bracelets, and he puts on a high cap decorated with gold and wrapped in a turban of fine cotton. When the people who profess the same religion as the king approach him, they fall on their knees and sprinkle dust on their head, for this is their way of greeting him. As for the Muslims, they greet him only by clapping their hands. Al-Bakri, Book of Roads and Kingdoms. What does this reading suggest about the expansion of Islam into this area by this time? What aspects of this excerpt suggest that the king of Ghana was both wealthy and powerful? Ghanaian wealth derived from other commodities as well, including copper, on which the king levied a hefty custom duty and captives. Many captives were often prisoners of war. Others had been seized in enslavement raids. In the 12th century, the Moroccan geographer Al-Idrisi recounted a Ghanaian slave raid on a region named Lamlam. The people of Ghana make excursion in Lamlam, bringing natives into captivity, transporting them to their own country and selling them to merchants. Al-Idrisi's observations were confirmed by his contemporary, Al-Zuri. Scholars have estimated that during the height of the Ghana Empire, some 5,000 captives were transported across the Sahara to slave markets in North Africa every year. During the 11th century, the Ghanaians' tolerance was sorely tested, however. The people welcomed Muslim traders, but radical reformist Islamic sects in Morocco threatened their peace and prosperity. Early in the century, the kingdom had expanded to take over the Islamic town of Audiobook, an oasis north of the capital. At about the same time, a militant Islamic Almoravid movement emerged among the Sanhaja people of the southern Sahara, who soon established an empire centered on Morocco. In 1055, they captured Audiobook, and in the ensuing religious strife and sectarian warfare, the Soninke Ghanaians converted to Islam. The wider destruction caused by violence had so weakened Ghana's trading links that by the end of the 12th century, it had lost its dominant position over the region's trade. Having been thoroughly Islamized, Ghana began to produce Muslim scholars, lawyers, and Quran readers of some repute, many traveling to Islamic Spain to study or going on pilgrimage to Mecca. The 11th and 12th centuries were a transitional time in the history of the kingdoms of West Africa. As Ghana expanded and was in turn conquered, new goldfields were opened at Bure in the woodland savanna south of Bambuk, well beyond Ghana's commercial reach. Itinerant Soninke traders transported the gold from Bure to the Middle Niger region on new trans-Saharan trade routes east of Audiobook that bypassed the Ghanaian capital and shifted the caravans of North Africa to Walata. These changes provided the southern Soninke and Malinke chiefdoms the chance to assert their independence. In the early 1200s, the southern Soninke chiefdom of Sasso took over most of former Ghana as well as the Malinke people. This set the stage for a struggle for Malinke independence against the Sasso, which ultimately led to the creation of the Sudanese Kingdom of Mali. The Mali Empire. The Kingdom of Sasso benefited the most from the dissolution of the Ghana Empire, a process furthered by the collapse of the Islamic Almoravid state in present-day Morocco in the mid-12th century. Yet the Sasso kingdom was short-lived. It was defeated by Sundiata Keita in 1235. 5 years later, Prince Sundiata, also spelled Sunjata, captured Kumbai Sale, laying the foundation for the Great Mali Empire, the largest and richest that medieval Africa had yet seen. Figure 15. 12. A map of Africa is shown with land highlighted beige and water highlighted blue. The Mediterranean Sea and the Strait and Gibraltar are shown in the north, along with the Suez Canal. The Atlantic Ocean and the Gulf of Guinea show in the west, and the Indian Ocean and the Mozambique Channel show in the southeast. The Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden are shown in the east. The following waters are labeled in Africa from north to south: Nile R, Lake Nasser, Lake Tana, Blue Nile R, White Nile R, Lake Chad, Senegal R, Benue R, Lake Turkana, Congo R. Lake Victoria, Lake Tanganyika, Lake Malawi, Zambezi R, Victoria Falls, Cubango R, Limpopo R, and the orange R in the western part of Africa. A large area is highlighted purple and labeled Empire of Mali. An oval area in the middle of the purple is highlighted orange and labeled Ghana Empire. 4 small areas, 2 in the purple area and 2 north of the Gulf of Guinea, are highlighted gold and labeled from north to south: Bambuk Goldfield, Bure Goldfield, Lobai Goldfield, and Akan Goldfield. Figure 15. 12. The Ghana and Mali Empires. This map shows the extent of the 2 great medieval West African empires, Ghana and Mali. At its height, Mali extended farther west and south than Ghana. Attribution: Copyright Rice University, OpenStax, under CC BY 40 license. In the 12th century, the main source of gold in West Africa had shifted from Bambuck to Bure, located to the southeast in the Savannah country. This shift not only ended Ghanaian control over trans-Saharan trade, it also brought new groups into the great Sudanese trading network of West Africa, notably the southern Soninke and Malinke speakers of the Savannah. The Saso, a branch of the southern Soninke, were the first to take full advantage of these changed circumstances. Sometime around 1200, they broke away from Ghana and established a successor state under Saumyaro, their sorcerer king. During its brief existence, their Saso kingdom earned a grim reputation for violence by raiding and conquering neighboring kingdoms, killing their rulers and seizing tribute. During the 1220s, the Saso army made raids on the Malinke-speaking Mande people to the south, and then attacked the northern Soninke of Ghana, sacking their capital in about 1224. In response to the incursions against the Mande, Prince Sundiata of the Keita clan, a survivor of one of Saumyoro's raids, rallied several of the region's small Mande kingdoms and united them against the invaders. The exploits of Sundiata Keita, a near-mythical figure in the Mande oral tradition, have been passed down by generations of bards. Beginning around 1235, Sundiata set about consolidating his control over the heartland of the Mande people, a region centered on the upper reaches of the Senegal and Niger rivers. He then moved to expand the Kingdom of Mali by taking control of all the Soninke peoples recently conquered by the Saso. Their territory comprised much of the former Kingdom of Ghana and its nominally independent vassal states, including Mema and Wagadu. These newly conquered territories were often administered indirectly, leaving friendly puppet regimes in place to do the bidding of the Malian monarch, a political strategy that bred resentment among certain of the Malian vassal states, including Takrur and Songhai. When forming alliances against the Saso, Sundiata convinced the other Malinke kings to surrender their title Mansa to him. He thus became the sole Mansa, the religious and secular leader of all the Malinke people. In a few short years, he had built up a vast realm. Its imperial capital was advantageously situated at Niani, in the southern savanna country of the upper Niger Valley near the goldfields of Bure. Within Sundiata's lifetime, the Mali Empire extended from the forested margins of the southwest through the grassland savanna country of the Malinke and southern Soninke to the Sahel of former Ghana. Audiobook, the one-time trade center at the western extreme of trans-Saharan trade, remained in the hands of nomads, and its role was taken by the more easterly commercial center of Walata, now the main southern desert port for trade traversing the Sahara. The kings of Mali were less interested in conquering the various small kingdoms and chiefdoms of the grasslands than in taking the Sahelian trading towns that linked the regional economy to the vast trans-Saharan trade. These towns were key prizes and included Walata, Gao, Timbuktu, and Djenné. Control of the towns and the trade routes they connected was one of several components in Mali's diverse economy, which included access to the Bure goldfields and the agriculturally rich rural areas, particularly those around Niani in the south of the country. Unlike in Ghana, rainfall in Mali, located in the southern savannah, was more abundant, and the farmers of Mali had no difficulty growing enough food to sustain the population. Different areas of the empire specialized in different crops. For example, sorghum and millet grew on the savannah, and rice flourished in the Gambia Valley and around the upper Niger floodplain. Meanwhile, the more northerly and drier Sahelian grasslands specialized in the grazing of camels, sheep, and goats. Control over the gold-producing towns could present challenges for Mali's rulers. When a king conquered a region and attempted to spread Islam, the gold producers who refused to convert ceased mining operations, thereby threatening the Malian gold supply. This posed a serious risk to the imperial economy, so Malian rulers allowed gold areas to remain quasi-independent vassal states. Mali's gold trade was bolstered by events taking place elsewhere in the world. European kingdoms were again producing gold coins as the medieval economy improved. To meet the new demand, merchants from southern Europe sought to buy gold from their counterparts in North Africa. At the same time, new southerly trade routes were opened into the gold fields of the Akan forest in present-day Ghana, from which sellers brought gold to the settlements of the Middle Niger. These developments to the north and south of Mali allowed the trans-Saharan gold trade to attain its greatest heights in the 14th century. Dueling voices. Perspectives on Mali. What was life like for the people living and trading in West Africa in the 14th century? These two excerpts describe life in the Mali Empire. In the first, Al-Umari, a Syrian scholar employed by the Mamluk Sultan in Cairo, describes an aspect of Malian rule. In the second, Arab traveler Ibn Battuta describes the salt mining center at Tagheza. The kingdom is square, its length being 4 or more months' journey and its width likewise. It lies to the south of Marrakesh and the interior of Morocco and is not far from the Atlantic Ocean. Under the authority of the Sultan of this kingdom is the land of Mafazat al-Tibr. They bring gold dust Tibr to him each year. They are uncouth infidels. If the Sultan wished, he could extend his authority over them. But the kings of this kingdom have learned by experience that as soon as one of them conquers one of the gold towns and Islam spreads and the muezzin calls to prayer, there the gold begins to decrease and then disappears, while it increases in the neighboring heathen countries. When they had learned the truth of this by experience, they left the gold countries under the control of the heathen people and were content with their vassalage and the tribute imposed on them. Al-Umari, Corpus of Early Arabic Sources for West African History, translated by J. F. P. Hopkins. After 25 days, we arrive at Tagheza. One of its marvels is that its houses and mosque are of rock and salt, and its roofs of camel skins. It has no trees, but is nothing but sand with a salt mine. They dig in the earth for the salt, which is found in great slabs lying one upon the other. A camel carries 2 slabs of it. No one lives at Tagheza except the slaves of the Mashufa tribe, who dig for the salt. The people of Mali possess some admirable qualities. They are seldom unjust and have a greater abhorrence of injustice than any other people. Their Sultan the Mansa shows no mercy to any one guilty of the least act of it. Neither traveler nor inhabitant in it has anything to fear from robbers or men of violence. Ibn Battuta travels in Asia and Africa. What do these excerpts suggest about traveling in the Mali Empire? What do they suggest about the Malian king's access to commodities such as gold and salt? What happened to the gold fields when Malian kings conquered gold-producing areas? The pilgrimage of Mansa Musa to Egypt and Mecca in 1324-1325 represents the golden age of the Mali Empire. Mansa Musa, the most famous of the Malian kings and reputed to be fabulously wealthy, arrived in Cairo at the head of a huge caravan that accounts tell us included 60,000 soldiers, 500 captives, and 100 camel loads of gold. Received with great respect by the Sultan of Egypt as a fellow Muslim, Mansa Musa spent lavishly, giving away so many gifts that the value of gold in Cairo fell and did not recover for 12 years. Link to learning. At the ARCGIS website, trace the caravan route of Mansa Musa and consider the legacy of his pilgrimage to Mecca. Mansa Musa's journey captured the attention of people from Spain to Syria, including the Muslim geographer Ibn Battuta, who, after years traveling throughout Asia, visited Mali during the reign of Mansa Musa's brother Mansa Suleiman. Ibn Battuta's account has become a major source of our knowledge about 14th century Mali. As a marker of Mali's enduring fame in the 14th century, the Majorcan mapmaker Abraham Cresques featured it in the Catalan Atlas in 1375. One of the maps, which in part depicts the trade routes of North Africa, shows Mansa Musa enthroned, figure 15:1. His royal status is proclaimed by his gold crown and scepter. In one hand he holds an immense piece of gold, proof of his kingdom's wealth. The caption reads, "The Black Lord is named Musa Meli, Lord of the Blacks of Guineas. This king is the richest and most noble lord of all this country by reason of the abundance of gold taken out of his land." The strength and success of the Mali Empire depended on its ruler. During the late 14th century, a series of weak rulers, brief reigns, and dynastic civil wars opened the empire to conquest. With their power weakened, the Mansas of Mali were unable to maintain unchallenged control of the trade routes on which they depended. Opposition from the Mossi people in the country south of the Niger, coupled with attacks from the Tuareg to the north of the Niger Bend, and regular uprisings by the Songhai people who controlled the city of Gao, on the edge of the empire, led Mali to abandon both Gao and Timbuktu in 1438. At the same time, Mema, one of the kingdoms that had formed an alliance with Sundiata, broke away and became independent once more. Although weakened, Mali retained control of the Mande heartland and the nearby southern grasslands. However, the emerging Songhai Empire centered on Gao was beginning to take control of the lucrative trade across the Sahara. The Zimbabwean Plateau. In the later Iron Age, c. 900–1600, the Bantu who migrated to southern Africa developed several polities around the Zimbabwean Plateau. These included the kingdoms of Mapungubwe and Great Zimbabwe. Although scholars debate which aspects of these societies are derived from the Bantu, the region's linguistic heritage and archaeological record, in the form of ironwork, enclosure walls, and burial customs, show clear links to the Eastern Bantu subgroup. The Kingdom of Mapungubwe. The precise relationship between them remains controversial, but Mapungubwe, which flourished between the 11th and 13th centuries, is often considered the initial stage in the development of Great Zimbabwe. It has been called Southern Africa's first state, figure 1513. The origins of Mapungubwe date to around the 10th century, with a cattle-keeping culture known as Leopard's Copy. In a region of relatively high rainfall near present-day Bulawayo in Zimbabwe, the people of Leopard's Copy developed a complex mixed economy of livestock keeping and herding and agriculture. Like other kingdoms in southern Africa, theirs produced ample food and a surplus they traded for other goods. A unique feature of their farming was a method of terracing the hillsides on the southern slopes of the large sandstone plateau to prevent soil erosion. One such site was Maple Hill, where during the 12th century extensive hillside terracing featured dry stone walling, without mortar, for housing, defense, and cultivation. A topographical map of Africa. Mapungubwe and Great Zimbabwe are labeled in southern Africa. Figure 15, 13 Mapungubwe. This map shows the location of Mapungubwe and Great Zimbabwe in the interior of southern Africa. Credit. Modification of work, Topographic Map of Africa, by NASA/JPL/NEMA/Wikimedia Commons, public domain. Archaeological investigation of the region has revealed the presence of large cattle herds from around the 9th century. Because cattle were the traditional source of wealth and political power in southern Africa, the finding is suggestive of the influence the people of Leopard's Copy could exercise. In the 10th century, the economy underwent several important changes, including significant growth in the number of cattle, the development of cotton cultivation and weaving, as indicated by the discovery of spindles, and the introduction of gold mining. The Western Plateau was rich in gold-bearing rock and was worked intensively by later Iron Age miners. Narrow shafts were sunk deep into the ground, following the course of seams some 90 feet down. The rock was cracked by alternating use of fire and water and broken out with iron wedges. Although little is known about the organization and control of this mining work, it is probable that it was largely forced labor. The mining of gold led to a flourishing production of goods for local consumption by elites as well as trade farther afield. A unique type of gold ornamentation found at Mapungubwe, and elsewhere only at Great Zimbabwe, is beaten gold sheets. Decorated with geometric patterns, the sheets seem to have been used to cover wooden pieces, although these have long since rotted away. Other gold objects found at the site include beads, bangle bracelets, and animal figurines. Despite its setting in the southern African interior, Mapungubwe engaged in long-distance trade. Large finds of ivory splinters and animal hides indicate these were being stockpiled for trade. Elephants were plentiful in the region. The most probable route for trade was up the Limpopo River to the coastal areas towards Sofala, one of the southernmost regions of the Swahili coast. Other finds, including glass beads from India and fragments of brightly colored India cloth and Chinese celadon, green glazed, pottery, support this connection with the Swahili coast and its seaborne trade with Arabia, China, and East Asia. While it is possible that Mapungubwe was a terminus for this type of international trade, it was certainly a hub for interregional trade in southern Africa. Because the Mapungubwean people left no written record, scholars rely on the physical remains of the site to glean hints of its social structure. Mapungubwe is thought to be the first class-based social system in southern Africa, with sharp distinctions between wealthy rulers and their subjects. Commoners lived in mud and thatched dwellings in low-lying areas. District leaders occupied small hilltops on the outskirts of the capital, and the chief or king resided with his court in a stone enclosure at the capital atop Mapungubwe Hill, an imposing structure some 98 feet high and 328 feet in length. The royal wives lived in separate dwellings removed from the king, and the entire royal complex was surrounded by a wooden palisade, figure 15. 14. An image of a photograph is shown. In the photo, green trees litter the landscape with hills on the left and in the back and the skyline in the background. Figure 15. 14. Mapungubwe Hill. Mapungubwe Hill became the center of the Mapungubwe Kingdom in the 11th century, after the population outgrew the earlier center at Leopard's Copy. Credit, modification of work Mapungubwe, Limpopo, South Africa, by South African Tourism/Flickr, CC by 20. Mapungubwe fell into terminal decline around the end of the 13th century. The precise cause is a matter of speculation, though evidence suggests that the region was subject to a dramatic period of climate change at this time that led to a series of intense droughts. As weather patterns changed and rainfall became less predictable, it caused the land to dry and lose fertility. Pasturage used for livestock dwindled, and the surrounding agricultural farmland, which had once supported a large population, shrank. The failure of crops meant that the once abundant farms could no longer support the same number of inhabitants, leading to overpopulation and resource scarcity. Around the turn of the 14th century, the center of medieval southern African civilization shifted northward where a new polity emerged. Great Zimbabwe. In Bantu, Zimbabwe, Dzimba means stone buildings, a telltale marker of the debt the Zimbabweans owed to their southern Mapungubwean neighbors, who had a tradition of building in stone. Great Zimbabwe. Great Zimbabwe was founded by the Shona, an Iron Age Bantu-speaking people who first migrated to southern Africa around the 2nd century CE. As at Leopard's Copy and Mapungubwe, the first settlers were livestock herders drawn to the location by its abundant natural resources and location on the southwestern edge of the Zimbabwean plateau. Here, amid temperate grasslands ideal for seasonal grazing, the Shona found ample supplies of timber for firewood and for building, as well as well-watered fertile soil for cultivation. There is some evidence that they had domesticated goat, sheep, and cattle as early as the 3rd century. The Shona were not the first inhabitants of the region. That distinction belongs to the small bands of hunter-gatherers who stalked game and foraged the plain in the centuries before the Bantu speakers' arrival. Despite having superior iron technology, the Shona were unable to completely dislodge these hunter-gatherers, resulting in tension and conflict that persist to the modern era. The 500 years between the 4th and 9th centuries witnessed the development of Bantu communities that farmed the valley and mined and worked iron. They lived in reed thatch or mud houses and represent the earliest Iron Age settlers in the area so far identified by archaeologists. During this period, the Shona manufactured simple pottery and produced leather for clothing, jewelry from copper and gold, and weapons and farming tools from iron. Many of these goods they traded with members of coastal settlements for commodities like salt, glass beads, and seashells. By the 11th century, the society of the Zimbabwean plateau was thriving, and drystone buildings, that is, buildings constructed using interlocking stones rather than mortar, began to emerge. The people had established a prosperous mixed farming economy, engaging in animal husbandry and hunting the region's abundant game. Above all, trade was the most important factor in Great Zimbabwe's wealth and power. Situated at the head of the Sabai River Valley, the capital was ideally positioned for exploiting the long-distance commerce between the goldfields of the Western Plateau and Sofala, a Swahili center that connected Zimbabwean trade goods to the island of Kilwa. Zimbabwean gold made Kilwa the wealthiest of all the Swahili city-states. In exchange for gold, copper, and ivory, Swahili merchants bartered such exotic luxury goods as Chinese Ming porcelain and carved faience, ceramicware, from Persia at the markets and fairs established on the Zimbabwean plateau. Construction of major stone buildings began sometime in the 11th century and continued for about 300 years. These stone structures are the most famous ancient ruins in southern Africa. The oldest is the Hill Complex, located on a natural rise approximately 260 feet high. This citadel likely provided the Shona people with a space to perform rituals and find safety in uncertain times. However, the exact purpose of the site is still a matter of debate. Some scholars have suggested it functioned as a religious site for ancestor worship, while others have suggested it was a burial ground for chiefs or possibly even the site of a royal palace. Whatever its intended purpose, the site is an impressive one, and its prominence certainly ties it to some important aspect of Zimbabwean culture. The ruins of Great Zimbabwe have impressed visitors for centuries. The great enclosure at the heart of the civilization dates from the 13th to 14th centuries and is still partially intact today. A massive elliptical building with drystone walls 35 feet high and as much as 17 feet thick. Located in the area of the valley below the hill complex, it is the largest ancient monument in Africa south of the Sahara, figure 1515. Upon seeing the ruins, the 16th century Portuguese explorer Vicente Pegado wrote, "Among the gold mines of the inland plains between the Limpopo and Zambezi rivers, there is a fortress built of stones of marvelous size, and there appears to be no mortar joining them. This edifice is almost surrounded by hills, upon which are others resembling it in the fashioning of stone and the absence of mortar, and one of them is a tower more than 12 fathoms high. The native of the country call these edifices Simbaya, which according to their language signifies court. An image of a photograph is shown with trees, grasses, and large white oval stones in the background. A large oval off-white stone wall is shown with a piece missing in the front. Two smaller oval walls are seen inside, and large trees grow on the left side. The forefront of the image shows green trees, rocky terrain, and small trees with orange tops. Figure 15. 15. The Great Enclosure. The Great Enclosure at the heart of the Zimbabwean civilization, which dates from the 13th to 14th centuries and is still partially intact today, is the largest ancient monument in Africa south of the Sahara. Credit Photo of the Great Enclosure from the Hilltop Great Zimbabwe by Amanda/Flickr, CC by 20. Between the 13th and 14th centuries, the Great Enclosure underwent major renovation, most notably the addition of its elliptical dry stone wall. The wall pitches slightly inward at the top and is punctured by a main entrance doorway that looks out across the valley toward the hill complex. The existence of multiple other doorways suggests the wall was not a fortification. Inside the Great Enclosure, a subsidiary wall forms a corridor and channels visitors to a conical stone tower some 16 feet across and 32 feet high. The purpose of the Great Enclosure, which has a total circumference of 820 feet, is unknown, although its size suggests it was a royal residence and the tower was a granary. Grain was a common form of tribute used by Shona rulers. Between these two sites, the hill complex and the Great Enclosure, archaeologists have found the most impressive and luxurious artifacts, including figurines made of soapstone, elaborately worked ivory, copper ingots, and bracelets. Numerous other stone buildings lie in the valley between the hill complex and the Great Enclosure. These ruins are enclosed by high stone walls, along with the remains of imposing circular mud houses approximately 32 feet in diameter and nearly 20 feet high. The existence of these valley ruins suggests that the settlement along the valley floor grew significantly as Great Zimbabwe flourished. All told, the three sites cover some 1,700 acres, and the spatial organization of their structures suggests a hierarchical civilization of around 18,000 people ruled by an elite class or some type of central authority. Beyond the book, Architecture and Urban Design in Great Zimbabwe. The ruins of the massive stone structures of Great Zimbabwe are among the largest and oldest in Sub-Saharan Africa, figure 15. 16. Much debate surrounds the identity of those who built the sprawling complex and why they did so. Some scholars have suggested that the site was used for religious purposes, while others believe it was a military fortification or even a palace. Whatever the reason, the drystone technology used to erect these magnificent structures is deceptively simple. The structures are enormous and have stood for hundreds of years. The walls of the Great Enclosure, the structure at the heart of the settlement, measure dozens of feet in height and encircle an area some 820 feet in circumference. A second set of walls on the interior of the enclosure traces the outside wall, creating a channel that directs visitors toward a massive tower some 30 feet high. In addition to the Great Enclosure, the older hill complex includes ruins of mud houses with stone foundations and an enclosing wall. A further valley settlement with remains of mud houses measuring as much as 32 feet in diameter radiates away from the Great Enclosure and hill complex. All told, it is an impressive sight. Two images of photographs are shown. An image shows a round wall made up of off-white bricks. Trees grow out of the top of the middle. In front of the round wall is a small flat pile of round bricks in uneven layers. To the right and left, off-white brick walls are seen with pieces broken off and falling down. The ground is sparse grasses among dirt, and a white sky shows in the background. An image of two round walls of off-white bricks is shown. A pile of bricks shows in the forefront, and the background is a tall wall of bricks with an opening on the right behind the two smaller circular piles. A blue sky peeks out the left background. Figure 15. 16 Great Zimbabwe Walls. The Zimbabwean plateau features many impressive ancient structures constructed of dry stone, that is, walls that do not rely on mortar. The interior of the Great Enclosure can be seen in this photo of the entrance to the main enclosure. Credit, a modification of work, Great Zimbabwe 8 by Mike/Wikimedia Commons, CC by 20. Credit B. Modification of work, Great Zimbabwe, main enclosure entrance by Damian Farrell/Flickr, CC by 20. What do you believe the Great Enclosure's purpose was? What evidence leads you to this conclusion? What additional evidence might be useful in helping you interpret the site? Link to learning. Watch the video clip about Great Zimbabwe titled, "The City of Great Zimbabwe, Africa's Great Civilizations," and consider what the archaeological remains of Great Zimbabwe suggest about Zimbabwean culture and the organization of its society. Great Zimbabwe flourished between the 13th and 16th centuries. Like many other aspects of the civilization, the exact makeup and nature of its government and society are unclear. Scholars have argued that it was male-dominated, and that male heads of family competed for power and influence based on the size of their cattle herds. Herd size also correlated to the number of wives, and thus the amount of labor at a man's disposal. Women in this society were expected to tend and harvest crops, prepare food, and get water. Single men hunted, herded animals, and made clothing. Males without property often became dependent on the wealthier men in the society. Politically, Zimbabwean society was led by a chief, or a king, who was also likely the wealthiest member. Although Shona tradition held that the position was hereditary, so being chief may not have indicated great wealth. That the chief had no army suggests that he had to govern by reaching consensus with the community's leading male figures, and whatever subordinated chiefs may have existed. All this is speculative, but the existence of grandiose stone monuments is indicative of some sort of political authority, at least the kind that could organize and control resources and labor. Medieval African society developed along similar lines in both West Africa and Southern Africa. Beginning in the 6th century, regions with small groups of livestock herders and keepers became home to growing and increasingly complex political entities. Agricultural and metallurgical innovations supported societies around the Niger River in West Africa and the Limpopo River in South Africa. The growth of these settlements was linked to the expansion and exploitation of trade, beginning with localized segments of trade routes connecting trading centers and culminating in control over vast territory. Although some of these kingdoms were short-lived, Mapungubwe, for example, lasted only about 80 years. They were vitally important to the development of medieval Africa, connecting it to peoples, places, and cultures thousands of miles away. In the end, these kingdoms linked local and regional African economies to a network of trade and commerce that touched Europe, Asia, and Arabia. Learning objectives. By the end of this section, you will be able to discuss the development of the Gao and early Songhai states, explain why the people of the Sahel were able to take advantage of long-distance trade routes, explain why some nomadic African tribes settled at the edges of the Sahara. Among the peoples of the Maghreb and Sahel in West and North Africa, a group known as the Berbers Amazigh played an outsized role in the region's history. This assortment of nomads, settled agriculturalists and merchants and traders who in ancient times inhabited modern-day Morocco, Algeria, Mauritania, Tunisia, Mali, and northern Niger, included many ethnic tribes such as the Sanhaja, Mazmuda, Zenata, Kutama, and Tuareg, among others, who called various pockets of the Maghreb, Sahel, and Sahara home. Each had a distinct culture, and often unique language and social structures. These Amazigh groups were crucial to the creation and longevity of the Trans-Saharan trade, the control of which led to the rise and ultimately the fall of multiple medieval African kingdoms and empires. Eventually, these peoples Islamized and became great empire builders themselves. The Gao dynasty and early Songhai. In the 7th century CE, the region of the Middle Niger was home to a number of different peoples including the Gabibai, Gao, and Sorko, all of whom had migrated to the area to live off its abundant resources. Each group exploited the region for different reasons. The Gabibai were settled agriculturalists who farmed the fertile banks along the Niger. The Gao hunted the river's animals, including crocodile. The Sorko were warrior fishers and hunters of hippopotamus. The different purposes for which these peoples used the river and its resources ensured a relative balance between themselves and their environment. Of these groups, the Sorco were best positioned to exercise control over the area. The canoes from which they hunted and fished gave them mastery of the river, which they used as a trading route to exchange food along this section of the Niger. They soon extended their territory upstream toward the Niger Bend, establishing villages along the banks to help facilitate trade. From these trading post villages, the Sorco dominated the nearby communities of Gababai farmers, raiding their granaries and pillaging their settlements. The dynamic in the region changed sometime in the 9th century, with the arrival of a nomadic horse-riding people who spoke Songhai, a dialect of the Nilo-Saharan language family. Gradually, the Sorco, Gababai, and Gao peoples adopted the language of their conquerors, and collectively their cultures formed the basis of Songhai identity and the state of Songhai, with its capital at Kukia. As the emerging Songhai state coalesced, its people were in steady contact with Muslim traders at Gao in the north. At the eastern edge of the Niger Bend, an area of historical significance to both the Ghana and Mali empires, the trading city of Gao was founded in the 7th century by African and Egyptian merchants attracted by the Bambuk gold trade in Ghana. It soon became an important link in the trans-Saharan trade of gold, copper, enslaved captives, and salt in the eastern and central regions of the Sahara. The earliest mention of Gao dates from the 9th century. By the 870s, it had already grown into a regional power. By the 10th century, Arab travelers had noted Gao's strategic location as a hub in the trans-Saharan trade route between Egypt and ancient Ghana. As Gao grew, so too did its needs. Songhai farmers and fishers provided the city's merchants with food in exchange for salt, cloth, and other products from North Africa. As a result of their contacts with Muslim traders, the rulers of Songhai were exposed to Islam and converted in the 11th century, making theirs one of the first West African states to do so. This conversion marks the beginning of the Gao imperial period. The earliest dynasty of kings of the Songhai state was the Za dynasty, which tradition and later historical records suggest ruled the kingdom during the 11th and 12th centuries. The Za are an obscure dynasty. What evidence exists comes to us in the form of myths and legends, the 17th century history of the Sudan, the oral tradition of the Songhai written down by Abd al-Sadi, and some tombstone inscriptions dating to the 14th and 15th centuries. According to al-Sadi's history, the mythical founder of the dynasty was Za al-Yemen, who settled in Kukia sometime before the 11th century. Za al-Yemen and his immediate successors bore the title Malik or king. Evidence suggests that later rulers, possibly a second dynasty, bore the title Zhuwa, hence the name Zhuwa dynasty. Tradition holds that the first 14 rulers of the Songhai state, which was initially centered on Kukia, were Jahiliya, literally, in ignorance of Islam. Sometime in the 1000s, the dynasty Islamized, possibly under Za Qusay, whom the history of the Sudan remembers as the first Muslim ruler of Songhai. This timeline is contested, however. Modern scholars believe the Islamization of the Songhai rulers occurred toward the end of the 11th century, with the arrival of the Sanhaja Almoravids from Morocco. In any event, it was sometime during this period that the political focus of the kingdom shifted from Kukia to Gao. Due in large part to its position as a terminus in the caravan route connecting the northern Sahara, Gao became the center of a significant Islamized kingdom. Figure 15. 17. A map of Africa is shown with land highlighted beige and water highlighted blue. The Mediterranean Sea and the Strait of Gibraltar are shown in the north, along with the Suez Canal. The Atlantic Ocean and the Gulf of Guinea show in the west, and the Indian Ocean and the Mozambique Channel are located in the southeast. The Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden are shown in the east. The following waters are labeled in Africa from north to south: Nile R, Lake Nasser, Lake Tana, Blue Nile R, White Nile R, Lake Chad, Senegal R, Benue R, Lake Turkana, Congo R. Lake Victoria, Lake Tanganyika, Lake Malawi, Zambezi R, Victoria Falls, Cubango R, Limpopo R. And the orange R. Europe is labeled in the north, and Asia is labeled in the east. A horizontal strip of land with a point in the middle sticking up north and one on the east sticking up northeast is highlighted yellow and labeled Songhai Empire in Western Africa. Figure 15. 17. The Songhai Empire. This map shows the location of the medieval Songhai Empire in West Africa. Attribution. Copyright Rice University, OpenStax, under CC by 40 license. As goods such as cola nuts, dates, enslaved captives, ivory, salt, leather, and of course gold passed through the capital on their way to and from the Kingdom of Ghana, traders and merchants, including the Songhai themselves, prospered. Gao's prosperity also drew the attention of the new and expansionist West African Kingdom of Mali, which annexed Gao around 1325. This was the golden age of imperial Mali, and for the next century, its rulers profited from Gao's trade and collected taxes from its kings. When the explorer Ibn Battuta arrived at Gao from Timbuktu in 1353, he described it as a great town on the Nile Niger, one of the finest, biggest, and most fertile cities of the Sudan. The annexation of Gao greatly expanded the Mali Empire, but only temporarily. Periodic rebellions by the peoples of Timbuktu, Taita, and Gao, coupled with civil war, a struggling economy, and incursions by Almoravids from the north, caused Gao's Malian rulers to withdraw in the 1430s. The leader of the Songhai rebels, Sunni Ali, became the first king of the Songhai Empire. Under him, Songhai became one of the greatest empires of medieval Africa. From his capital at Gao in the heart of the kingdom, Sunni Ali engaged in a war of conquest against his Muslim neighbors. Marshalling his massive cavalry and fleet of war canoes, the king extended his empire deep into the desert in the north and as far as Jenne in the southwest. His near-constant harassment and pursuit of the Tuareg nomads resulted in his capture of Mali's great religious and scholarly center in Timbuktu, the trading town of Jenne, and almost the whole of the Middle Niger floodplain and the Bandiagara uplands. Despite being Muslim himself, Sunni Ali campaigned against Muslim forces. This and his general lack of respect for Islam led to his being highly criticized by Arabic historians. In the history of the Sudan, al-Sadi characterized Sunni Ali as a great oppressor and notorious evildoer, and reported that he tyrannized the scholars and holy men, killing them, insulting them, and humiliating them. As a result, many of the scholars in Timbuktu fled to Walata, leading to a significant diminishment in Islamic scholarship in the city. Figure 15. 18. Nevertheless, in Songhai oral tradition, Sunni Ali is remembered as a great general and conquering hero, as well as the founder of the Songhai Empire. Through his domination of important trade routes and urban areas, he enriched his kingdom and enabled it to become even wealthier than Mali. An image is shown of blue sky over the background of a large tiered stone city with 3 large towers. In front of the faraway city is landscape with sparse green bushes. In the front is a caravan of people walking and riding animals, horses, camels, and donkeys. The people are heading to the right, wearing long white or dark robes, carrying spears and dark skin. No facial features are seen. In front of them at the right stand a group of people in white short robes, wearing helmets and holding spears. In the right foreground are short, dark bushes on the dark brown landscape. Figure 15. 18. Timbuktu. This artist's rendering shows the German scholar and explorer Heinrich Barth approaching Timbuktu in 1853, one of the first Europeans to do so. Note the city's baked mud mosques and centers of learning in the background. The image was published in Barth's famous 5-volume travel journal of Africa. Credit: Timbuktu seen from a distance by Heinrich Barth's party, September 7, 1853 by Heinrich Barth, Reisen und Entdeckungen. Gotha 1858 Vol. 4. Wikimedia Commons Public Domain. In their own words, Timbuktu in the 16th century. Al-Hassan ibn Muhammad al-Wazn al-Ziyadi, known as Leo Africanus, was born in Spain in 1485, educated in Fez, a city in present-day Morocco, and traveled widely in North Africa, including Ghana. Returning from Mecca in 1518, he was captured and enslaved by Christian pirates before being presented to Pope Leo X because of his education and abilities. Leo X baptized him and commissioned him to write a detailed survey of Africa in Italian. This survey, published in 1526, was the basis of European knowledge of Africa for the next several centuries. The houses of Timbuktu are huts made of clay-covered wattles with thatched roofs. In the center of the city is a temple built of stone and mortar, built by an architect named Granada, and in addition there is a large palace, constructed by the same architect, where the king lives. The shops of the artisans, the merchants, and especially weavers of cotton cloth are very numerous. Fabrics are also imported from Europe to Timbuktu, borne by Amazigh merchants. The women of the city maintain the custom of veiling their faces, except for the slaves who sell all the foodstuffs. The inhabitants are very rich. There are many wells containing fresh water in Timbuktu. And in addition, when the Niger is in flood, canals deliver the water to the city. Grain and animals are abundant, so that the consumption of milk and butter is considerable. But salt is in very short supply because it is carried here from Tegaza, some 500 miles from Timbuktu. The royal court is magnificent and very well organized. When the king goes from one city to another with the people of his court, he rides a camel, and the horses are led by hand by servants. When someone wishes to speak to the king, he must kneel before him and bow down. But this is only required of those who have never before spoken to the king, or of ambassadors. The king has about 3,000 horsemen and infinity of foot soldiers, armed with bows made of wild fennel, which they use to shoot poisoned arrows. This king makes war only upon neighboring enemies and upon those who do not want to pay him tribute. When he has gained a victory, he has all of them, even the children, sold in the market at Timbuktu. The people of Timbuktu are of a peaceful nature. They have a custom of almost continuously walking about the city in the evening, except for those that sell gold, between 10 p.m. and 1 a.m., playing musical instruments and dancing. The citizens have at their service many slaves, both men and women. Leo Africanus, description of Africa. What can you tell about Timbuktu from this description? What can you tell about the economic connections between Timbuktu and North Africa and Europe? Cross-cultural interaction in the Sahel. From the late 7th century, the African communities of West and North Africa were under increasing pressure from the forces of Islam. Home to some Christian communities since the 2nd century, as well as to groups of settled and nomadic pagans, North Africa lay in the path of the powerful and expansionistic new Muslim power centered on the Arabian Peninsula. Egypt, an early bastion of Coptic Christianity and a bulwark of Christian Roman power in North Africa, was conquered by the armies of Islam around the middle of the century. From there, Muslim Arab armies marched steadily across the northern quadrant of the continent. When Byzantine Carthage fell to Umayyad armies in 698, Islamic forces turned to Al-Kahina, the queen of the Berbers and likely a Christian convert, who forged a coalition of indigenous African forces against the Islamic onslaught. With her power based in Algeria, Al-Kahina roundly defeated an Islamic army sent from Egypt in 698, but 5 years later, a more determined Islamic vanguard bested her at Tabarka in Tunisia. The way was now clear, and with the help of pockets of Islamized Africans, Arab control of North Africa was achieved in 709. Linked to learning. A great deal of art originated during the Islamic period, but archaeologists have also discovered troves of pre-Islamic art in the Sahel, including beaded jewelry, pottery, and figures. Follow this link to explore the Sahel collection at New York's Metropolitan Museum of Art. Conversion of the nomads did not mean their submission, however. Heavily taxed subjects in conquered provinces whose daughters were sometimes enslaved, the Islamized Africans were treated as second-class Muslims. Nevertheless, many Africans regarded themselves as better Muslims than their elite Arab rulers, whom they believed had been corrupted by wealth and luxury, and were no longer devoted to Islam. They insisted that cruel rulers be removed from power and replaced by pious men. Widespread opposition took the form of revolts that erupted across North Africa in 739 and 740 and shattered the Islamic Caliphate. In the end, control over the region fell to a variety of Islamic sects and ruling families. It took nearly 200 years for North Africa to unite under Muslim rulers again. These rulers were known as the Fatimids, Shia Muslims who did not recognize the authority of the Abbasids who had succeeded the Umayyads in 750. The Fatimid missionaries, had long been active in Iraq and Syria before converting the Qutama in Algeria. Beginning in the 10th century, the Fatimids started capturing Muslim strongholds throughout the Maghreb. By the end of the century, armies had captured Egypt and seized control of Palestine, Syria, and parts of the Arabian Peninsula including Mecca and Medina. The Fatimids established a Shiite caliphate in Cairo, but their ultimate goal was to conquer the Sunni Abbasid Caliphate in Baghdad and establish a caliphate that was the center of the Muslim world. The founder of the Fatimid Caliphate, Abdullah al-Mahdi Billah, had relied on indigenous African soldiers in his conquest of the Maghreb. These soldiers, so crucial to victories in Africa, were no match for the Turkish soldiers of the Abbasid Caliphate, who were often enslaved captives. Taking a page from the Abbasids, the Fatimids diversified their army, enlisting free and enslaved Turks alongside indigenous African soldiers, and transforming their tribal force into a multi-ethnic one. In the short term, this proved a decisive strategy, but in the long term, competition for positions within the military manifested along ethnic lines and resulted in a civil war in Egypt in the 1060s. Having experienced persecution and status as outsiders, the Fatimids were religiously tolerant and did not attempt to forcibly convert Christians, Jewish people, or Sunni Muslims. Coptic Christians even continued to dominate the financial and administrative realms of the Fatimid Caliphate. The Fatimids sought the spread of Shia Islam through education. They built many madrasas and an increase in Shia mosques, such as the Al-Azhar Mosque in Cairo, where students could study Islamic law and jurisprudence, astronomy, philosophy, and Arabic grammar. These were effective steps, for by the end of the 10th century, the majority of people in Egypt were Muslim. Unable to directly rule over the region of the Maghreb, the Fatimid rulers at Cairo appointed emirs or governors from the Zirid family. Like the Fatimids, the Zirids followed Shia Islam. At first, they ruled in the name of the Fatimids, but in the middle of the 11th century, they declared their independence and aligned themselves with the Sunni Abbasid Caliphate. The Fatimid Caliph attempted to reassert Shia Muslim control by encouraging tens of thousands of Arabs to migrate westward, pressuring the frontiers of the breakaway Ziridi state and causing war. Although enormously destructive, the Fatimids failed to achieve their desired ends, and the Maghreb had gone beyond their control. In addition to their Western troubles, the Fatimids faced challenges from Europe in the form of Christian crusaders, who captured Jerusalem from them in 1099. Gradually, the Caliphate of the Fatimids shrank to only Egypt. The Fatimids were further weakened in the 1160s when they were divided by a power struggle between two competing factions. One of the contenders appealed to Christian crusaders for assistance, and Egypt subsequently became a crusader protectorate for a short time as a result. His rival reached out to a Sunni Muslim army for aid. By 1169, the Muslim army, under the leadership of a Kurdish general named Saladin, had expelled the Crusaders. When Saladin pledged allegiance to the Abbasids a few years later, this brought Egypt back into the Sunni-dominated Islamic Caliphate. The Almoravids, as the Fatimid Caliphate tried to wrest control of the Maghreb back from the Zirid family, the center of power in the region shifted away from the coast and toward the Atlas mountain range in Morocco. This part of West Africa was occupied by the Sanhaja, Islamized Africans subdivided into distinct ethnic tribes, including the Jadala and the Lamtuna. It was among these groups that the Islamic jurist Ibn Yasin settled in 1039 at the instigation of Yahya ibn Ibrahim, who sought to reform the tribes to the true Islamic religion, that is, Sunni Islam as he saw it. Ibn Yasin worked for over a decade to impose on the Jadala the Malikite interpretation of Sunnism, which was based on a literal reading of the Quran and the Sunnah, the deeds and sayings of the Prophet Muhammad. Anyone who fell short of Ibn Yasin's strict demands for discipline and the observation of religious duties was severely punished. After more than a decade among the Jadala, during which time he alienated several leading members of the tribe, Ibn Yasin himself was expelled. While in exile, he received a steady stream of followers from both the Lamtuna and Jadala Sanhaja, forming a group he soon came to call the Almoravids. Under Ibn Yasin's direction, the Almoravids became zealous reformers committed to imposing his version of Islam on the people of the Maghreb. In 1052, Ibn Yasin and the Almoravids embarked on a years-long campaign to defeat the other tribes of the region, assembling an impressive army in the process. By 1054, the Almoravids had captured the Trans-Saharan trading route between Sijil Massa and Audiobook. After the death of Ibn Yasin in battle in 1059, his followers continued their northward advance all the way to Fez in modern-day Morocco, which they captured in 1069. In 1070, they established their capital at Marrakesh. After tightening their grip on Morocco, the Almoravids launched an invasion of Umayyad Spain, conquering the Islamic states of Al-Andalus to create the Almoravid Empire. From 1085, the Almoravid Empire, ruled by the Sanhaja, encompassed all the territory from Audiobook in the southern Sahara to Zaragoza on the Ebro River in Spain, figure 15. 19. Maliki legal doctrine dominated interpretations of Islam, and study of the Quran and the prophetic traditions contained in the Sunnah were largely abandoned. Unlike the Fatimids of Egypt, the Almoravids were intolerant of any other faith, including mystic Islamic Sufism and sects of Sunni Islam. A map is shown of land highlighted beige and water highlighted blue. The Atlantic Ocean is labeled in the north and west, and the Gulf of Guinea is labeled in the south. A white dashed line in the middle of the map is labeled the Tropic of Cancer. The Niger R, the Senegal R, and the Benue R are labeled on the map. Land stretching from Spain in the north down through Morocco and into Mauritania is highlighted orange. Cities labeled within this area from north to south are Zaragoza, Valencia, Cordoba, Seville, Tangiers, Fez, Marrakesh, and Audiobook. The city of Algiers is labeled in the north of the country of Algiers outside of the orange. Figure 15. 19. The Almoravid Empire. The Almoravid Empire was founded in the early 11th century. At its height around the end of the century, it stretched from Zaragoza in the north to the oasis town of Audiobook in Mauritania to the south. Attribution. Copyright Rice University, OpenStax, under CC by 40 license. The Almohads. The Almoravids did not remain in power for long. Ibn Tumart, a member of the Mazmuda, an Amazigh tribe from the Atlas Mountains, launched a counter-movement that rejected the legalistic formality of the Almoravids. Through his studies at mosques and madrasas across the Muslim world, Ibn Tumart had developed a broader outlook than Ibn Yasin, and Ibn Tumart's cosmopolitan approach challenged Ibn Yasin's scriptural literalism. A reformer, he sought a return to what he believed was the original, uncorrupted Islamic faith, and rejected all of the schools of Islamic law because he considered their pronouncements to be heretical interpretations of the teachings of the Prophet Muhammad. Ibn Tumart's followers adopted the name Almohads, meaning those of the oneness, a reference to their belief in the transcendental unity of God. Despite the more cosmopolitan outlook of his movement, Ibn Tumart was no less strict than Ibn Yasin in insisting upon what he considered to be the appropriate way to practice Islam. He once pulled his sister off the horse she was riding because she was not wearing a veil. He was also a frequent visitor to Marrakesh, where he routinely mocked Almoravid government officials and ridiculed their beliefs. The reach of the Almoravids in the southern extreme of their empire was tentative. Their mounted armies encountered difficulties fighting and maneuvering in the heights of the Atlas Mountains, so the Mazmuda nomads who lived there largely escaped Almoravid control. It was among these nomads that Ibn Tumart began to recruit the Mazmuda tribes into a force to oppose the Almoravids. By 1130, his control extended across the region. Those groups initially reluctant to join the Almohad cause were persuaded into an alliance by Ibn Tumart's military. In 1147, the Almohads captured Marrakesh, destroyed what they believed were the symbols of a decadent and corrupt empire, including the Almoravid Mosque, and moved on to the coastal region of the Maghreb, which they conquered as far as Tripoli by 1160. At the end of the century, the Almohad Empire extended across all of Muslim Spain, figure 15. 20. A map is shown of land highlighted beige and water highlighted blue. The Atlantic Ocean is labeled in the north and west, and the Gulf of Guinea is labeled in the south. A white line in the middle of the map is labeled the Tropic of Cancer. The Niger R, the Senegal R, and the Benue R are labeled on the map. A white line along the bottom of the map is labeled Equator. Land in the south of Spain and along the northern coasts of Morocco, Algeria, and Libya is highlighted green. Cities indicated in this area from north to south include Zaragoza, Valencia, Cordoba, Seville, Granada, Tangiers, Algiers, Fez, Tripoli, and Marrakesh. The country of Mauritania is labeled in the west of the land, and the city of Audiobook is labeled within that area. Figure 15. 20. The Almohad Empire. At its height around the year 1200, the Almohad Empire stretched from the Atlas mountain range in the southeastward across the Mediterranean coast to Tripoli in Libya, and north to Granada in Spain. Attribution. Copyright Rice University, OpenStax, under CC BY 40 license. Like the Sanhaja before them, the Mazmuda dominated both the administration and the military of Almohad Spain. The manuals of Malakite legal doctrine were banned and later burned, to be replaced by the teachings of Ibn Tumart, who died in 1130. Like their predecessors, the Almoravids, the Almohads made no attempt to integrate the conquered and subject peoples of Spain into the administration. Almohad dominance turned out to be short-lived, however. No sooner did it reach its peak around 1200 than the empire of the Mazmuda started to crumble, due in part to pressures from Christians to the north. By the middle of the 13th century, Christian forces had captured all of Spain north of Granada, which fell in 1492. Meanwhile, insurgencies in the Maghreb and the sacking of Marrakesh by rebels in 1275 brought the Almohad Empire to an end. For 200 years, the Almoravids and Almohads controlled the Maghreb. Despite being rivals, they had much in common. They shared militant reformist origins. They were independent of Arab rulers, Fatimid Egypt in the case of the Almoravids, Abbasid Baghdad in the case of the Almohads, and they both retained indigenous African cultural attributes. Sanhaja continued to be veiled. Mazmuda maintained their council of 50 chiefs that adjudicated tribal matters. Yet they were also very different. The Malakite legalism of the Almoravids was in contrast to the cosmopolitanism of Ibn Tumart's ideology. In the end, although both empires were relatively short-lived, they left lasting legacies in North Africa and along the Mediterranean coast in the form of the spread of Islam and the Arabic language. Link to learning. The article, "These West African Artifacts Tell Stories of Great Forgotten Empires, but also the Battle to Own Africa's Art," looks at the ownership of African art found in collections held in European museums.